Hi, my name is Ben Long, and welcome to Foundations of Photography Composition. How many times have you come back from shooting and looked at your images and thought, wow, this one really works, and ooh, this one really doesn't? Sometimes an image doesn't work because of a technical problem. It's blurry, or your hand's in front of the lens or something. But more often, an image works because of how it's composed. Much more than technical understanding or ability, composition is what separates the good photographers from the not so good photographers. And in this class, we're going to cover in depth all of the fundamental building blocks of composition. You're going to examine lots of compositional concepts that you can use no matter what kind of subject matter you're shooting. We're going to explore the process of seeing and look at some techniques to get your visual sense working in a new way. Light is the beginning of all photos. Without good light, it's hard to get good results. But light can also be a subject unto itself and an essential tool for achieving good compositions, so we'll be exploring light in detail. Improving your composition skills is not just a process of learning how to compose. You also need a vocabulary for discussing composition and an understanding of how to look at your own images with a critical eye. So, to that end, we'll be performing lots of compositional analysis of my images, as well as the work of 3 other photographers and an entire class full of students. And finally, we're going to spend time talking about shooting practices, what you need to do in the field to get access to the subject matter you want, and how to improve your chances of coming back with a good shot. We've got a lot of material to cover and a lot of ideas to explore, so come with me now as we dive into the fundamentals of composition. We're going to cover a lot of ground in this course, and we're going to explore a lot of compositional ideas and practices. But there's no way that this can be a complete course in composition, because composition is something that you will continue to study and explore throughout your photographic life. Composition is a discipline, and you need a method for exploring that discipline as you grow as a photographer and as your compositional tastes change. In preparing for this course, I looked at a lot of composition books and found that they all mostly take the same approach. Images are analyzed and discussed, and from that analysis, one tries to understand why particular images work compositionally. This is a very important practice because there's a lot to be learned from good images, and it's important to develop a vocabulary for discussing and analyzing them. Even if you don't discuss images with someone else, being able to think about your own work in consistent, concrete terms is very valuable. And we'll be performing a lot of that kind of analysis in this course. However, the thought process that you go through when you analyze an existing image is not necessarily the same thought process that you go through when you're shooting. Very often, shooting is simply about feel as much as it is about any theoretical ideas. The trick then is to develop a feel for good composition. The way you develop feel, though, is through practice. Improvisational musicians practice scales and intervals, and they practice how to transpose those into different keys. They develop riffs that have personal appeal to them, and they practice those. When it comes time for them to play a solo, these riffs and scales become their vocabulary. They string these bits together in different ways, and because they've been practicing all of these components so thoroughly, they can arrange those bits of vocabulary into larger musical ideas on the fly. This is the approach that we're going to take with composition. We're going to look at lots of fundamental compositional ideas, building blocks. I'm going to give you assignments and ask you to practice each of these fundamental compositional ideas. So you will, for example, spend time simply practicing composing with repeating lines. Then we'll move on to another compositional component, and you'll practice working with that. If you do this enough, you will develop a compositional vocabulary. This will do 2 things. It will help you recognize more potential subject matter because you'll be more familiar with how different shapes and different forms and different plays of light and shadow can be used to create compelling images. Also, when you see something that you want to turn into a picture, you'll possibly already have practice at working with its particular shape or qualities. If you've practiced enough, then you'll simply have a feel for how a thing can be arranged into an image. A lot of times you'll see people offering rules for composition, the rule of thirds, or always photograph children at eye level, or focus on the center of interest. Very often these rules are absolutely right for a scene. But for every example of a good rule, you will find plenty of images that break that rule. Because of this, I want to dissuade you from looking for a recipe for composition. So rather than trying to learn formulas for good composition, I think it's better that you develop a good vocabulary for composition. This will allow you to work well with more kinds of scenes, to find your own ways out of tricky compositional problems, and to eventually develop your own style. Rules and formulas can also lead you into an unsatisfying rut as you continue to shoot images in the same way, or they can lead you to shoot cliched images. Of course, there will be times when you simply don't have a feel for the right composition, and in those instances, you'll want to fall back to a more theoretical approach, and that's where the image analysis that we'll do will come in really handy. To get the most out of this course, then, when I give you an assignment, you will be best served by taking the time to go do it. What's more, by the end of the few hours that we'll spend together, you will hardly have a finished vocabulary. You'll need to continue to work the exercises that I'll give you and continue to practice. In fact, this practice and these specific exercises might be something you'll want to turn to from time to time throughout your photographic life. You can't start composing a shot until you've seen something that you want to take a picture of. Learning how to find and recognize good subject matter and how to pull a picture out of it are skills in themselves, and we'll also be covering those in detail in this course. I divide the teaching of photography into two large domains, craft and artistry. Craft is the technical skill required to effectively take pictures. This is basically all of the button pushing. Craft skills include your knowledge of exposure, your understanding of focal length and camera position, and your skill at post-production. Artistry, meanwhile, is that less concrete domain, which includes seeing, recognizing potential images, and of course, composition. You could also argue that there's a third kind of meta-domain, which is the combination of craft and artistry, knowing how to use your craft skills to capture the image dictated by your artistic impulses. There's nothing magical about craft or artistry. They're simply skill sets that you can learn through study and practice. Some people might already have more of an innate understanding of certain artistic concepts and so seem to be naturals, but you can actually learn the same skill set that they have. This course assumes that you already have a pretty sturdy understanding of craft. This means that you should know what I'm talking about when I mention over and under exposure, depth of field, motion stopping, exposure compensation, reciprocity, dynamic range, and so on. Similarly, you should also already know what I mean when I refer to the speed of a lens, and you should understand how camera position and focal length affect the sense of space in a scene. If you're not clear on any of these subjects, then you'll want to check out my Foundations of Photography Exposure course and Lenses course. Also, for the bulk of this course, we're going to be working in black and white. By removing color from the compositional equation, we'll be able to concentrate simply on geometry and tone and explore their interrelationships. You can learn all about black and white in Foundations of Photography Black and White. Camera-wise, doesn't really matter what you use for this course as long as you're comfortable operating it. SLR, point and shoot, camera phone, or even a film camera, they're all fine. Now I'm going to be lynched by legions of film shooters who are going to be mad at me that I put that after camera phone, but I'm going to just leave it that way anyway. When we get to some post-production questions, you might find that we discuss some camera features that you don't have on your camera, but for the composition lessons themselves, you'll be fine with just about anything. If in the composition lessons you find that your camera is not able to do some of what we're managing to pull off, super shallow depth of field, for example, and these are things that you really want in your creative palette, then you might want to consider a camera or lens upgrade. But for now, I'd recommend sticking with what you have if you're already comfortable with a specific piece of gear. You don't have to be an absolute master of any of these concepts. You just need to know what they mean and how to control the appropriate settings on your camera. We shoot photos for different reasons, but in most cases it's because we've seen something in the world that we want to communicate to someone else. One of the great frustrations of photography, though, is the fact that just because something looks cool in real life, you can't necessarily just point a camera at it and get a good picture. Unlike your normal visual experience of the world, a photograph is bounded by a frame. And when looking at a photo, the viewer reads the contents within that frame to try to recognize and understand what it is you're showing them. Their success at doing that is based largely on how you choose to compose the image. At the simplest level, you can define composition as the way you frame your scene. But good composition involves much more than simply choosing how to crop the world into the rectangle inside your viewfinder. Good composition is the process of arranging forms and tones in a way that is pleasing and that guides the viewer's eye to bring attention to your subject. In a good composition, you will know precisely what the subject of the image is. In a bad composition, your eye will wander and search. A hallmark of bad composition is if you find yourself thinking, I'm not sure what the point of this photo is. What am I supposed to look at? Good composition can also reveal things in the scene that the viewer might not notice on their own. Patterns, repetition, a play of light and shadow, or in a really effective photo, a feeling about the particular moment that was photographed. Sometimes the right composition is obvious. At other times, though, you might find that the only reason that a particular thing is interesting is because the photographer composed it in a way to bring your attention to it. As your composition skills improve, not only will your everyday shots look better, but you'll find that the world is rife with far more subject matter. Objects that had seemed mundane will become interesting because of how you arrange and order them within the frame. That is the power of composition. We're going to be talking about a lot of images throughout this course, and discussions of composition are sometimes a little different than how you might be used to discussing images. In a lot of cases, we're going to be looking at images purely in terms of the shapes and forms within the image. Now, if you're new to discussions of composition, this can be a little strange because very often our discussions will completely ignore subject matter. Now, one likes to think that one's intent and the emotional power of the subject is all that matters in an image, but unfortunately that's not true. A poorly composed image of a really dramatic subject will still be a poorly composed, less effective image. So if some of our image discussions seem a little clinical, understand that when discussing composition, that's often how it goes. If you're watching a composition course, I assume it's because you've already recognized that seeing how to arrange the real world into a good photo is not easy. In fact, seeing is not easy. Now, that may sound strange given that you walk around the world using your eyes all day long, but as we'll discuss throughout the rest of this chapter, learning to really see the world around you can be difficult. And one of the reasons that it's difficult is because of the way your visual system is constructed. Now, it's easy to think of the camera as like a mechanical eye, but that comparison really doesn't hold up under closer examination. Yes, like your eye, your camera has a lens and an aperture and a light-gathering medium. It has a particular dynamic range, a field of view. It's subject to the laws of optics and so on. But your eye differs from your camera in one extremely significant way, and that's that it has a human brain attached to it. Now, it's tempting to think of the brain as simply the equivalent of the computer or film that's inside your camera. And it's true that, like the computer in your camera, your brain serves an image processing function. But it's a much more dramatic level of processing. The computer in your camera handles the interpretation of color and perhaps contrast and sharpening of your image, but it has no impact on the content of your image. Now, by comparison, fully 80% of what you perceive with your visual sense comes from your brain, not your eyes. Most of what you see around you is made up by your brain. Optical illusions are the best example of this. Consider this. If you were to point your camera at this, it would record precisely what it is, a set of lines on a flat screen. But when you point your eyes at this, something else happens. Because of your brain's involvement in your visual sense, you are incapable of perceiving this as what it really is, a flat, two-dimensional collection of lines. Instead, your brain recognizes a configuration of lines that are very like those of a three-dimensional object, and so, rather than showing you flat lines, it's trying to perceive this scene as an object with depth. But it's not an object with depth, and so your brain can't quite pull it off, which is why the cube appears to flip back and forth. Optical illusions are simply the result of your brain's expectation of a scene colliding with the visual reality. Confusion ensues, and your brain interprets the scene incorrectly. To sum it up, your camera is objective. It captures an image of what's there. But your brain is subjective. It interprets the scene before you, and this often gets in the way of you actually being able to see the scene accurately. However, as we'll discuss next, your brain's interference in your visual sense goes far beyond your perception of simple lines and shapes. Earlier, I mentioned that seeing is not an easy thing to learn. Now, that can be a somewhat confusing statement since, thanks to your eyes, you spend all day long not bumping into things and not getting run over by cars and recognizing people you know and so on. But I would argue that what you do most of the time during the day as you move about your life is looking, not seeing. See if this sounds familiar. You cannot find your house keys. You look on the kitchen table, you rifle the pockets of everything you've worn lately, you go outside and search the car, and you retrace your footsteps as best you can remember about your house. And after long minutes of frantic searching, you return to the kitchen table where you started, only to find that the keys have been sitting there all along. Since you had already looked at the table, why didn't you find them right away? Because you merely looked at the table, you didn't see the table. We've discussed how 80% of your visual sense is made up by your brain, and what it makes up is based on memory and previous experience. This is why children often notice things that adults don't. They simply don't have enough experience for their brain to make stuff up. They have to actually see everything in front of them and work out exactly what it is they are experiencing. We're very fortunate that our brains work this way. Getting through the day would be much more difficult if we had to actually see every detail of a car to recognize it as a car, rather than simply being able to glance in the direction of the car and note its presence. The problem is, while this is happening, it's very difficult to know that you're not actually seeing the things before you. After all, when you don't see the keys on the kitchen table, it's not like you see a conspicuous key-shaped hole in their place. No, instead, you perceive what you think the table should look like, not what it really looks like, and so you have no indication that you're not seeing properly. This inability to perceive things as they really are is not a great trait for a photographer. It makes it harder for you to recognize good subject matter, especially if you're in a place that you're already very familiar with, and it makes it harder to see how to compose an interesting subject once you've spotted it. In the rest of this chapter, we're going to explore a few particulars of seeing and look at some exercises to help you improve your ability to actually see the world around you. First, though, we're going to look at one of the most important limitations of your camera. There's something else to consider about how your brain impacts your visual sense. Right now, you're looking at a window on your computer screen, and you're possibly paying attention to the image of me that's there, rambling on and on. Try this, though. Don't take your eyes off me. I love this movie. Now, try to tune into everything else that you can see within your field of view. Note that you can see lots of other things on the monitor itself. Beyond the edges of the screen, you can see I feel like a stewardess. Beyond the edges of the screen, you can see what's next to and beside the monitor. And as you keep tuning in to all of that that's there in your periphery, you realize that you have almost a 180-degree field of view. Now, all of that has been there the whole time that you've been watching me, and yet you were probably unaware of most of it. This is another way that your brain differs from your camera. While your eyes are picking up this very wide visual panorama, your brain is focusing your attention on one single part of it. This is great for basic survival. You have a wide field of view, but the ability to not be distracted by all of that that's coming in. The problem is that none of this stops happening when you hold a camera in front of your face. If you were to point your camera at your computer screen right now and watch this video through your camera's viewfinder, your brain would still very likely focus your attention on me and exclude all of that extra stuff that's visible in the camera's viewfinder. Your camera, though, will capture the entire scene. How many times have you seen a snapshot like this? Now, plainly, whoever took this was aiming for a picture of that person, and their brain was focusing all of their attention on the person while they framed the shot. But the camera captured a much wider field of view than what they were paying attention to, resulting in this weak composition. You're going to see some explicit practices for avoiding this, but for now, it could be an interesting exercise to occasionally tune in to how much more field of view you may have beyond what you're paying attention to. If you start recognizing this difference, it will be easier for you to recognize the difference between the full scene that your camera is collecting and how your eye is focusing your attention within that scene. In photography, dynamic range is the measure of the darkest thing to lightest thing that you can represent. A camera has a particular dynamic range, and so does a printer. Even different printer papers have different dynamic ranges. Your eyes also have a dynamic range, and their dynamic range is larger than what any current photographic technology can offer. This means that very often your camera will capture very different detail in the light and dark parts of your scene than what you actually saw with your eye while you were there shooting. Take a look at this. This is pretty close to what I could see in terms of dynamic range while I was standing at this scene. I could see detail in the very bright parts of the scene and detail in the shadowy parts of the scene. If I point a camera at that same scene, though, I most likely will get something like this. Here I can see detail in the highlights, but not in the shadows. I could choose to dial in some overexposure, and then I get a shot like this. Now I've got detail in the shadows, but I've lost all of the highlights. Because my eye has almost twice the dynamic range of my camera, it can see detail throughout, but I have to choose which part of that range I want to capture with my camera. Now, all of this is covered in more detail in my Foundations of Photography exposure course. Note too that there are ways that I can shoot multiple images and combine them into a shot with broad dynamic range. What I'm talking about here is the dynamic range of a single shot. Understanding how your eye sees brightness differently from your camera is very important. It can be a big disappointment to see a scene one way, but come home with a very different photo of it. If you understand the difference between your camera and eye, you can recognize when you need to start thinking about exposure adjustments. But also, light and shadow are fundamental compositional tools. If you recognize that your camera might see a solid shadow where your eyes can see detail, then you might find that you can use that solid shadow as a shape or element in your compositions. One of the trickiest things about exercising and developing your sense of seeing is that you actually use your eyes all day long for other things. You spend your days looking, so trying to get to that next step of seeing can be complicated because there's not really a physically different thing that you can do. I think the best way to learn to see better is experience, and obviously that means practice, but it also means knowing what it feels like when you're really seeing. If you can force yourself into a position of seeing and pay attention to what that feels like, then you'll likely have an easier time getting back into that space, or at least recognizing when you're in it or out of it. Now, there are a couple of curious exercises you can do that, in my experience, will put you into a place of seeing. They will deactivate your brain's assumptions about what's before you and allow you to actually see what's before you. The first one's pretty simple. Sometime when you're out walking down the street, fix your eyes forward in the distance and don't move them. Choose something off to the side and try to discern as much detail on that thing as you can without actually turning your eyes to look at it. In other words, use only your peripheral vision. Now, as you continue to walk forward towards the subject, it will move further into your periphery, but keep trying to see as much detail on it as you can. When you finally get up to that thing, take a look at it for real. Look at it directly. Feel free to move your eyes about it and study it. You'll probably find that details on it really pop and appear distinct, that you really notice things that maybe when you get up there you'll think, wow, I hadn't noticed before that it's got this texture on it or these screws in it or whatnot. At that point, you're really seeing. You have gotten your brain to get out of the way and let you see what's really there. Now, this next one's a little weirder and it can be embarrassing. You're probably going to want to do this one by yourself. Sometime just in your house, in your room, wherever, walk around the room, spend about 5 minutes doing this. Point at things and name them the wrong thing. And I mean speak the name out loud. So you might point at something and say hammer, and point at another thing and say blender, and point it, and it's not a hammer or a blender. Don't worry about what names you're saying. You're going to go through categories of objects. You'll get stuck in kitchen appliances and farm animals and things like that. Don't worry about that. Do that for about 5 minutes, stop, and then look around the room. You will probably have a very different visual experience of the room. Some people think that they see depth more clearly. Personally, I feel like I see outlines around everything. I don't know why that happens. I think that what's going on is your brain is making an assumption about something. When you name it the wrong thing, it's kind of having to go back and look at it again, and then you're into a really strong seeing space. Another very simple exercise you can do is simply sit down and draw something that's in front of you. Drawing puts you into a very intense visual space, and very often if you just spend 5 or 10 minutes doing that before you go out shooting, you're going to find that you're really more cognizant of depth and line and many of the other compositional techniques that we'll be looking at. Seeing is something you're going to practice for the rest of your life. And again, if you can get into a space of knowing what it feels like, it's going to be easier to find your way back there later. As we discussed earlier, this course is built around you going out and practicing very specific things that will, over time, give you a robust compositional vocabulary. And that process is going to begin in this chapter. The last movie in this chapter will be a specific assignment wherein I will task you with shooting a specific kind of subject matter. However, you haven't had any composition instruction yet, so we need a little bit of that before you head out shooting. There are lots of compositional ideas and concepts, and we're going to go over scores of them in this course with the aim of getting them into your body so that eventually you can work with them by feel. Not every image will have every compositional idea that we're going to discuss in this course, but all images will have 4 things: a clearly defined subject and background, a sense of balance, a point of view, and a degree of simplicity. These are compositional concepts that you cannot avoid. So in the rest of this chapter, we're going to discuss exactly what these things are so that you can head out on your first shooting assignment and practice these fundamental, essential compositional ideas. I've got a question for you. What is the subject of this image that you're looking at right now? This is not a trick question. I really want you to think about this. You may immediately think, well, obviously you're the subject of that image. But am I really the subject of this image? If I'm the subject, then what's the lodge there for? What are the mountains there for? Take a look at this image instead. If I'm the subject, this is a much better composition. Now I am plainly the subject, and the lodge is in the background, compared to here, where I'm competing with the lodge, or the lodge is competing with me. If you want a picture of the lodge, then you don't really need me standing here. This just looks kind of weird. In fact, you start getting a strange sense about this image that maybe I'm trying to imply that this is my lodge or something like that. If you want a picture of me, then you don't really need the lodge there because I'm smaller in the frame and the bulk of the frame is taken up by the lodge. Now you might be saying, well, what I want is a picture of you in front of the lodge, so I need everything. No, that's not necessarily true. In this shot, you've got a nice portrait of me, and you can still see the lodge in the background. Yes, you don't see the whole thing, but you can trust the viewer to understand that when they're seeing a piece of something, they can interpret what it is. They can figure out that this is some kind of hotel-like thing. They can see that there's rocks in the background that constitute some kind of natural feature. It may be that you need to take multiple shots. You take the portrait of me, and then you get a picture of the lodge separately. The important thing to understand here is that in this image, the subject is not so clearly defined. It's up for grabs, whereas in this image, the subject is very clearly defined. Every decision that you make as a photographer, from composition to exposure to the way you post-process your image to your decision to shoot black and white or color, all of those contribute to knowing what the subject is in the image. All of those help define the subject, and every photo needs a very clearly defined subject and background. For the rest of this course, most of what we're going to be doing is looking at ways of helping to organize a scene so that the subject is clearly defined and the background is clearly defined. All of these composition tips and suggestions that we're going to be making are largely about getting the viewer's eye to know what the subject of an image is. When you shoot a shot like this, the viewer's eye is left to wander around between all these potential subjects. Now, one of the potential pitfalls here is that you have your own focused attention. So you may look at this scene and go, well, no, it's plainly about you. That's what I'm seeing. Right, that's what you're seeing, but you've got to pay attention to the entire frame. Again, this gets back to the fact that your camera is objective. It's capturing this whole scene. Your sense of vision, your attention is subjective. It focuses just on what you want. Take this same image and show it to someone else, and they might get lost. So, good composition is all about clearly defined subject and clearly defined background, and we're going to be hammering this a lot throughout the rest of this course. Well, now this is real pretty, isn't it? We got the mountain, we got the sky, we got the beautiful green meadow. At the same time, there's just something not quite right about this image. It's just out of whack somehow. It feels just a little off. Let me make a simple suggestion here. If we just put me right here, the image is better now. It's not better because it's me. It's better because now the image is balanced. Elements in your frame have compositional weight. I don't mean literal physical weight, although sometimes that does correspond, but they have graphical weight. If you think of your image as having kind of a fulcrum, then in this case, the mountain on one side tilts the balance off. When we put another strong graphical element here, in this case me, the element or the image comes back into balance. They're equally weighted. Balance is a somewhat ephemeral, slippery compositional idea, but it's the one that you will be, one of the things you'll be worrying about in every image that you shoot. There are lots of balancing mechanisms and components. Let's take a look at some examples of some others. Here's an example that's very similar to the one that we just saw. I have a buffalo here. It's not roaming, but it is balanced by this mountain over here. Now, how is that possible? How is the mountain able to balance the buffalo, or vice versa, when the buffalo is very small and the mountain is much larger? Has to do with tone. The buffalo is a deep black color, the mountain is a much lighter color. In the case of this image, black turns out to have a lot of weight, so a little bit of it can balance the much larger area of gray. Now, why is it that I say in this image? Doesn't black always have more weight? Not necessarily. In this case it does, because of the tones around it. The black is in sharp contrast to the gray tones that are surrounding the buffalo, and that really the whole rest of the image is gray. So the black really stands out and therefore has more weight. In another image, white might be very heavy, depending on what was around it. Take a look at this. If through a little bit of retouching I remove the buffalo, we have this, and now the image has fallen out of balance. First of all, it's lost its subject, so it's just a somewhat nebulous, low contrast image of some mountains. But also, if you look at it purely in terms of balance, it's just a little too heavy on the left side. It needs something over here, and that's what the buffalo is good for. Another fairly straight ahead example of balance, in this case, the moon is balancing the building over here. So this is another case of, all right, these are very different shapes, and for the most part, they're the same tone. So how is it that the moon, this tiny light gray graphical element, is balancing this entire similarly toned building? In this case, it's a matter of context. It's the moon. It's a planetary body. It has weight simply because of what it is, because of the import and the drama that we project into it ourselves. Here it is peeking out from behind its shadow. It's out in the daytime. It's a very dramatic subject, and so it has a lot of compositional weight and can easily balance the building over here. It would not balance it as well if it was positioned down here, say. So it's been positioned very carefully to create a balanced image. Here's a case of an image that could possibly have been balanced in a couple of different ways. If this rock wasn't here, the image would still have pretty good balance. Him on this side, this strong pole over here, or whatever that is, big piece of wood over here with a chain on it. But I think what makes this balance work is actually a tonal thing. His face is very bright, and the rock is very bright, and they're placed symmetrically across this axis, this diagonal axis, and I think that's what's really helping to make the image more balanced. So in this case, it's more about tone than shape, and also about the position, the symmetrical position diagonally of these two bright objects in the frame. Here's an example of balancing with empty space. In this case, I'm not using a graphical element to balance. I'm balancing using nothing. I have this big shape here, which is this stand of trees, and they're being balanced by this empty space over here. This is a tricky thing to pull off because a lot of times empty space looks like an unbalanced part of the image. I'm not using a lot of empty space, just a little bit, to balance this element over here. This is something you've got to just practice and get a feel for, and you'll learn to recognize the difference of when empty space is an unbalanced image and when empty space is serving to balance something else in the frame. We're talking about a lot of compositional ideas and a lot of things you can work with, and so it's very tempting when you get out to get really fancy with your compositions and try to set up things in very clever ways, and very often the best composition is just simple, put your subject in the middle of the frame. Now in this case it's not in the dead center of the frame, it is in the middle horizontally. Dead center of course would be up here. I decided I wanted the sky more prevalent in the scene than the ground, so I placed the horizon kind of low and just put the house in the dead center. It's balanced because if I imagine, again, a pole right here in the middle of the image, this is just balanced right on top of it. There's nothing too heavy over here. There's nothing too heavy over here. It almost goes out of balance because these geese here are an element over here, but I think it stays just sitting there in the center of the image. Here's another example of center balancing. Again, don't overthink this stuff. Try lots of different things. Sometimes just subject in the center is going to be the best choice. This one's a little trickier. Sometimes balance is not as easy to identify. I think in this case, this image feels balanced because of this tree and this post, which have very similar tone, and though they're at different depths, the post is much closer to me than the tree is. In the frame, they're positioned fairly symmetrically, and they're just holding the balance of the image. Something else that's working is the barbed wire here. The tree is much bigger than the post, but the barbed wire running through it is leading my eye over here, and then it kind of gets lost over here and disappears. So there's just something about the lines and this post are working to balance things against this tree. And neither of these are the subject of the image. My eye still works its way in here into the middle and kind of picks up this whole different textural thing that's going on here between the light grass up here and the darker things down here. But these two elements are holding down the balance of the image. This image is balanced horizontally because the moon and the stand of trees here are in the center of the frame. I put it in here to point out that sometimes you balance things across this axis of the image. I'm not worrying as much about balancing left and right in this image, although I do need that. This is about balancing the top half of the image with the bottom half of the image. So you can balance across lots of different axes. Balance is something you just got to practice. You're going to get it into your body. You're going to learn to feel it. It's a lot like pitch in music. It's just something that you will know is right. And if you can't find it in your image, you want to think through very specific steps. Placing tones in particular places, placing shapes in particular places. And we've got a few more movies in this course where we're going to talk more about balance and different ways of achieving balance using different types of elements in your scene. So you're out shooting. It's going well, your eyes are really seeing things and lots of things are capturing your attention, and maybe it goes something like this. You think, wow, look at that thing over there. And you turn and you point your camera and you take a picture. And you do that for the rest of the day. And when you come home, all of the images you will have shot will have been taken from about this level, and usually looking either down or maybe a little up. In other words, they'll all have exactly the same point of view. Now, if you think about it, the odds that when you see something interesting and that you are absolutely the perfect height to shoot that particular thing from that location, the odds of that are pretty slim. Point of view is a critical compositional decision that you really need to be actively thinking about when you're shooting. If you walk through the world just shooting like this all the time, you're going to have fairly uniform, somewhat boring shots. But point of view does more than just allow you to create something that looks like it was shot by a shorter person or a taller person. Point of view will often allow you to find subject matter that would otherwise be boring or mundane. Consider this weed here. It would have been very easy to just walk past it and not notice it, but by changing my point of view and going for a more dramatic point of view, a more extreme point of view, I was able to turn this into an interesting composition. Point of view is how you can take otherwise mundane subject matter and make it more interesting. It's how you can take even dramatic subject matter and cast it in a light that has a little more emotional impact. The emotional content of your point of view is something that you really need to pay attention to. Consider this. By choosing a point of view below my location, I become higher status. I become more menacing, especially if I'm making faces like this. This is an emotional choice that you make in setting your camera in a location like this. Let's look at the opposite choice. Conversely, if we put the camera up high and look down, we get this. I'm smaller here, I'm lower status. It's a very different emotional content to the image. Note that there's nothing wrong with the composition. We have a nice balanced composition here. It's just a choice was made to take this particular point of view, and that's imparting a very different feel to the image. Now, there's not a rule here. I'm not saying never take your camera up high and shoot down on someone. In fact, later in the course, you're going to see us playing with vertical camera position as we build up compositions for a lot of these shots. That's fine. The important thing is just to remember that there is a different feeling depending on your point of view in a situation like this. One of the interesting ways to work with point of view is to simply give up on looking through the viewfinder. If you're, say, in a crowd wanting to shoot over people's heads, don't worry about not being tall enough. Just hold your camera up and do the Hail Mary shot over everybody's head. Sometimes it can be interesting to get your camera down on the ground and just shoot without looking through the viewfinder. You've got to think maybe about how you're framing and where the camera's aimed, but you can rely on your camera's autofocus and other auto features to take care of a lot of the hard work for you. Since it's digital, it's not going to cost you anything, so this is an easy way in a lot of different circumstances to experiment with point of view, and you're going to see a lot of images that I've taken around here during this course where I wasn't looking through the viewfinder. I was just getting into interesting angles. So don't forget point of view when you're shooting. Don't just shoot everything at eye level. Think about where the more interesting perspective might be. Check out this cool car here. It's got grass growing around it. The light is fading on it. It's very atmospheric. I'm going to take a picture. Here we go. It's not much of a picture, is it? Why? Well, because that's not just a picture of the car. What's the sky for? What's the road in here for? What's the fence in here for? Got all this extra stuff. I need to simplify. Simplicity is one of the hallmarks of a good image. I'm going to go in closer here, and bang, I get this. Okay, this is a simpler image, but I got all those trees behind it. The trees don't serve any function, so I'm going to move over here. Again, I'm working quickly because the sun is going down very fast, and it's not going to be around much longer. Okay, here's this one. Yeah, this one, I'm too far away again, and now I've got that telephone pole back there. That's no good. So I'm going to come in closer, real close. And I'm going to try and hide that telephone pole behind the car. Ooh, I like this brick right in front. And the light's gotten really nice. I'm going to move around a few times here and get a couple of different shots. And this is what I've got. One of these is definitely the keeper image. Simplicity is essential to a good image because it makes it more obvious to the viewer exactly where their eye should go. Painters have it easy. They got to know how to draw a straight line and all that, but they start with a blank canvas and they add only the things that they want to the image. As photographers, we have it a little more complicated. We start with the entire world and we have to subtract from that scene the things that we don't want. In this case, the trees in the background, telephone poles, and so on and so forth. Now, the difficulty about simplicity is, as we've discussed, very often your brain is able to focus your attention into the scene. So while I'm framing this shot real wide, the camera may be capturing a wide image with all this extra stuff, but my brain is focusing attention on the car so I don't see that I've actually got all of this extra stuff around. One of the easiest ways to get a simpler image is frame your shot and then trace your eye around the edge of the frame. This will immediately cue you into, oh my gosh, I've got all this sky in here. I've got this telephone pole that I didn't know was there, and so on and so forth. I'm sure you noticed that one of the first things I did after I took my initial shot was I went in closer. Closer is almost always a way to get your image more simple because it will crop a lot of things out of your scene. Simplicity is going to be one of the things that you kind of maybe not struggle with the most, but most often find yourself in post-production saying, wow, if I'd gone a little simpler on this image, it would have worked better. There are lots of ways that as photographers we simplify images. We can crop them differently. We can use depth of field effects to blur out the background. We can use tonal effects to highlight some things and not others. However you choose to do it, it's important to begin to practice and understand how to get your image more simple so that your subject is more pronounced. How do you know what to shoot? Where do you find subjects? I live somewhere boring. What should I do? I hear a lot of questions like these from beginning students, and while these questions aren't directly related to composition, they do fall well into the artistry domain. Now, the fact of the matter is, good photos can happen anywhere. Finding good photos is more often about you, the photographer, than it is about the location that you're in. As I said earlier, you don't have to go to an exotic locale or find some kind of landmark spot or attend a big event of some kind. Last summer, during the Oklahoma Summer Arts Institute, we had a high school student named Ashley Hale. We'd been out shooting, and Ashley was back here in the lab working on her images. I happened to be walking across the room when I saw her get kind of bored with what she was doing, and she stopped and she grabbed a plastic water bottle and took a drink out of it. And as she was taking the bottle away from her mouth, she looked at it again, and then she drained the bottle and grabbed her camera. And as I watched, I saw her hold the bottle up in front of the computer monitor and start shooting. She put it all down, took her card out, stuck it in the computer, processed it, and immediately had this image. I really like this picture. It's very abstract, but I really like the light in it. But what I think I like the most about it is the more you look at it, the more you realize, well, I recognize that shape. After all, how often have we all taken a drink from a plastic water bottle and looked down the length and seen those concentric circles that she captured? She found a great shot without even leaving her chair. If you worked through the previous chapter, then you've already explored some of the fundamentals of seeing. In other movies throughout this course, we're going to talk about how you go from an initial impulse about a scene to working it into a final shot. We're also going to talk about how you can give yourself assignments and practice very specific things which will help you find subject matter. Now, while there are tricks that can make it easier to find subject matter, to really have success as a photographer, you simply need to have your eyes open. You need to know that subject matter can be found anywhere, even when you're doing something as simple as taking a drink of water. We live in a world that's pretty saturated with images, with really beautiful images a lot of times. And it can be a little difficult for the learning photographer to realize just how much work goes into a lot of those beautiful finished images they see in news magazines or National Geographic, things like that. No National Geographic goes on assignment to shoot the Great Pyramid or whatever, gets off the plane in Egypt, walks out, sees the pyramid, thinks about it, sets up their camera, and goes, click, okay, I've got the shot, I'm going home. It doesn't work that way. They shoot lots and lots of pictures. They shoot dozens of pictures, hundreds of pictures, hoping to get down to those 12 to 13 that might go in a magazine article. This is a process called working the shot, and it's something that you have to start doing if you want to get good composition, if you want to get good exposure. Working the shot is critical to finding the image that's really there after you had an impulse that there's a photo there of some kind. A lot of people kind of naturally resist shooting a lot because when you get home, you've got all of these images and most of them are bad. And so you feel like, oh, wow, you know, I shot 50 images today and there are only 2 that I like. No, 2 out of 50 is a good ratio. If you think about it, you would never walk into a painter's studio and see a lot of sketches on the floor and one finished painting and go, I don't know, he only got 1 out of these, you know, dozens of sketches that are here. Those sketches lead up to the finished painting. That's what working the shot is. It's the way you discover the image, it's the way you sketch the image, it's the way you refine the image. So I'm going to show you an example of that right now. I'm out here outside of the lodge and it's late in the day, so I'm going to move pretty quickly here to get through this. And there's this wonderful cement path going off this way, and there's a shadow being cast by the bridge over here alongside it. I really like the relationship of these 2 things. They're kind of similar shape, they're going off in this V sort of thing. One's really dark, one's really light. I'm shooting black and white, so I'm thinking I can exaggerate that darkness and lightness even more. So I just need to find the right framing. Now I'm standing right here at the apex of them, so this seems like this might be pretty dramatic. I've got one going off this way, one going off this way. I'm shooting at a pretty wide angle to exaggerate that some, and I'm going to take my shot. Yeah, and that's kind of boring. I can't really see it there. I'm seeing it kind of going off this way and kind of going off that way. It's not as dramatic as I thought it was. So I might consider zooming in a little bit tighter, maybe moving back and zooming in a little bit tighter again. These are mostly the same, as you can see. There's nothing real dramatic. The key to working the shot is to feel your feet moving. If your feet are not moving, you're not working the shot. So I'm going to get mine moving by going this way and come out here and see what I see. So now I'm seeing the road. I'm not seeing the path as much because it's leading directly away from me, and it's starting off down this hill, so that's hiding it. And there's a big tree in the middle of it. That's not helping. That's blocking my view. So this doesn't work. I'm going to go this way and see what I can find. Again, I'm moving kind of fast because the sun is sinking pretty quickly. This is a little bit interesting, except now I'm down too low. I'm looking along the path. I can't see it as well, and this shadow is really dominating. I would like to be taller, and I'm very fortunate in that I'm standing just below a balcony that's overlooking this whole thing. So, and it's pointed in the right direction. Got a little sunlight left. I'm going to head up there and see what I can find. Okay, so we're up quite a bit higher now. I'm hoping this is going to make a difference. If I sound frantic, that's because the sun's going over the mountains. Here's a quick little tip for knowing how much time you have. Hold your hand at arm's length. The number of fingers between the bottom of the sun and the horizon, it's about 7 minutes per finger. So I got about 20 minutes here. I'm doing pretty good. So if I come over here to the edge and take a look at where I'm at, right away I can tell we're really getting somewhere now. Got a clear view of both the road and the shadow, and even the bridge if I want to play with that. So I've got 3 elements I can work with here. But something really interesting is happening, and this is why we work the shot. A new element has presented itself that I never saw in the first place, and that's a street sign that's down there that's kind of sitting right at the apex of the 2 lines. So that might be something interesting. So I'm going to shoot in both orientations because I'm not sure what might be better. I'm also bracketing my depth of field. I'm shooting at f11. I want all of this in focus, so I'm putting my focus point either closer out or further in to move my depth of field around to ensure that things up close are going to be focus. Still, these shots are, I don't know, they're okay, but they're kind of not okay. So I'm going to keep working it. If I come over here, I'm thinking maybe I take the bridge out completely. Simplify is, of course, our mantra, so maybe I get rid of the bridge and work with just the lines. That's not bad, except the bridge shadow is kind of big. I'm getting some extra shadow, so I'm going to try going this way. And again, my feet are moving. That's the clue that I'm working the shot, and this is what you should be doing no matter what you're shooting. You want to have your feet moving. You want to be looking to find the shot. Again, think of it as sketching. As I'm sketching, I've now added this new element. I'm playing with the lines in different ways, working up to my final shot, and I think that this is it. Let's do a black and white conversion on this, and we end up with this, our final image. You can see I played with the tones some to play up that relationship that I had originally seen, but this is a composition that's very different than what I had originally envisioned when I was standing down there. I worked it. I worked my way through and discovered this shot. I've got a whole bunch of other pictures that are technically not any good, but they served a purpose. They got me through to this. I could not envision this in my head initially. And you may think, well, if you were a good photographer, you would have been able to see that in your head. That's just not how it works. Sometimes you get that. Sometimes you have the moment, the inspiration where you do see it in your head perfectly realized and you take it. Most of the time, though, we work the shot. You're going to see me doing this throughout the rest of the course. You're going to hear me nagging you about it. I promise you, until you really have experienced this some, you're just not going to be shooting enough. You've got to always work it more, work a little deeper. One of the easiest ways to work the shot that's kind of most immediately effective is to try moving closer to your subject right away. Very often you'll see a scene, maybe not a big landscape like this. You'll take a shot, and the solution to the shot is to get in a little bit closer. It inherently simplifies the image, and it's a very good initial working. So practice that with all of the exercises that we're going to be sending you out on during this course. I've had the great good fortune to work with a number of people at the top of their fields, and whether they were writers or musicians or photographers, they all have one thing in common: a profound ability to focus. There's no way around it. If you want to get really good at something, you have to practice a lot, and you've got to practice in a very focused way. And the easiest way to lose focus is to start thinking about yourself rather than the task at hand. Let me tell you what I mean. I'm sure you've experienced this, because I know I have. You're out shooting, and maybe it's not going so great. You're not liking anything that you're shooting. You don't feel like you're seeing anything, or you feel like you're only shooting the same things you've always shot before. And so you start thinking, wow, maybe I'm not really a good photographer. Maybe I just got lucky before. Maybe it's all been the auto mode on my camera, or just events were conspiring to make me look good. At that point, you've lost focus. You're really not thinking about photography at that point. You're thinking about yourself. When you feel yourself doing that, try to recommit to the task at hand. Try to recommit to that whole photography thing. Being able to recognize that you're doing that is possibly a way out of all that narcissistic thinking and getting back into photographic thinking. And sometimes the best way to do that is to stop and go, all right, I'm not focusing, I'm going to go back to basics. Don't try to feel your way through things anymore. Start thinking again about these compositional building blocks we've been talking about. Start thinking of light as subject. Start thinking about looking for lines. All of these things that we've been talking about, that can get you out of your head and out of that self-critical, non-focused place and back into photography. They say practice makes perfect, and actually I don't buy that. Only perfect practice makes perfect. If you don't feel like practicing, you shouldn't be, because by then, at that time, you're probably just going by rote, just going through the motions and not really getting anything out of it. One possible suggestion for practicing is to decide how much you want to practice every day or every other day, or how often you feel like you want to practice. Maybe you say, I want to practice for an hour 3 times a week. Great. Get a timer of some kind and start keeping track of how much you're practicing. Go out shooting, and if you start feeling like you're not getting anything, if you start feeling like you've lost it, like you're not able to maintain focus, then stop. There's no need to keep pounding your head against the wall, but take note of how long you were doing it. Maybe you managed to get 15 minutes of good time. Take a break from it then. Go back and practice more later until you've gotten that hour in. It doesn't do you any good to be practicing in a continually unfocused manner. I would also like to offer a suggestion that there are ways to learn besides just taking pictures. Looking at the work of other photographers is very, very important. Find photographers you like. Get their work. With the internet, it's great. You get free access to so much stuff. Check out books out of the library. Once you've found some photographers you like, start taking apart their style. Start trying to figure out how their images work, and go try to shoot that way. Very often you will find yourself realizing, oh, they've made this decision this way and that decision that way, and you'll start to feel an understanding of, oh, these decisions in this way add up to this style that they have. Knowing what it feels like to have a decision-making process that leads to a style might then make you think, oh, well, if I start making these decisions that I already make and maybe add one or two others, I might be onto something that I can follow and work. Practicing is very important, but you need to be a little bit thoughtful and a little bit self-aware of the way that you're practicing and make sure that it's something that really is productive. As I mentioned earlier, for most of the exercises in this course, I want you to be shooting in black and white. Now, if you've never worked in black and white before, that may sound like a rather odd choice. But when you shoot in black and white, you reduce the world to tone and line and form, and that can make composition much easier. To be honest, color can be hard, as it adds an entire extra layer of information to your image, both in terms of composition and overall feel. By removing color from the equation, we strip composition down to its most fundamental, most essential components. You can learn everything you need to know about shooting and processing black and white images in my course, Foundations of Photography, Black and White. Whether you've seen that course or not, let me reiterate a couple of essential black and white concepts. First, there is no objective relationship between any particular color and any particular shade of gray. In other words, a blue sky can be represented with any shade of gray, from dark to light. This is a big part of the creative power of black and white shooting. Because you can determine which shade of gray a particular color is, you can play different tonal values against each other in a way that you can't do when you're shooting color. This opens up a whole new set of additional compositional options. You don't have to be able to imagine the world in black and white or see the scene you're shooting in your mind's eye in perfect grayscale. You simply need to learn how to recognize tonal relationships that will make good black and white images. When you start taking note of these things, you'll probably start seeing new types of compositional potential as you recognize the ability to play one tone off of another. Finally, if your camera has a special black and white mode or a black and white picture style or black and white picture control, do not use it. The ability to control the conversion from color to grayscale is one of the most important aspects of black and white shooting. If you hand that control over to the camera, you're giving up one of your most important creative powers. So instead of using those features, shoot in color and do the conversion yourself in your image editor. There's nothing tricky about working in black and white. In fact, once you start seeing the composition potential and freedom of working in black and white, you might find that you want to start working that way far more often. Subject and background, balance, point of view, and simplicity. It's time to take these 4 fundamental compositional ideas out for a spin. You'll continue to explore these ideas, practice these ideas, and learn new things about these 4 ideas for as long as you continue to take pictures. But in order to work quickly and efficiently and to be able to capture moments in a rapidly changing environment, you need to have a deep enough feel for these concepts that you don't have to think about them too much, if at all, and that comes through repetition and practice. You can, of course, simply go out and take pictures, but very often it's nice to give yourself an assignment. Having the entire world open to you can be overwhelming. Where do you start? How do you even see anything? Giving yourself an assignment can hone your attention and make it easier to see potential shots. You can easily create assignments for yourself at any time. Today I'm going to photograph bicycles, and then you can set off to try to find interesting pictures that involve bicycles. Or you can give yourself a more abstract assignment. Today I'm going to shoot trouble, and you can choose to define that in any way that you like or in any way that strikes you. I keep 3 assignments going for myself that I return to anytime I want to go shooting but feel stuck or unsure what I want to do. My city, my neighborhood, and my street. My city is the easiest, my neighborhood is harder, and my street is the hardest because as I further constrain my geography, I have to dig deeper to try to concoct an interesting image. When the bulk of your day-to-day shooting options are at home, in your neighborhood, around your town, places that you see every day, whether you're shooting or not, it's easy to go numb, to lose your ability to see because things are too familiar, to simply get bored. The seeing discussions and exercises that we looked at earlier can help with that, but so can giving yourself an assignment. It's a great thing to do if you feel stuck. Note too that you can return to an assignment anytime you want. You could keep returning to your trouble assignment for years and slowly build up a body of work around that idea. You can travel with your assignment and maybe spend a day of vacation working on it. You might find that this gives you a very different view of a place. Right now, I'm going to give you an assignment directly related to composition. What you choose to shoot is often driven by emotion. You have a feeling about something or an interest in something, and you want to express that through an image. Composition, though, is almost entirely based upon geometry. I say almost because, as we'll see, there are some places where compositional choices are based on image content. Mostly, though, it's just geometry, just form. Geometry starts with the point. The point is the simplest form of geometry, and to a degree, you can choose to interpret that word however you like. As you can see in these images, though, I'm thinking of point as a discrete object or geometric form that is fairly small in the frame and has compositional weight of some kind. That could be a shape or tonal difference that sets off the point from the background. The point object doesn't have to be interesting itself. Rather, it can serve as an anchor in your image, from a place from which the viewer's eye can then explore other more interesting objects in your scene. Look for point subjects and try to compose some shots around them. In the process, remember those 4 essentials. You need a clearly defined subject and background. Whether the subject is the point or something else doesn't matter, as long as the subject is obvious to the viewer. Your composition needs to be balanced. Points are great for balancing another object in a wide open space where you otherwise might have a weighty subject that's throwing off the balance of the image. Consider the point of view in your image. The point exercise is a great chance for you to explore smaller, more mundane subjects that you might not normally photograph. You can find compositional points in lots of places if you start changing your point of view. Finally, remember to find ways to cut out all extraneous visual information and aim for a simple image. Points are fairly simple geometric forms, so this is a good chance to work with simple, pared down compositions. Remember to work your shots a lot. Move around. Try putting the points in different places in the frame. Try different focal lengths to alter the spatial relationship between the foreground and background. Come back with lots of pictures. You've already worked with points. In this chapter, we're going to be exploring lots of other kinds of geometry, starting with lines. Lines are probably the most prevalent geometric form that you'll encounter, and they're one of the most interesting to work with because they can be very dynamic. Here you can see on the bridge, we got lots of strong diagonal lines, we got lines cutting across the frame. Some of these lines are being created by the structure of the bridge itself. Other lines are being created by the shadows cast by that structure. Again, when we're thinking about composition, we're not always concerned about what a particular thing is, but simply the geometry itself. So the structural lines are no more important or less important than the shadow lines. Lines can be very useful because they can provide a very strong way of leading the viewer's eye into and out of the picture. And as we're seeing here, when I get repeating lines, I start getting a nice rhythm through my image. These are very strong, structural, man-made lines. You'll also maybe find softer, more natural lines, particularly if you're shooting landscapes. Sometimes, as we'll see later, lines are inferred by other repeating elements. Lines, of course, come in lots of shapes and sizes and tones and colors. And here's an instance where I've got 2 lines that are contrasting both in their shapes. They're creating these mirror image shapes, but they're also a little bit contrasting in terms of their tone. This is predominantly a black line. This is predominantly a white line. There are 2 ways that you can use these building block ideas that we're covering. Things like points and lines and shapes and the other things that we're going over in this course can be employed in 2 different ways. First, when you see something that you want to photograph, when you see an interesting subject and you think, wow, look at that thing, I really want to shoot it, I don't have the foggiest idea where to begin, you can fall back on this theory. You can say, are there any interesting lines in the image that I can work with? Are there interesting shapes? And from there you can begin to hone in on a good framing for your shot. Or you can do what has happened here. I'm walking through this burned out forest. I didn't actually see anything that was a particularly compelling subject. I didn't know how to shoot a burned out forest, so I went into a purely theoretical mode and said, what's conspicuous here are all of these black trees. Are there interesting lines anywhere? And I found these 2. So this is a case of I've stopped seeing the actual subject matter and I'm looking purely at a compositional idea, which is the idea of a line. So this is the second way that I can use these building blocks to improve my composition. So in this case, I'm now no longer seeing a burned out forest, I'm just seeing these two lines. The viewer can then anchor themselves in this compositional idea. They can go, oh wow, look at this interesting shape here, or these interesting tones. Later, from there, they can move on to, this is a burned out floor, this is a burned out forest. So it's still a picture of this thing, but the entry point for the viewer is simply a compositional idea. We've got the same thing going on here. Walking down the street, there's nothing necessarily that interesting about where I was, but I was really taken by the repetition and graphical strength of these lines, and so I framed this shot and took it. This is a case where pure compositional idea is giving me subject matter. A street that would otherwise be interesting if I was simply looking for, well, what's a good thing to shoot? Suddenly that street has something in it to shoot. It's got this compositional idea of line. Same thing here. This is the side of a grain silo. Not that interesting on its own, but shooting up the ladder like this with all these lines, it becomes much more compelling, simply driven by the compositional play of line. Lines can be implied. Here's a case where I have true lines that are very strong, these diagonal lines, but the focus of the image, the anchor of the image, is this implied line created by these nails that are coming out of the boards. Here's a case where I was struck first by the moon being up and wanted to compose around it, and I liked the tree here out on its own just next to this building and this strange light pole just here in the middle of nowhere. I'm showing this to you in color because we're going to go through kind of the process that I was working through, and of course I'm seeing the image in color as I go. So I thought I like this strong line here. I can use it maybe to kind of anchor or frame some of these other elements. So I tried a couple of different ideas and finally came back to this one. As I had moved over from this position, if I take a few steps to the left, I get to here. Now I've lost the moon, and that's okay. My original, or is that it right there? There we go. I've zoomed out so far I can barely see the moon, so I've given up on my original idea because it's been supplanted by the idea that this pole and its wire can be turned into a single individual line. Now I've tilted the frame this way because I'm no longer thinking about the reality of the situation. I'm thinking only about this line, and I wanted it to be parallel to the edge of the frame to really play up its strength as a graphic element. And once I convert to black and white, it becomes even more pronounced. And I knew that while I was shooting, that I was going to be able to put this black line against a white sky and create a strong graphic element, which further takes the moon completely out of the picture. So sometimes your initial impulse is not the one that you end up with, and that's fine. Here's a nice curvy line made up purely of shadow as this stream winds through this field. It's a fairly simple composition. The line, which is truly the subject of the image, is just placed bang in the center of the frame. Remember, don't get fancy if you don't have to. Sometimes the subject matter can stand on its own. Here's a whole lot of lines, all leading in kind of the same direction. What I was building on here was, first, as the sun was setting, I was just seeing all these wonderful lines being thrown around. I looked for something that I could play off of the lines and decided, well, these two trees could actually serve as a subject of the image, and that's what they are. The trees are the subject of this image, not the lines, but the lines are serving a critical compositional function, which is that all of these lines are leading my eye right into here. I've got the curve of these ruts from some tires, and I've got these shadows coming along here. So I've actually got two different kinds of lines, all serving to lead the eye to those trees. So sometimes the lines are actually the subject of your image. Sometimes you compose them around to buttress other compositional ideas. As I said, lines, shapes, points, all of these ideas can be used in a couple of different ways. You can use them to try to figure out how to make an interesting shot out of a particular thing, or once you're seeing line, you may find that lines themselves are interesting and that you're seeing subject matter in a milieu that otherwise would have been empty. Lines are great compositional elements, and there are lots of ways that you can use them to drive focus and attention and balance your frame. You have to be very careful, though, because a very subtle difference in positioning of a line from one place to another can make a huge impact on your photo. You want to be careful about how lines intersect, how they blend together, and even a slight camera motion can change that. Let's look at some examples. Our first example here is a composition that's not really built around any idea of line, but rather about shapes, the shapes of these three refrigerators. What struck me about this scene is that when I walked into the room, they looked like big giant beings of some kind, big robots or something, or that the refrigerators were secretly gathering here for some sinister meeting or something like that. So I wanted to get a sense of them as these big things kind of hanging out. They have some personality to them, so I decided to go to a wide-angle lens, a very short focal length, and get really close. That exaggerates the lines in the image. I get these nice receding lines. It makes the refrigerators tower over me a little bit. I like that. This image has a problem, though, and that is that this line right here on this refrigerator is intersecting perfectly with this line in the window, and I don't like that. I don't like that because as I'm shooting this, ultimately I've already decided that this is going to be a black and white image. And when it goes to black and white, I'm going to have more trouble separating the foreground from the background. Right now we know that this wall is not part of this refrigerator because it's a different color. When I go to black and white, that's going to be harder to see. Now you may say, oh, come on, anyone who looks at this knows that that's a refrigerator and that's a wall. Yes, that's true, but still the more you can do to give the viewer an immediate understanding of shape and relationship of shapes and forms in the scene to each other, the better off you're going to be. And when these go black and white, this one continuous line is possibly going to confuse, just for a moment, what the relationship is of different objects within the scene. It's a very easy thing to fix. I just shift a little bit to the right and that line is broken, and now there's a slightly better sense of separation between the wall and the refrigerator, and that gives me a little bit more of an understanding of depth in the scene. Again, that's with the lines intersecting, and that's shifted a little bit. Then I decided to try this. I stood up higher, or actually I just stood up. I was crouched down before I stood up. And what I was liking about this was I get some additional shape. I get these planes on the top of the refrigerators, and I get, because of my wide-angle lens, all these nice receding lines. And it changes them. They're now not so menacing. Now they're just kind of these things that met here for maybe a meeting that's not quite so sinister. But I didn't like this being cropped off, so I shift a little bit to frame that up there. And this is looking better. I don't really have any intersections that I need to worry about. That one right there doesn't really bother me so much. This is going to be tonally much darker than the refrigerator. I've got too much space over here, so center up the image a little bit. That kills some of the bright space that was over here. This is pretty white. That's often an eye magnet. I'm really facing a high dynamic range situation here. The light outside these windows is very bright, so cropping that out helps. Continuing to work the shot, though, I think, well, what about these doors? They open. So I opened a door and got back down low. This didn't really work for me because before I had it just about the refrigerators, and now it's like there's this other thing in the scene, which is this big door that, because of my wide-angle lens, is really overpowering the scene. I like the exaggerated lines here, the stretching of the door, but I've lost focus in the image. My eye doesn't really know where to go. So I closed that door and opened the middle one, and that's maybe a little more interesting. I don't know, but I'm back to an intersection problem. This line is now interfering again. So I'm going to shift a little bit to break that up, and that's looking better. And yes, I am thinking about this while I'm shooting. What you're hearing now is my thought process as I'm going through, and I'm not shooting quickly. I'm having to stop and really look at all of these lines in the scene. This intersection here is not so bad because of the brightness. I'm maybe a little worried about that intersection there, but overall, I think that works. Tilt up a little bit to give myself a little more space there and break things up a little bit. So I'm shooting fairly slowly. I've got all the time in the world because these refrigerators aren't going anywhere, obviously. They've been here for quite a while. I've got all the time in the world to really stop and look at all of these different lines and make very tiny shifts in either just the way that I'm holding the camera. Sometimes these shifts are so small that all I have to do is move my head a little bit to the left. Sometimes I've actually got to move my feet around. But it's very, very important to pay attention to intersection and relationship of lines in your image. Let's look at another example. Again, this is not built necessarily around lines, although there are strong lines in the image. These big lines of the trees and the mailbox. This was my initial hit on the scene, but I didn't like all of this bright space over here. I was afraid it was an eye magnet. I was afraid it was a little distracting. So I cropped over here, which gets rid of that distracting white bit that was over here and gets my focus more over here, but I just don't like the intersection of the edge of the tree with the edge of the frame. I have cropped too far. Another line, though, is starting to present itself that I'm liking, which is this big circle here, or arc here. And this is kind of with this line in here, serving to create an overall thing in here that's kind of working for me. Another camera shift. This is better, but I'm still working my shot. This space is back. It's bright, but it's not too bright and distracting. Well, this one just didn't work because there was a lens flare. Very important to pay attention to that when you're shooting into the sun. At this point, I needed to either move or shield the lens with my hand. So I come to here, and I'm liking this pretty well. I've tilted down a little bit to break up some of this bright stuff. The tree's not interfering with the edge of the frame. I've still got these lines all nicely arranged. And when I go to black and white, I get this. So, again, what we're talking about here is not analysis that I do after the fact. I'm not looking at this going, oh, look, these lines happen to work together. I'm actually thinking about that stuff while I'm shooting, and I'm adjusting my shot, my camera position on the fly to really make sure that the relationships of my lines are what they need to be to serve my compositional goals. Behind me and all around me is the town of Mangum, Oklahoma. It's a little town about 10 miles from the Quartz Mountain State Park Lodge where we've been staying. It's a little farming town that, to be honest, has seen better economic times. There used to be 2 railroads running through town so they could ship out lots of cotton and cattle and things, but that industry moved away, leaving a lot of abandoned buildings and kind of rundown spaces and crunchy textures and just generally great photographic opportunities. It's also a town with some of the nicest people you will ever meet. And you're going to see us shooting a lot in this town and around the region. And you're going to see us having access to a lot of spaces. There are 2 ways you can shoot a town like this. You can just come in and get out of your car and start shooting. Or you can do what the professional photographer does. When you see pictures in National Geographic or a news magazine or on the front page of the New York Times of some amazing space in some town or some faraway place, very often the photographer has gotten that picture not just because of their photographic skill, but because they've gone into that area and spent a lot of time, days, possibly even weeks, getting to know the people, establishing rapport, building trust. That's what we've done here. Now, we haven't had to spend that much time because the people in Mangum are so friendly and because I've been spending a lot of time bringing students here over the year. But still, we have a level of access that you wouldn't get if you necessarily just stepped out of your car. So if you do want to shoot in a place like this, you don't want to come into town and just grab your camera and immediately start shooting. You'll get some stuff, but if you really want to go deep, you want to leave your camera in your car or in your bag or in your hotel room and spend some time just walking around, getting to know people, trying to get a feel for the town, starting to talk to people. You can look for certain resources. For example, a town like this may have a small newspaper like Mangum does. Go talk to the guy at the newspaper office. He can probably tell you who the really interesting people are in town. Or go to the local diner or the local restaurants, things like that. Right here on the town square, there's something called the Mangum Welcome Center. They're very welcoming and they'll tell you all sorts of things. By working with these people, we've gotten to hear about interesting places. We've had the opportunity to be put in contact with the people who can get us into those places, and it's gotten us a much deeper level of access. None of that had anything to do with our camera. That had to do with telling people what we were up to, letting them know that we were interested in their story. Now, the fact that we've gotten access to this place isn't just because small towns in America are often very friendly. I have found in shooting in South Africa, Central America, Turkey, Russia, all over the place, that when you come into small towns like this and you express interest, genuine interest in the people, they'll open up to you. It's nice to have attention paid to you that way, and they like that feeling. They'll let you into their houses, they will tell you their stories, and eventually they'll let you take your camera out and start taking pictures. When that happens, it's often nice to be able to give something back to them. So I would offer 2 pieces of advice in that regard. If you ask someone if you can take their picture or come into their house or come into their building to take a picture, don't go, ooh, I'm really imposing. Okay, I'm gonna work quickly and take the best, take the picture I can and get out. No, take your time. Take the best picture that you can. They're giving you their time. Make the best use of it that you can with your skill level. Also, try to give them something back. Ask them if they have an email address or a mailing address. If you post your images to a Flickr page or to a blog, give them that address and tell them, hey, these pictures might end up on this webpage. Go look for them, or send them prints later, email them photos. Try to give them something back. You may find that you will then establish a relationship with them over the long term and get to know them even better, and that you can come back to that place and get even deeper access. So you're going to see us shooting inside an old abandoned hotel, an old power station, a lot of places around the region. The way we've gotten those pictures is by establishing rapport and trust and getting access to those places. If you're shy, that can be a difficult thing to do, but I'm afraid you've simply got to do it anyway. You've got to get over that and trust that people will talk to you and that you can get that kind of access. That's what you're going to be seeing through the rest of this course, and that's how we've done it. This is the Franklin Hotel. It's just off of the main square in Mangum. It's a beautiful 5-story building built in 1929 for the then astronomical cost of $230,000. From what we understand, when it opened, it was a very regal place. This was meant to be the jewel hotel in this part of the state. Unfortunately, it opened just 4 to 6 weeks before the crash in 1929, and so sadly it just never stood a chance. There was the crash, and then the Depression and the Dust Bowl, and then World War II. It's now abandoned. Very, very abandoned. And we've been talking to some of the locals. We talked to a local high school student who said that it's haunted, and that this hole in the awning is because some woman jumped out of a 5th-story window and went through the awning, and so she still prowls the place and all of that kind of stuff. The people of Mangum are being very responsible with the building. It's really sturdy. It's very well built. That's how it's been able to stand the test of time, and they're working hard to get it redeveloped. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. They have some very interesting redevelopment plans for it, as they have for their town square and some other things that they've been doing. Fighting really tough economic times in a fairly depressed region, and they're working hard to keep it going, and it's nice to see. One of the nicest things about the Franklin Hotel, though, is right now we have the key. This is what establishing trust and rapport can get you in a small town like this, the key to a major civic building. So they've given us the key. We've got the chance to go in and shoot. We've done an initial walkthrough, and we found wonderful stuff. There's peeling paint, there's ripped up floors, there's a beautiful old elevator, there's lots of old furniture in it, old light fixtures. We can see how the building has been remodeled from time to time here and there. There's an old original registration desk that still has original registration cards in it. You can see people's names signing in at the astronomical price of $2.50 a night. We can see, we can get all the way to the roof. We can go all the way to the basement. There's an old bar there. So we're going to work the entire building from the ground floor to the 5th floor and then up onto the roof, shooting anything we can. There's texture, there's form, there's light, there's shadow. The building has it all, and we're going to see what we can find. So we've come inside the hotel, and as we walk into the kind of main entrance, first thing we come across is this big old sign. And it's kind of hard to miss. And it's also really striking. It's got this big arrow on top that's got these old lights. It's got these wonderful repeating lines. And so immediately I think, I want to see if I can find a picture here. The arrow is pointing this way, and an arrow is just such a strong compositional thing, and it implies movement and motion. And so my first thought is, I'm going to come around here, because if I shoot down the length of the arrow, I'm going to have if I shoot with a wide angle down the length of the arrow, I'm going to have some nice perspective that's maybe going to give it a little more dynamism and really reinforce the idea of motion in this arrow. And still I've got the repeating textures and all of that kind of thing. So I'm trying some of that. And as you can see, I'm doing what I've said you got to do. I'm working the shot. I'm trying lots of different things. I'm trying different distances at different focal lengths, and as I change focal lengths, that's changing the amount of stretching that I'm getting off of the arrow. And I'm just trying to find an interesting framing here. I'm playing a little bit with depth of field. How much of this do I want in focus? I kind of like the idea of letting it blur out, because that's going to really, again, reinforce that dynamic arrow thing. And maybe some of that's kind of happening, and maybe it's not. As I'm shooting, though, I'm mostly finding that the frame is just really cluttered. There's a trash bag full of garbage back there. There's the stuff around the wall. There's all this garbage over here. It's a beat up, run down, abandoned hotel. It's full of junk. I could go move that kind of stuff around, but I just don't think there's a shot there. It's kind of too literal. Just shooting this as a big sign in an empty room, maybe a nice document, it's not a particularly interesting photo. So I'm going to come around here and look at it some more. And the first thing that strikes me as I do is this big triangle here. So you've heard me go through some of the other compositional ideas that you can use. I've had some repeating lines, I've had some other stuff. Because I didn't have an initial feel for how this works, I'm thinking through these ideas. Oh, lines, repetition, perspective, all this stuff, all these things that we're going to talk about. And now I come to shape. We've talked about points, we've talked about lines. Lines, points and lines ultimately form shapes, and shapes can be really useful things to compose with. I've got this good strong triangle, and as I hold the camera up and frame it, the first thing I realize is behind the triangle, I've got a big square. So maybe I can find a place where the triangle and the square work well together and give me something. And I think what I'm seeing here is I can kind of bisect the square with the triangle and create a more complex shape. Now I'm thinking, as I'm looking through the viewfinder, that this should probably be a square image, because if I take the triangle, which is already in a way part of a square, and I've got this big rectangle behind it, or a square shape behind it, I can put all that in a square frame and not have to worry about some of this extra junk that's in the edge of the frame. So I'm going to need to crop this later to get what I want. I can't frame it in my viewfinder because I have a rectangular viewfinder, and this particular camera doesn't have a square mode. So now I'm thinking in squares, and I need to think about squares. I compose a little bit differently, and we're going to talk about that later. So I'm just working my shot here, trying a few different things. I know now that I want deep depth of field because I want the background in focus, and I'm lining that up, and I'm going to just see what I get and shoot a bunch until I find an image that I think is going to work. So shapes are just another idea that I can fall back on. One thing that's happened as I've taken it down to just this triangle and this square is I've inherently simplified my image. So again, I'm working through all of these things that we keep talking about. I have a point of view. I have a subject, which is this triangle. I've really simplified my scene. I'm working with these different geometric ideas to try and build up an image. Sometimes when you're working with shapes, you will work with very literal shapes in your image. Here I'm working with two shapes and combining them into kind of an entirely new shape. There might be other times where you're working with shapes that are not discrete objects. For example, here's a stand of trees. This is a case where I'm not seeing the trees for the forest, if you will. I'm looking at this stand of trees as an independent, discrete shape, not as a bunch of individual shapes. That's what caught my eye. Was I like this big blob of forest up against this empty space here. Let's take a look at the use of shape in a couple of other images. Let's kick things off with a simple shape. We have here a nice big square. This image also serves as an example of point of view. This is pointing the camera straight up at the ceiling. So I've got this nice square here, and I've got even some repetition going on because nested inside it is this other square. Now, there are some other very interesting shapes in this image. The receding lines of the ladder going up, this texture on the wall. I like this light bulb here anchoring this corner of the square, but really it's built around this strong graphical element of this square here. Continuing to stare up, here's another ceiling shot. This time what caught my eye was, again, this square here. This is an air conditioning vent of some kind that is still hanging even though the rest of the ceiling has been torn away. And I started working with this and ended up finding that the only way I could balance it was to compose it with this duct right here. So while this might be the dominant shape in the scene, the composition was still started and built around this square shape here. Moving on to circles now. Obviously we've got two repeating circles here that form a nice symmetrical pattern around an imaginary line right here. I'm hesitating here because as I look at this image now, I think that it doesn't really work. And the reason it doesn't work is because of this bright bit over here. My eye just wants to go right up into here. I wish I had taken a step or two to the left. And it may be that I did, and it might be that if I was standing to the left, I couldn't get this symmetrical thing going here. So this is a case where coming back to this image, seeing it with fresh eyes, I see that maybe it doesn't work, or maybe that there are some things I need to change. It's not unusual to return to an image later and see it very differently. And that's a really valuable thing to do if you've been looking at an image for a long time. Sometimes you've just got to step away from it. If you get to a problem you can't solve, walk away and come back to it later. I'm a little weird in this regard. I actually very often go out and shoot for a couple of days and come back, copy the images onto my computer, and I don't look at them at all for a couple of months. that's very often the only way that I can see them with fresh eyes and be really fair. That gets the image in my head out and lets me see the image as it really is when I take a long pause like that before reviewing them. Here's a case where what I was struck by was the sense that this cloud was kind of spitting out this airplane. But in terms of composition, it's really just straight geometry building around this big shape of this cloud. Geometric shapes do not have to be perfect. You don't have to find a perfect geometric solid or shape. This doesn't have to be a perfectly round circle to work. And as you can see here, I'm playing the circle off of this other shape out here. And again, coming back with fresh eyes, looking at this anew, I think I might crop a little bit of this down here. Here's a case where you might look at this and go, isn't this really a picture about line because of all of these lines of these stalks of sunflowers? And yes, you could look at it that way, but I think the way that you approach this compositionally is thinking about this whole mess of lines as an individual shape. Putting them in front of the sun like that, getting the nice silhouette, and creating a sense of a single shape here that's balanced by all the empty space up here. We've got a similar thing happening here. This sign is a weird shape, but what the whole shape is that I'm composing around really is the sign in combination with this dip in the road. This whole thing in here makes kind of a big implied circular shape, almost a spherical shape really, because it's got depth, because the front part of the sphere is here and the back part is here, and that's what I'm composing around. I'm being very careful when I'm doing this not to have these lines intersect, and this part of the frame is balanced by this shadow and these other shapes over here. So this is a case where the shape I'm working with is almost imaginary, but I still work with it graphically in that way. I measure the weight of this part of the frame by considering all of this area right here. Here's a case, again, where I'm working with a shape that isn't really an object. The shape of this light pattern here in combination with the hole in the wall that's casting it is what I'm composing around. People make great subject matter, of course, but when it comes time to actually take the shot, you've got to have one eye focused clearly on simple geometry and geometric forms. So we've got the head here that is balancing the building over here, and these two shapes are bisected by the nice line of the golf club. I also like this line up here, which is forming kind of a nice counterpoint to this line over here. And to pull all this off means you've really got to have your head in two spaces. You've got to be paying attention to the humanity of the moment, paying attention to what is the compelling looking person, what is the right facial expression, trying to make them look good. At the same time, working all of your basic geometry in trying to build up a scene. And to do that, you want to just think of them as a shape and work with them just like any other shapes that we've seen here. This one should be pretty obvious to you. The name of this movie is Repetition, and right away you can see I've got all of these wonderful repeating shapes. I've got these big hatches here that are one repeating element, and then I've got all of these bolts that are repeating. I've got the repeating vertical lines, I've got the repeating handles, just one after another all the way down. Repetition is simply satisfying in an image. It gives an image a rhythm, it gives it a pulse, it gives it an order. If composition is about ascribing order, repetition is a way that you can make sense of a whole lot of objects. You will use repetition in two ways, like you do with a lot of these compositional ideas. Either you will be drawn to it because you see the repeating pattern, or you might be able to find that by changing your camera position, you can create a repeating rhythm in the way that you organize things into your scene. Something else that's making this composition work is we have all of these leading lines, all of these lines that are pouring right into me. The lines created by the handle, the lines created by these bolts. And I would like you to notice that these are serving as lines even though they are not contiguous lines. These are implied lines. These are lines that are being created by the closely spaced bolts and handles. And that's an element that you should look for and try to work with. Sometimes you can drive attention by creating lines or inferring lines out of setting up your shot so that you get repeating patterns of things that create an overall sense of line. Repetition is pretty easy to work with and not too hard to find, so it's a good thing to start practicing with. Have you ever noticed that it's always a priest, a rabbi, and a nun that are walking into a bar together in a joke, or a doctor, a lawyer, and a penguin that are fighting over the last parachute on an airplane. It's never just a mountain lion and a rabbit that are going fishing together. It's always three things, and that's because three is a kind of important number. One of something is just its own thing. Two of something is maybe a coincidence. Three is an actual pattern. Once you hit three, we begin to see some significance. We begin to apply some meaning to something, not necessarily deep spiritual meaning, but simply, oh, there is a system here. I got three big refrigerators here. Three often works very well in composition. If I only had two refrigerators, believe it or not, this wouldn't be as interesting. So a lot of times when you're working with repetition, when you're working with patterns, you want to be thinking at least in threes. A great thing about three is it's not too many of something. Sometimes five of a thing is not simple. Of course, we're always looking for simplicity in our images. So when you are trying to build up patterns, when you're trying to work for some repetition, play with three and see if that's a better way to go than a larger number. And you certainly don't want to just do one or two because that wouldn't be repetition or a pattern. When you see three things together, we walked into this room and saw these three refrigerators, we immediately knew, oh, this might be a good composition. There might be some interesting repetition or rhythm to this scene. Three is a very powerful number when it comes to your photography, so do some experimenting with it. Perspective can be interesting to work with because it's an immediately balancing thing. It's hard to really get an unbalanced image with perspective. However, when you're working with perspective, there's something you need to bear in mind, and that is focal length. Now, we've talked about this at a couple of other points in this course. As you go to a longer focal length, as you zoom in, the sense of depth in your scene will be compressed. As I stand here right now looking down this row of trees, my eyes, with their focal length, see a certain amount of distance between the trees, and they see lines that are receding at a particular angle. But I can change that depending on my focal length. Watch what happens if I go to my shortest, that is my widest angle focal length, and take a shot. I get this. Trees are spaced really far apart now. The lines are at a fairly steep extreme angle, and the trees look pretty small. Nothing wrong with this image, but watch what happens now if I go to my longest focal length and take a shot. I have not moved. My camera position is the same. I'm simply choosing a longer focal length, and now I get this. Again, longer focal length means more depth compression or apparent depth compression. So the trees seem like they're closer together. The perspective lines are not as steep. The trees look larger. Neither of these images is necessarily right or wrong. They're just simply different, and they have a very different feel. The longer focal length with the depth compression makes for a cozier feeling. The wider angle makes for a more exaggerated extreme lines but smaller trees feeling. Whichever one is best or right simply depends on what you're trying to achieve or the atmosphere or mood that you want. So when you're working with perspective, it's critical that you remember that where you stand and the corresponding focal length that you use is going to give you a very different effect. Here is a building with a perspective problem. Actually, the building was fine. The problem is that I stood too close to it and shot with a very short focal length. That is a wide-angle lens. So what I've got now are these lines all receding upwards to a point, a vanishing point way above the top of my screen. And I would prefer the building to look square. That's how it looked in real life. There are a number of ways that I could have dealt with this. If I owned a tilt-shift lens, I could have tried shooting with that, but they're expensive and heavy, and I don't do that much architectural photography. A simpler solution would have been to move further back and zoom in. Well, there are times when you may not be able to do that if there's a lot of traffic out in the street, or if it would have changed the relationship between the building and the tree behind it because the depth in the scene would have been compressed, then maybe this was the only way to get that relationship that you wanted. Either way, doesn't matter. I can fix it now by going to the filter menu and choosing lens correction. Lens correction is a very powerful Photoshop feature that gives me a lot of handy correction tools. When you come into the lens correction filter, you'll be in the auto correction pane. I would recommend turning off all of this stuff. These features work by reading profile information for your lens, profile information that's built into Photoshop, and trying to automatically correct some problems. Instead, come over here to the Custom tab, and here we get a lot of different things. I can correct barrel and pin cushion distortion if my lens has that trouble. I can correct chromatic aberration, which is purple or red fringes that you might see on high contrast lines. As we'll see later, I can manipulate vignettes. What I want to do is transform. These two sliders effectively map the image onto a three-dimensional plane and then allow me to rotate that plane. And if I take here the vertical perspective slider and slide it to the left, you can see that I'm able to rotate the image up until the perspective is corrected. Now what I'm watching here are these lines on the edge of the building. I want them to be vertical. If I'm having trouble eyeballing that, I can turn on this grid here, which will serve as a nice reference, and that's pretty close. I think that may be about all that I'm going to do to this. I might be able to get a little bit of leeway on my vertical perspective correction by altering the horizontal perspective correction, but in general, just eyeballing it and simply getting it to look closer to true is going to be good enough. No one's probably going to sit around and actually start measuring things in your image. I think actually that might be a little aggressive. I'm going to back off on that a little bit. We are, of course, used to seeing buildings recede a little bit. Now, I'm going to hit OK, and it's going to process. Again, as we saw in the cropping tutorial, I've been asking you to shoot in black and white, and yet here I have a color image. That's because perspective correction requires a crop when you're done. You can see that after tilting the image, I've got this extra space in my scene. So I'm going to take my crop tool. Right now it's set to crop to a square. I want to clear that out by pressing the clear button right here. And I'm just going to crop out this extra space. So again, this is why I'm working on a color image, because correcting the perspective was going to involve a crop, and I always want to do cropping before any other edits, because if this perspective correction and crop doesn't work out, then I'm not going to bother doing any black and white conversion or any other adjustments. So take the crop, and there we go. Let's take a look at a before and after. I'm going to use Photoshop's history palette to go back to the image's original state, and after adjustment and cropping. So the building is squared up. I haven't recomposed the image, but I have changed the composition of the scene. And what I mean by that, or the reason I feel that, is because before, these lines, these diagonal lines, were guiding my eye in a particular direction. They were affecting the way that I was reading the image. By cropping it to a square, my eye stays more in the frame right here in the center. So this can be a handy tool for any time you need to alter perspective to keep the viewer's eye under control. One of the easiest ways to achieve a balanced image is to look for symmetry in your composition. A perfectly symmetrical image is really sturdy in terms of balance. It's just a rock-solid balance that can be very pleasing. It's very ordered. Your eye knows immediately where to go. Watch what happens if we break the symmetry. If we throw things off just a little bit by panning the camera, it just doesn't work anymore. The image is out of balance. It's far less comfortable to look at. Our eye gets a little more lost. But now look what happened if we keep going in that direction until I am positioned right on one of the third lines. When we do that, the image comes back into balance. Now it's not the same balance as a perfectly symmetrical image. This one's got maybe a little more tension in it because it's not so perfectly symmetrical, but it is balanced again. So when working with symmetrical content, you can combine that with what you know about working with thirds to create an image that still is balanced, has some nice symmetry to it, but maybe also has a little tension. Or you can come back to here and easily find a way of getting a perfectly balanced image. We've talked a lot about line and shape in composition and the importance of line and shape in composition. What we haven't talked about is how much you can control shape with your camera. So I'm walking around and I've seen this building. A couple of things. It's just a nice old red brick building. I like the tree behind it. I like that from this angle, one side is lit up with some nice tree shadow on it, and this side is dark. What I like about the light-dark thing is I think I'm going to be able to tone it to exaggerate that a little bit and really give a sense of depth, of this being a 3D object. I also like these great lines. However, I'm standing right here when I see the building. To take that shot, I've got to go pretty wide. So I'm going to zoom out, frame the shot that I like, take my picture, and this is what I get. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this picture, but let's take a look at what I've got. When I'm standing here with my naked eye, it's more of a square building. I mean, it's a rectangle, but the lines are more straight up and down. With the shot that I took, I'm seeing a whole lot of exaggerated perspective. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it's very different from what I was seeing. So I think I'm going to try another shot. I have moved backwards so that I have to zoom in more. Remember, as you zoom in, The sense of depth in a scene compresses. That really changes the perspective. It changes the shape of lines and how they recede. I think I need to go a little bit over here to stay lined up. So now I'm going to zoom to roughly the same framing. It's not going to be exactly the same. My main thing is I want the building with this corner here and I want the tree behind it. So I'm going to frame that shot and take it, and I get this. This is a very different looking building. Here was the first one. Here's the second one. As you can see, this one looks more square. What I like about it is I'm seeing more of the tree in the background. I'm going to have to work with these and tone them up and see which one I like more than the other. I think I'm probably, though, favoring this one right now, the second one. I like it a little more square. The important thing to take away from this is that I can dramatically control the shape of an object sometimes, depending on my camera position and focal length. Your zoom lens is a great convenience because it means if you go look at that thing over there, you don't necessarily have to walk all the way over there. However, it's important to understand that you're really changing shape of things. You don't just use your zoom lens for convenience. You use it for the control of line and shape, and that can be critical to get the composition that you want. Just down the road from the lodge, we found this cool old amusement park. There's lots of nice textury shapes here and a lot of really interesting geometry, a lot of strong colors. It's a place that you definitely want to start shooting when you drive by. Kind of needs a subject, so it's the kind of place that you might want to do portraiture. It's got these really strong lines, and so we've run into a problem here. I've got this thing sticking out of my head. This is a case of bad intersections in a composition. It would be very easy to frame this shot this way because you're so focused on me, on the subject, that you just don't notice that in the background things in the image are intersecting such that I've got this large piece of metal sticking out of the top of my head. This is a very easy problem to fix. I just move to the right or you shift your camera. That feels much better. Now I'm no longer intersecting with a carnival ride. There's a very easy way that you can keep track of these kinds of things and to generally make sure that you're understanding what's in your composition, and that is before you take the shot, after you've lined everything up, trace your eye around the edges of the frame. That will help you spot any intersections. It will help you identify maybe that you have too much headroom in the shot. It will make you look at what all is actually in the frame. You may not need to do this all the time. There are going to be times when you know that you've got it right, but if you're dealing with a difficult setup that you're trying to arrange, or if you're in a very visually busy background, then you're probably going to want to do that. So start trying to get into the habit now of identifying when you maybe need to use this technique, or just start doing it every time and just get into the practice of tracing your eye around the edge of the frame so that you can really see what's in the frame. We've looked at a lot of geometry ideas in this chapter. We've had lines and shapes and repetition and symmetry and all that stuff. It's time for you to go out and practice. Just as you did with points, I want you to go out and I want you to look for each of these things that we've found. You don't have to find one image with all of them. In fact, you might want to focus on just working lines for a while, then just working shapes for a while. Again, your goal with this course is to develop a vocabulary and to develop a way of practicing and expanding your vocabulary. So it may not be a bad idea to take each of these things as discrete practice ideas. So hit your lines, hit your shapes, continue to work points, practice with repetition, rule of threes, all of those things, shoot them a lot. If you want, you can then spend some days just going out without a particular idea in mind and just trying to see if you notice geometry, or maybe if you're already used to shooting a particular thing, continue to shoot that thing, but now do it in terms of these geometric ideas. Finally, I want you to do some practice with combining these different ideas. That's a somewhat open-ended assignment, partly because I want this to be something that you can go back to as you need to. If it's a little too broad, find a way to refine it for yourself. As we discussed before, you can choose a particular subject matter. However you choose to do it, I want the focus to be on those geometric ideas. Come across these cool railroad cars. They're all stripped down and skeletal for some reason. I have to imagine it has something to do with carrying grain around because there's these big grain silos here. I've been trying to shoot them somehow. Now, very often, the way to work a shot is keep going in closer. As you go in closer, you simplify. You get down into details that are often very interesting, and I've been trying that. I've been trying to work with the repeating textures of these shapes. I've been trying to work with the cool repetition of these cables, with the repetition of these lines. And yes, there's a lot of basic compositional stuff there that I can work with, but I'm just finding it kind of boring. It's too abstract. You can't tell what this is if I get in too close. So then I thought, well, I need something recognizable to try and make the scene make a little more sense to the viewer. So I started getting down low, changing my point of view, thinking, well, if I'm working with the tracks, if I'm working with the wheels, maybe then I can get something that's more interesting, and I'm just not finding anything. Part of the problem is these are really long rectangular shapes, and with the lens that I'm working with, I've got wide-angle lenses here, it's a little harder to fit everything into frame. If I had a more telephoto lens, I might be able to stand farther back and zoom in to compress some of the depth, and then I might be able to bring out more repetition, something like that. Or not. It may be that this is just a flawed idea, that this is a case where getting in closer is not the right idea. So I decided to give up on these trains and I started walking away, and when I did, I found this big pile of railroad ties over here. Now, I'm not especially interested in railroad ties, but these caught my eye because the sun was coming off the top of them, and there are these metal plates over here that were picking up the light, and so I thought, all right, forget the train, I'll see if there's something interesting here. Very often, finding a good shot is just about luck. It's also always about looking through the frame. I decided to try and frame a shot with the railroad ties, and as soon as I did, I realized, oh, here's a way of capturing the train and capturing this whole scene, and in the process, trying to capture something of the feel of this part of town. I can use these railroad ties as an anchor for my composition and let the train and the grain silos fall in place behind it. Very often, composition is simply about ordering the scene before you, ordering the world. I worked with a photographer one time named Bill Durrance who said he thinks one of the reasons he likes photography so much is for that 1/100th of a second that the shutter is closed, he's in complete control of the world. And that's kind of what composition is. It's your chance to put things in order so that the viewer has an easier time finding the way through the scene. So, with these railroad ties as an anchor, I'm going to put them, and at this point I am actually just following the rules. I'm putting them in my leftmost third. I'm making sure my focus and my depth of field are what I need to get some of what I want here in the background in focus. And now I'm just working the shot, and I'm going to keep doing that until I find something that I think works. So this is a case where getting in closer wasn't working, so I made a radical change and started getting far away. This is all part of the larger idea of really working a shot and seeing what you can find, and then applying your basic compositional rules to order the scene to try to capture this larger image. Earlier, I mentioned that the study of photography can be divided into two domains, artistry and craft. These two skill sets mix and combine to create photographic ability. All photos, though, begin with a single impulse, that moment where you have an idea that there's a photo to be had in a particular location. Sometimes it's very obvious that there is a good picture to be had in a particular location. Say, a lion has escaped from the zoo and it's charging at you down Main Street. Now, of course, a normal person would think they need to run away, but you're a photographer. So at that moment, you feel a strong impulse towards an image. In that case, it's pretty easy to recognize that there's a good picture to be had, but it isn't always so easy. In the last chapter, we talked about seeing and about how much your brain is involved in the visual process. Now, I don't have any data to support this next idea, but in my experience, the subconscious part of the brain is often a decent photographer. Sometimes it will identify a particular image and send me an impulse that says, hey, there's a good picture over there. I get this a lot when I'm walking around in my neighborhood. Something in the corner of my eye will attract my attention. Very often, if I notice that and turn my full attention in that direction, I'll look and not see anything and will think, oh, never mind, and I'll keep walking. But instead, if I trust that impulse and raise my camera and look through the viewfinder, very often I'll see that there is an image to be had. I may not know all the details of it. It may need some composition skill applied to it, but there's usually a picture there. Learning to listen to and trust those impulses is a critical skill, and it's really a skill. You have to practice it. Sometimes the impulses are very quiet and subtle. It can take time to learn how those parts of your brain communicate with you. To help yourself pay more attention to your impulses, I would offer the following advice. When you're practicing, practice alone. You need your full concentration. You need to not be in a social mode where you feel responsible for other people. You need to not feel like you need to talk or answer questions. You need to be very present, listening to your own head. So also, don't put on your iPod. Again, you need to be present, not listening to music. Music creates its own impulses and can put you into a different space than the one you're walking around through. After all, that's part of its appeal. You may find both of these to be dead wrong for you, and that's fine. I would just offer the advice that you should try it and see if it makes a difference. A lot of times in class, we'll go out on a field trip and I'll see students walking around, and I'll watch some of them for a while, and they'll come back over and they'll say, I'm just not seeing any pictures. And at no time will I have seen them actually raise the camera and look through the viewfinder. It's critical that you do that. You may think, well, if there's a good picture there, I should be able to see it. Yeah, that's true if it's a lion charging down the street at you, but at other times you need that crop. You need to see through that rectangle, and then composition will start happening. You'll start seeing things and you'll realize that there is a photo there. So if you have even just the slightest hint of an impulse, look through your camera at it. Over time, you'll get better at picking up on even subtle impulses, and that will lead you to see more images. Athletes warm up, musicians warm up. It's always struck me as a little bit strange that writers and visual artists don't warm up. You can't sit at work all day and then suddenly walk out the door and be a photographer. Doing good work with your camera requires a particular mindset and visual sense, and it's very hard to simply turn that on and off. Photography is a physical experience. It's mostly centered around your visual sense, obviously, but like any physical activity, warming up first will make things easier. Now, the good news is that if you don't warm up, you're not likely to injure yourself, but if you do warm up, I think you might find that you get into a shooting awareness and state of mind faster than if you don't warm up. So how does one warm up for photography? Well, first of all, look at images that you like. Look at your own images that have worked for you before. Look at someone else's images. That gets you back into the mindset of looking at images and seeing models of nice images. Personally, I find that warming up is mostly a process of reacquainting myself with the particulars of shooting. If I've had a busy day working or playing or whatever I've been doing, then my mind is probably thinking about all sorts of things. So to warm up, I need to get focused on shooting, and I need to get my visual sense back to thinking photographically. The easiest way to do this is simply take a picture. When you walk out the door to go shooting, take a picture. Doesn't have to be anything important or grand. Take a picture of your foot. Take a picture of the telephone pole across the street. Anything at all. The goal is not to get a good shot, but simply to remind yourself about what you're up to. Feeling the camera, looking through that frame, seeing your exposure settings, even just doing that once can help switch you over from what you were doing before to the process of shooting. Of course, what's kind of depressing is when that practice shot's the best shot you get all day, but still, it's a good thing to do, right, when you step out the door. Now, don't just rifle off a shot. Actually do what you're supposed to do. Frame carefully, focus, take note of your exposure settings, steady the camera, shoot. Doing that often reminds yourself of the crop of your frame and gets your mind oriented more towards the process of shooting and your hands back into the feel of the camera. Some of the seeing exercises that we looked at earlier can also be good warm-up exercises, though they do take longer. At the very least, experiment with this simple process of taking a practice shot as soon as you head out to shoot. I've got a zoom lens on my camera right now. I actually brought a whole bag full of zoom lenses on this trip. I don't have a single fixed focus or prime lens. Zoom lenses are so great for lightening your bag and keeping your shoulder from hurting, and these are really high quality zoom lenses. I get really nice image quality. That said, I will say that the zoom lens is probably your biggest impediment to learning composition, for the simple reason that they make you lazy. I'm standing here, I see that thing over there, I go, wow, look at that thing over there, and I zoom into it and I take my shot. And maybe it's a fine shot, but I haven't moved around, I haven't really worked it. And yeah, I can step over here and over here, but that's not working the shot. So I would like to put it to you to try this assignment. Choose a single focal length and spend the day shooting with it. And I don't mean this casually. I mean either get a fixed focus lens and put it on your camera, or if you have a zoom lens, choose a focal length. For example, I'm at 50 right now. Get some tape and tape your zoom ring down so that you cannot move your lens. And don't cheat, don't take the tape off while you're out shooting. And you may think, why would I do that? I've got this nice zoom lens that gives me all this flexibility. The reason you do that is now you go out and you see that thing over there and you go, wow, look at that thing over there. And you start to frame your shot and you go, oh, it's too far away. Then you have to move closer. You have no choice. You have to get your feet moving. And once you get over there, you're probably going to see that the relationships of the objects are different. You've got a very different scene, and maybe it's a better scene. Maybe it's a worse. Maybe you need to move somewhere else. Maybe it turns out you need a different focal length. At least you'll know. Now try a few days of doing this. Try a very wide angle focal length like 24, then go a little tighter to 35, then 50, then 70, then 100, and spend an entire day shooting only with that focal length. I think you'll find that this gives you a better understanding of the characteristics of a particular focal length. I think you'll get a better understanding of what wide angle can be used for, what telephoto can be used for, how focal length gives you a different approach to different subject matter. And mostly you'll feel that when you're really working a shot, it means you're moving around a lot. You're not being lazy. Your feet are moving. We've already discussed balance, and with the exercises you've done, you should now have some experience with considering balance during your shooting. This means that you've probably also discovered that balance is a somewhat ephemeral concept. Lots of different things in your scene can be used as balancing elements, and that can make it difficult to determine if your composition is actually balanced. At other times, you might not be able to find balance in a scene. Even if you move around and try to simplify the composition, there might be times where you just can't find the balanced solution. In these instances, it can be helpful to fall back on some straight-ahead theory, and one of the most basic compositional theories has to do with the rectangular shape of the frame. If you divide a rectangular image into thirds, you can often achieve balance by weighting these regions against each other. Sometimes you can achieve balance by placing compositional elements within these regions, and sometimes you can achieve it by placing elements on the boundary between these regions. For example, in the frame that you're looking at right now, I am sitting on the intersection between two of the thirds. I am adding compositional weight to this end of the frame, and all of the things over there in the other 2/3 of the frame are balancing me out. Now, the actual division of the frame doesn't have to be extremely accurate. That boundary between where 1/3 ends and another begins can have some flexibility. What's important about the idea of thirds is to realize that the fulcrum for the compositional weight in a rectangular image can sit either in the middle of the frame or on one of these third points. You can also divide the vertical space of the frame into thirds. You might have heard of the rule of thirds, which says that if you lay a grid over the frame, a grid that shows the horizontal and vertical thirds, then placing an object at the intersection of those grid lines will give you good composition. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. Very often, working with thirds will lead you to good compositions, but again, there are no recipes for good composition. What's handy about guidelines like this is that they can give you a starting point, a structure for those times where you can't find your way through a composition and need to think it through instead. Balance is one of the most ephemeral, kind of slippery compositional ideas that we're going to cover in this course. It's also probably the most important. If you had to pick a single word to define composition, balance would be in the running. It's a very difficult thing to define. It's also the most critical thing for you to understand about composition. We've looked a lot at ways of creating balance through the use of geometry, weighting elements in your scene against each other. There's another way of balancing an image though, and that's through tone or lightness. Right now we've got a whole bunch of bright on this side of the frame, and that's creating a certain amount of weight, and so we're balancing that with a whole bunch of dark on this side of the frame. Light against dark can create a sense of balance. You can also go more symmetrical and do light against light or dark against dark. We've also got a rhythmic thing going on in this frame. We've got light and then dark and then light again and then dark. That's working with the balance. So light, of course, is the thing you're always wanting to keep your eyes out for. Don't ignore it when it comes time to balance your image and find a balanced composition. It can be a very powerful balancing element. And let's look at some other examples. Here's a very straightforward example of the idea of balancing tone. I've got a lot of really light tone right here sitting right next to a bunch of really dark tone, and they're balancing each other out very nicely. Here's an example where I've got a few compositional ideas going on in an image. We're going to talk about some of them in another movie. Right now I want you to notice that kind of the image is split diagonally, and I've got a lot of really light tones here and some really dark tones here. Again, there are other things going on, but you've probably noticed by now I'm showing you some of these same images in different movies to serve as examples of different things, and that's because very often you will mix and match these compositional tools that we're talking about. These building blocks can be assembled in lots of different ways, and you think about them in different combinations and group them together in different ways. Here's an example of some rhythmic tone, kind of like what I was talking about in the introduction to this movie. I've got this dark bit and then a light bit and then a dark bit, and they're all kind of balancing in the frame. The shadows on either side are making a nice well-balanced frame with a nice light patch in the middle. This one's a little more subtle, but I've got light on top, dark on bottom. And I was noticing that while I'm there. Again, this is not an example of me looking back at it and going, well, golly, look, I've got light up here and dark down there. I was actually thinking about that when I saw the image. I knew it was going to go black and white. I knew I could create a balance that way. And this has kind of worked. I was thinking that maybe the light of this rock would serve to be very symmetrical and balancing with the dark of these trees, and that sort of worked, except that the shapes are fairly different. But I do like that it's kind of a gradient that goes from dark into lighter gray and all the way out to white. This one's a little bit strange, and I put it in here for one reason. I do feel like this dark tone over here is balancing all this light tone over here. Another way of thinking about this, though, is an example of shape. I liked the shape of this shadow, so I'm as much playing with geometry here as I am with tone. Yes, the shadow is dark, but I wasn't necessarily seeing it as a dark balancing element. I was seeing it as a shape. And you'll very often work with tones this way. You won't always be thinking of them in terms of tonality. You'll be thinking of them as geometric objects. So if you're looking at some of these things going, well, I don't know, that doesn't seem so much like an area of dark as an area of square. That's fine. They're very often interchangeable that way. But think about light and shadow not as literal things, but as balancing factors that you can work with when you're trying to create balance within your image. You're looking at a Fairbanks Morse 31 AD 18 2800 horsepower diesel fuel engine. Or as I like to call it, a really big piece of metal. This is one of 4 giant diesel engines in this power station, and I'm standing next to one, and as you can tell, it's much larger than I am. And it's not just that it's physically larger, it's these hard metal textures and repeating shapes, and it's plainly a source of power. It's a very intimidating piece of machinery, and we framed it in one side of our shot here, and I am balancing it in the other. And I'm showing you this by way of showing you that humans carry an extra kind of balancing power. Even though I am graphically very small, we tend to put more compositional weight onto images of humans than we do a similar object of this size. In other words, I, a mere human, can balance this huge, impressive piece of metal. This is something to bear in mind when you're working with people, particularly against landscapes or against giant diesel fuel engines, that psychologically the weight of a human being compositionally is a little bit heavier than another graphic element of the same size. The ratio of the width of an image to the height of an image is referred to as the image's aspect ratio. If you're shooting with an SLR, you're most likely shooting with an aspect ratio of 3:2. This is the same as 35mm film. Some SLRs, though, and most point-and-shoots, have an aspect ratio of 4:3. That's the aspect ratio of standard definition television. HD television has an aspect ratio of 16:9. If your aspect ratio is 1:1, then you're shooting in a square. And there's a great tradition of square format photography. If you ever had a medium format film camera, then it probably shot square frames. Shooting squares is different than shooting rectangles, though. As we've already discussed, when you shoot with a rectangular frame, you tend to balance the image by dividing the frame into thirds and working the thirds. Square doesn't divide into 3 very evenly. Instead, well, it divides evenly, it just doesn't divide very well. Instead, when you're shooting squares, it's a good idea to try to balance your image by working the corners. Now, a square still has a fulcrum, just like a rectangular image, so putting something in the dead center can work very well, like we have here. But there are other times when it's going to be better to try to get weight into the corners of the image, like we have here. When you're weighting the corners, you need to consider the same things that you do with any other type of balancing exercise. If you weight one corner, you might need to weight another corner. You can sometimes work by weighting the sides of the image rather than the corners. Your balancing elements, just like with a rectangular frame, can be literal objects in the scene, real physical shapes. They can also be tone. So your balancing elements can be just what they would be if you were working with a rectangle. Squares can be a lot of fun to work with, but they take practice. It's a really different way of shooting. Some cameras can show you a square crop of your frame in your viewfinder or on the LCD screen on the back of your viewfinder. Others might give you guides within the viewfinder. Others don't have a square option at all. You're just going to have to visualize what the crop would be within your rectangular frame and crop it when you get into post-production. Even if your camera does show you square guides in the viewfinder, it's possible that it still takes a rectangular image, so you're going to need to crop when you get into your viewfinder. So again, think about the corners, think about the sides, give up on thirds, and go try some practice shooting squares. There are lots of specialized forms of photography. There's architectural photography and landscape and wildlife and macro photography. The list goes on and on. The good news is that each of those specialized forms of photography uses the same compositional building blocks and vocabulary that we're learning here. Each of those specialized forms of photography is a field of study that you can go very deeply into, but you'll be doing it on top of the foundation that we've already covered. You'll be mixing and matching the same compositional ideas and adding some others to them, but you'll have a very strong foundation. Those are all far beyond the scope of this course. You're going to have to pursue those fields of study on your own. But there are two specialized forms of photography that you'll probably engage in pretty regularly: portrait photography and landscape photography. And I'd like to give you some basic tips on both of those. In this movie, we're going to talk about portrait photography. The most common portrait shooting mistake that I see, the kind of typical snapshot portrait mistake, has to do with headroom. Watch what happens if there's a bunch of extra headroom above me, just a bunch of empty space. How often have you seen a portrait like this? Someone standing in front of a statue or something with all this extra room above them. It's just bad composition all the way around. What's all this for? There's no room for this space up here. It's not a simple image. It's not focusing on me. It's not a very clear subject. It's just extra space. You can easily avoid this problem by doing that tracing your eyes around the edges of the frame thing before you take your shot. That will help you easily see if you've got extra space in your image. Another common problem also has to do with extra space, and that has to do when you're dealing with someone who's looking out of the frame. When someone's looking out of the frame, maybe because they're talking to somebody else or looking at something in the distance, you've got extra space in your rectangular frame that you need to place somewhere, and it's best to put it in front of the person. This is called leading your subject. It's much easier for the viewer because as I'm looking into the distance, they're going to have curiosity about what I'm looking at, and it just makes more sense to have this space in front of them so the viewer can see more of what's before me. If we put the space behind me, then I have a much more claustrophobic image. I'm pressed up against the wall, and there's all this space behind me that could convey weight. This particular one is not a hard and fast rule. There might be times when you want that sense of weight on a subject to convey a sense of trouble or menace or something like that. But in general, you want to lead your subject with space in front of them. Let's talk about how you crop a portrait shoot. Generally, it's best to not crop at joints, but to crop between joints. Watch what happens if I'm cropped at the wrists. When the frame is cropped so that my wrists are cut off, it's just kind of creepy. You can kind of feel it when you're looking at it. You can feel like, oh my God, his hands have been cut off. That's disgusting. It's better to crop between joints. That means go between the wrists and the elbow, between the elbows and the shoulders, or if you're going for a wider shot, between the waist and the knees, or the knees and the ankles. Just don't cut off at actual joints. If you're going for a tighter portrait, know though that it is okay to crop a face. It's okay to cut off a forehead. This gives you a very nice intimate look. This is a much tighter, more gentle portrait. You don't have to show a person's whole face. You don't have to show a person's whole head. As you get more into your study of portrait photography, you might get more advanced croppings. You may find that it is actually possible to shoot headless bodies in an interesting way or eyeless bodies in an interesting way, but it takes a very skilled eye to pull that off without it being creepy. Know that if you're really wanting an intimate portrait, this is a good way to go. One last portrait tip. It's always better to use a slightly telephoto lens when you're shooting portraits. This will prevent facial distortion and generally be more flattering. So, some basic composition tips. In the next movie, we're going to look at some basic landscape tips. Landscapes, of course, are great subject matter. You can make an entire career out of shooting landscapes. For the most part, your compositional concerns when you're shooting landscapes are no different than they are when you're shooting anything else. You at least want to consider your 4 essential composition elements. Subject background, a good sense of balance. You want to think about a good point of view, and you want to work to simplify your image. That last one, simplifying, can be particularly difficult with landscapes. Invariably, you find a great landscape and there's a telephone wire running across it, or there's a fence in the way, or a parked car, or something like that. So a lot of times that's going to be the thing you're wrestling with the most when you're working with landscapes. And of course, once you've found a good location, in addition to those four things, you'll still be able to consider lines and shapes and shadows and negative space and all of the other things that we've talked about. It's very easy, that's a whistling windmill right out there, it's very easy when you come out to a landscape and see it and it's really pretty, particularly when you got a nice sky. It's really easy to go, wow, I need the widest angle lens that I can so that I can take all of this in, and only on rare occasions does that work. Remember, as you go to a wider angle lens, all the details in the distance are going to get really, really small. And then you may get confused about, well, if I can't have the whole landscape and everything's really small, I'm not sure what to do. That's when you start trying to work smaller details more up close to evoke the landscape that you're in. And I don't mean that you have to get right on top of things, but while I have this whole landscape here in front of me, I'm going to focus on that windmill and the fence around it. That gives me a good subject. That gives me something to anchor in my composition. And I've got these nice big poofy clouds moving through. I'm also, of course, thinking about light. I'm trying to come out here when I've got good light, because light that's casting more shadows is going to give me more of a sense of depth. It's going to give me more detail. Shooting landscapes in flat light is almost always a pointless activity because you simply have no sense of depth and there's no texture in the image. Something that you have to consider with landscapes that you don't have to consider with other types of shooting is the importance of the horizon line. You've got this really strong horizontal line running across your image. What are you going to do with it? Where are you going to put it? Are you going to put it right in the middle? Or are you going to let it go up? Are you going to let it go down? Here are a few different options. Shooting this windmill with the horizon right across the center of the frame gives me equal sky and equal ground, equal foreground, and I still have a good shot of the windmill and the fence around it. Look what happens though if I tilt up and include more sky. I get an image with a very, very different feel. Now I have this wide open sky. On an image where the sky is particularly attractive, this might be the best choice. Maybe I'm really wanting to feature the sky and I'm using the foreground more as an anchor for that. It's interesting though to tilt the other direction and put a lot of foreground into the front of the shot. There's a tricky exposure situation there. At that point I need to start thinking about depth of field. All of the stuff that's up close to me, I need to be sure that it's in focus. So I'm shooting with a small aperture to get deep depth of field. I'm choosing my point of focus very carefully. These have different weights to them. Having the horizon line up very high with not a lot of sky and having all of this heavy foreground down at the bottom has a very different feel than having a lot of open sky and this sense of empty space up above. I'm not going to put a value judgment on any of these. I think it's pretty obvious how different they feel, and you're going to need to think about those sorts of things when you're out shooting. Obviously, the easiest way to handle this, if you're unsure, is to do what I did just here and try it in different ways. Very often, your main task when you're working your shot with a landscape is trying different positions of the horizon, in addition to trying to simplify and find the right angle. Again, landscape shooting is something you can study for the rest of your photographic career, but you'll want to start by following these basic compositional tips that we've covered here. I've pulled over here by the road because there's this wonderful thing out here in this field. It's this big empty field, except there's this one bit of vegetation that's making this beautiful S-curve through the whole field, ending up with those wonderful clouds. And almost at the apex of one of those curves is that tree, which is this wonderfully nice little accent. So I'm here, I'm lined up, I take my shot, and this is what I get. It just doesn't quite work. The S-curve is a little too compressed. It just looks a little flat. Plainly, I'm too low. I need to get higher. I can try standing on the car. I don't have anything else to stand on. There are no trees around to climb. I just can't get this shot. I'm not doing anything wrong here. I'm just not tall enough. And even if I was taller, then I might be running into telephone wires up there. There are a tremendous number of beautiful scenes to photograph in the world. There aren't necessarily the same number of photographic opportunities. Sometimes if you're in a situation like this and you can see it clearly in your mind's eye, but you can't get your camera in the right position or there's a tree branch in the way, don't beat yourself up over that. You're not doing anything wrong. There are times in the world where you're not going to be able to get the shot. Instead, you're just going to have to enjoy the view. You've probably spent most, if not all, of your photographic life working with a rectangular frame. That means there's a good chance that you already have a feel for working with thirds, even if you never knew that that's what you were doing or didn't have any idea about the theory of thirds. Now that you do, now that we've looked at thirds, now we've analyzed it some and looked at some examples, I'd like you to go out and practice composing with thirds. Practice balancing the frame by dividing it into 3 equal parts and seeing how you can place elements in different places to get a good balanced composition. Because you do have some vocabulary to put to this idea now, you might learn some things or identify some things or get a deeper feeling for things than what you had when you were maybe just winging it based on experience. Now, your camera may have the ability to display a grid in the viewfinder that shows the frame evenly divided into thirds. If I were you, I'd turn that off. The thing about thirds is it's just really not critical that you have them placed exactly, mathematically perfectly. The thirds rule, the thirds idea is something that can float around. You can play with it a lot. You don't have to have things positioned just perfectly. And in fact, sometimes you will need some extra space on one end of the frame or another to get another element in, and if you're balancing everything out okay, that'll still work. So you don't have to nail those thirds lines just perfectly, so don't get too hung up on that. In fact, practice with that. Practice with the looseness of thirds. See how a little bit of movement in one place or another can make a difference. Also, if you have the habit of maybe always placing your subject on the left side, go out and work explicitly on putting it on the right side, putting it in the center, trying to get out of your composition thirds comfort zone and play around with putting things in some different places. Working with squares is very different than working with rectangles, as we discussed earlier. So I want you to get out and practice that right now. For subject matter, stick with the points and geometry thing we've been working on. Find good, strong point-type objects to compose around, or work with lines or shapes, or feel free to mix it up. Practice combining them. Anything that is striking your eye or feeling like something you want to practice, just keep it in a square frame. Now remember, when you're shooting squares, you're no longer thinking in thirds. You're not weighting one third against each other. You're going to work corners. You're going to try and weight corners against each other. Now, you can work with the sides of the frame, but when you do that, you'll typically just be bisecting the frame and playing one side directly against another, not having that extra third in the middle. Squares are a great way to frame something in the dead center of your image. That can create a perfectly balanced image if you're doing your work right. The other nice thing about squares with something in the center is you get simply a simpler image because you don't have as much frame to be trying to fill. So, working with squares, get out, give it a try, and see if you can get a feel for how the compositional weight differs from working with rectangles. I'm here with Connie Imboden, who you should be familiar with now. She's teaching the workshop here at Quartz Mountain this weekend. We're going to look at the work of another photographer from a composition standpoint, analyzing it, trying to figure out why it works. Connie, why is this something that any of the viewers should care to watch us doing?
Well, we're looking at some really beautiful photographs from professional photographers, and if we can analyze why these photographs work, we can learn a lot about composition and how compositional elements work in untraditional ways.
Okay, great. We're looking at the work of Steve Simon. He's a Canadian, originally a Canadian photographer. He now lives in New York. I first met Steve when he was teaching here a few years ago. He's a great guy, and as you'll see, a fantastic photographer. He has a photojournalism background, but Steve also has a really interesting ability to just fade into the background and capture moments that I don't often see, and yet do it with an almost fine art sensibility. So let's just start with this one right here. This is from all of these are from a project called America on the Edge, wherein Steve traveled the US-Canadian border just shooting whatever he could find. Connie, how do you want to start this off?
Just looking on a very formal level, not looking at the content or really what it means, but just looking at the use of this line coming down here and this very wonderful dark figure who's wearing a hat. And it's in enough motion, it's a little soft, but the figure is so dark and so strong with the silhouette that that's really what brings your eye to this image. And then you've got this pattern back here of the stars, so you get a really strong sense of the background, the content of the image, and the importance of this figure, which is also adding a little bit of a mystery.
It is. We can't see any detail here on the face. I would also point out, and you may have spotted this already, he's playing straight to the thirds. We've got this figure here in this third, and he's balanced it over here with a wonderful shadow in this third, so we get a very, very balanced image. Let's move on.
Oh, this is a great one.
Yeah. I think this is a great example of seeing. He sits down to take a portrait of somebody and spots the reflections in the eyeglasses. This is also a great point of view example. We're looking at his face, but we're able to, in the reflection, see his whole body and get an idea of what he's up to.
The other thing that I like about this is that there's a very intimate feeling about it. And part of that is we can analyze that. He's used the brim of his hat here to contain the face and keep it off of the edge of the portrait. He's also cropped off the bottom of his chin here. So we're really directly confronting his face, and of course the reflection of the flag in his face is what's really drawing us into the center. And there's nothing in the background here to distract us away from what's happening right here.
Yeah, you really get drawn right into his face. It's an interesting one. It's a parade, and Steve's definitely chosen a very unusual angle. He's out in the street, in the parade, along, this is a reflective tanker truck, and we can see reflections of the street that are behind us, and then we've still got this waving parade person up on top.
What's marvelous about this one to me is that he's given us so much information. There's a tremendous amount of information in this photograph, but he's organized it in such a way that it's not chaotic. He's organized it so that we really have access to this visual information. You know, he's letting us know it's the July 4th celebration here. Right here, we're getting a sense of what's going on the sidelines here, and then we also have the what is she, a beauty queen or something?
I guess so. Yeah.
She looks like a beauty
tanker queen.
The tanker queen,
yeah.
Yes.
And she's, your eye still understands very well that this is the subject of the image. She's in the light really beautifully. We've got these wonderful leading lines. We haven't really talked about the idea of economy in an image, but this is an incredibly economical image. Like Connie said, the amount of information that's delivered in a very simple way is really nice.
Well, if you just look at the structure of the image, you've got all of the lines coming this way and then leading back up to her. So the whole, it's very well organized, just on a very formal level.
This one can be a bit of a mystery at first.
Definitely.
This is still from the same parade, and it may be, just in case you can't tell this on screen, this is a float here, and the back of the float is a cutout of some mountains, and then these are real mountains over here. This wonderful line in the middle just setting up this dividing point that makes these two different layers, these two different planes in the image, creates a really interesting illusion.
Yeah, that's what I love about this, is that it is an illusion, and it really looks like two separate photographs until you see that it's the same sky, and there really is, the sky is what connects it and really holds it together. And this wonderful pole, as you said, is what is dividing the parade from the reality of it. I think this is just beautifully seen.
It's a little bit strange to figure out how it works. Where do you feel like your eye goes to first? Because in some ways, to me, it's hard not to just see this right away.
And I think this line takes you right there. So you are drawn to the middle of the photograph. And then this is almost incidental, but because it picks up the pattern that's going on here, it's a very important part graphically of the image.
But it's almost as if the subject of this image is this line in a weird way. And it's a way of thinking, again, about sometimes the subject of your image merely needs to serve as an anchor. We have this anchor here that we're kind of drawn to, and that's a starting point that we can then let our eyes roam and explore and discover what else is in the image.
Oh, I love this one. Yeah. The reason I love this one is that there's really nothing going on. It's not a story. It just is a really beautifully seen situation where you've got four separate people, but they're lined up so beautifully with the background, the way that this break is right here, really centering this figure. This figure is centered, and you've got them both on this line coming down here. The way this line is coming down, it's really connecting the whole image. So the background and the people in it are relating in a really beautiful graphic way.
Purely geometrically, yeah.
Very geometric.
I like these diagonal parking lines. They add a little bit of tension, but there's nothing extra in this image. It's very, very simple.
And there's nothing extra in this image
No.
either. This is very direct and a very strong image. The statement's very strong. You know, again, we have this strong shape. We know right away what it is. It's a big man, very powerful man. We're in some kind of institutional setting, and we have these two, it looks like smaller people, maybe younger people, younger boys, have their hands up in a surrender position.
Yeah. This guy is serving both just as a purely graphical element, just a dividing point, a very strong piece of negative space, but also, again, he is recognizable. At first he's a graphic element, and then he turns into part of the story somehow. Yeah.
Wow, this is an interesting one. This is what we're looking at right here. And the photographer is telling us that in a couple of ways. One, she's close to the center of the image. She's the one that's in focus. But you've also got this line right here, which is framing her, and you've got this element here, which is bringing you right back to her. But he's organized the background so that you still have the context of these other people sitting in this counter, which is giving you a sense of the environment.
As well as just purely formally a very nice rhythm. And my guess would be, while he was shooting this relationship here was what he was focusing on. I would assume that he was moving left and right until he got them spaced the way that he wanted, because they're just so perfectly evenly distributed. I also like that he didn't worry about squaring off the counter.
Yeah.
It is not level. It doesn't have to be.
It actually works this way.
Works better. Yeah,
pull around.
yeah. And adds a little tension that goes very well with the expression on her face. This does not appear. Her expression is a little ambiguous. It's somewhere between sad or just thoughtful.
But it's a wonderful moment.
Oh, it is, yeah, and a very true, recognizable moment. I think this is another interesting point of view example. Plainly, he's in a pool hall. He could have shot the pool player, but he kept his eyes open and he was seeing, and he was working point of view and found something far more interesting than just a shot of a pool player, this wonderful textured shadow.
But he gives you enough information. Right here, you see that it's the pool table. You see some of the balls down here, and the cue stick that he's holding, and how it is not lined up with this, but in contrast, so that you see this as different from the background.
Yeah, cropping the pool table, we still might have recognized this as a cue stick, but it would have taken a little bit of extra work, and that could have thrown the image somehow.
This is a wonderful image because it breaks some of the basic rules. Usually you want to simplify the information so that you're presented with a very cohesive, easy to read visual information. And here he's broken that rule and it works just magnificently.
Very busy picture, yeah.
Very busy picture,
Yeah.
but that's what it's about.
Yeah.
That's what's so exciting.
Yeah.
He's made us experience chaos without showing us a chaotic image.
It's not disordered. There's an order to the chaos that he's got in here.
Right, right. Which is very difficult to do,
Yeah.
I think.
I love that she's camouflaged. That's the first thing that I see here. But I also think he made an important choice with the height of his camera. We're back to point of view. It's good that her top of her head's poking up over the rim of the couch here. If he had been a little bit higher, shooting down on her, and her face was buried in here, I don't think it would work as well.
I agree.
We need this to join her to this section up here.
We also need this because it defines her face more.
It's a frame.
It's a frame, yep.
And that's something we haven't talked about. We've talked about framing an entire composition with something, but you can also frame within the frame, which is what he's doing here. Something that I didn't notice until one of the later times that I looked at this image, there's a cat right here.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
And once you notice it, I kind of can't take my eyes off of it. It's a pretty good balancing element, actually. He's working the corners. So yeah, I love that picture.
This is a sweet picture.
Yeah, and I think it's...
In the best sense of the word.
Right, right. I think there are two interesting balancing things going on here. There's almost a yin-yang thing happening here in the middle, both tonally, the black cow and the white shirt, and their positions are interlocking.
And then you've got the same thing happening back here with the cow that has the black and the white
Right.
going on here.
Right.
And simple things, as we're talking about simplifying and organizing information, the addition of this line, this row up here, is so important in containing the image.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's important to understand that this is not, he didn't walk by and just snap this. I've gotten to work with Steve. He heavily covers his shots. He works his shots. He's positioned these things this way on purpose. There's a lot of thought put into an image like this.
And here we are.
This image, I think, is notable for the very large cow, something that you don't get in a lot of images.
Well, I like the little girl's position with the very big cow, but this wouldn't mean nearly as much without, I assume, the parents right here watching.
And I think the parents right here are interesting. They serve a purely formal function. They're balancing this side of the image. But then there's a whole content layer of the fact that it's the parents watching the daughter underneath the really large cow.
And if we just looked at this on a very graphic, formal level, you would think, how can this be balanced out by this? But it's the dynamic relationship here that creates that balance. So this is another way of really kind of bending or breaking the rules of composition.
Yeah. That's it. This is Steve Simon. Again, a Canadian-based photographer now living in New York. One thing that always strikes me about Steve's images is as carefully formal as they are, they look very casual. They look like I was just out in the world and I saw this, and that makes you really want to go out and take pictures.
Yeah.
That's what I'm often left with when I'm looking at his stuff. We're going to be looking at another photographer's work and then some of Connie's work later in this course. Check this out. We rounded a corner into this room and found this chair and this lamp in front of this beat up old wall with peeling paint. It just looks great. It is such a picture waiting to happen. There's just one problem. The light is bad. And if you're thinking right now, well, what's wrong with the light? Look what it looks like over here on this side of the room, right near the window, where there was also this other chair sitting. The light's great here. I've got this just beautiful, soft, luminous thing around me that it'd be really nice to have over there. We've talked about a lot of different compositional ideas, different ways you can piece together lines and shapes and forms and lights and shadows and all sorts of other things to create an interesting way of ordering your scene and guiding the viewer's eye. But all of that is irrelevant if you don't have good light. All photos start with the light. Very often you will look for the light first and then find something to do within that light. Just because we've got a great scene over there, if we don't have the light for it, there's probably not that much we can do with it. Now, we can shoot this anyway and see if we can kind of fake some light stuff in Photoshop, but sometimes that works. It's not something you should really count on. Shoot it anyway to see what you can do with it later. But as you're walking around trying to see and trying to keep your eyes open for all these compositional ideas, please don't forget that also, first and foremost, you're walking around looking for the light. Now, you can try to manipulate the light if you're carrying the right gear to get the lighting you want over there. That's not what we're doing right now. We're walking around just with camera in hand, looking for found situations that we can find. It's very difficult to stress just how much light is where photography comes from, what makes a good photo. So don't forget that while we're working through all of these other ideas. So I'm walking around, the sun is setting, it's really dramatic, and I'm looking in this direction and I'm just not seeing anything. The sun's so bright and it's washing out everything. It looks kind of flat. As you can see, I've also got this big problem with lens flare. But when I turn around, I've got the sun casting shadows into these tire tracks that are cutting across the grid of the field, and it's all leading into a beautiful full moon with clouds passing in front of it. This is a nice shot. Now, when I'm looking into the sun, if I have the problem of lens flare, when I'm looking away from the sun, I have the problem of my shadow. This means I'm going to have to work to try to get out of the way or find a camera position and focal length that lets me get the framing that I want without including my shadow. When I'm looking into the sun, I'm going to have to work on shielding the lens with my hand. If I had just been looking that way, I would have missed this. Direction of light is a critical consideration, particularly when the sun is low, both for ease of shooting, because you're going to be facing one of these two problems, and because you're going to be getting shadows in very different places, and that can lead to very different results in your image. Let's take a look at some other examples of direction of light. So the sun is setting, and like a moth, my camera is drawn to it. I can't take my eyes off of it. I'm standing here in this field thinking there's a great picture here because of all this dramatic light and these clouds, and I've got these cool repeating patterns because of these crops here that I'm trampling as I walk around looking for a picture. But it's just not happening, and I shot this a lot. I tried a lot of different things, and I just wasn't getting anywhere. A couple of things are going on here. First of all, the camera is exposing for the bright sky, so this is all going a little bit darker. But also I'm standing on the shadow side of the plants. In other words, since the sun is coming from over here, the other side of these, whatever these are lit up, and I'm standing in the shadowy side. I came very close to going, there's no picture here, and just turning to the right and walking back to the car. Instead, I turned to the left by chance and actually did a full turnaround, and when I turned about 180 degrees, I saw this. So this is very similar to the example we saw earlier in the video. From this side, something's really happening. Now, of course, part of it is I've got these wonderful geometric patterns of these tire tracks through here, but the reason they're working is that I'm now looking at the lit side of the plants. And so I've got brightly lit plants against the dark ground, and that's giving me this cool contrast. Yes, I don't have the dramatic sunset in the sky, but that's okay. That would be competing with my subject here. So I found these lines and started to work the shot building around the lines. But what really makes this image work, or what makes this subject work, is the change in direction of light. By looking at the lit side rather than the shadow side, I had something interesting. Now that doesn't mean that that's a hard and fast rule. Here's a case of standing on the shadow side where it works. What makes this image work is the nice dramatic shadow that's coming all the way out to my camera that's forming this one whole complete piece of geometry here that's interesting. If I'd been standing over here to the right, obviously I could have had a picture of a tree with a shadow going off to its left. I could have stood over here and had the shadow going off to the right. Those might have been interesting pictures. This is the one that really took me. Probably the least interesting picture in this case would have been to do what I did in the last example, which would be to walk around the tree and shoot the lit side of it. And I think that probably would have been the least interesting because the lit side of the tree tonally was going to be about the same as the ground, and so the tree just would have gotten lost. So here's a case where, again, direction of light is what's making the image, but in this case it's working because I'm looking into the sun. One thing I did here was I moved around quite a bit until I found a tree branch that blocked the main disk of the sun in such a way that I did not get lens flare. So the reason I don't have a lens flare here is I have very carefully positioned this tree branch here. It's getting washed out and lost, but I kind of like that. This nice dramatic point here is a destination that your eye gets to after following all these lines, and it also served to really stop a lens flare problem. When you're working in color, in addition to contrast changing, you'll very often find changes in hue, changes in color as you look in different directions. A thunderstorm had broken up, the sun was setting, and so this ridiculously dramatic orange sky was happening. This is actually what it looked like. There is not really any manipulation here. The air itself was red. It was just spectacular. But we're also getting some nice things looking into the sun here. We're getting the silhouettes of the trees. We're getting the dramatic water here. And I kind of composed and built up around these strong lines coming across here. Curiously enough, looking in the other direction, wasn't much happening. The light was very purple, not red. So this is a case where I'm getting a color shift because of the direction of light, looking into it or looking away from it. Here's another looking into the sun example, kind of similar to the one we looked at earlier. I wanted to show you this one to show that sometimes a silhouette is not the only thing you can achieve. The sun was down behind this barn a little bit, or this little house thing, and I was still working to get the tree in such a way that it was blocking lens flare for me, but it hasn't gone into full silhouette, so I've got these nice details on it. What caught my eye here was, one, the dramatic backlighting, but also I just liked this big curve and the mirror, not quite as big, but a mirroring curve over here, so I built around that compositionally. But again, you can sometimes shoot into the sun without going to full silhouette. Now here's an interesting one. This is a direction of light example, but there's not a really strong direction of light that you can see. I'm not getting strong shadows anywhere. That's because the sun is directly overhead. Now we talk a lot about how, well, when you're shooting, you want to go out when the sun is low because you get dramatic shadows and lots of contrast and lots of texture. And that's true. That's a very easy time to shoot. You'll see lots and lots of wonderful texture and geometry and things to play with. That doesn't matter that you can't go out in the middle of the day and get good shots. You will have to work harder. It's harder to find interesting light in the middle of the day. But here's an example where directly overhead, the sun's never directly overhead, but more overhead, it really works for this image. It gives me just this sea of white in this cotton field, and I like this strip of black here and then the strong geometric shape behind. A stronger shadow in one direction or another this image might not work as well. I wouldn't have such great white because the cotton would be casting shadows on itself. So there are times when the correct or best direction of light for an image is from high overhead, eliminating shadow and eliminating too much texture. Here's a case where my subject would be pretty much invisible with a different direction of light. The sun is actually off frame a little to the right here. It had risen maybe 2 hours earlier, and so I'm still getting good strong backlighting. The deer is running. It's silhouetted. If I had been around on the other side, well, if I'd been around on the other side, I'd be standing in water. But in addition to being wet, I would be looking at the deer up against the bare ground. If you've spent any time around deer, you know they're very well camouflaged. And so the shot just really wouldn't work. This deer is pretty much only visible because it's in silhouette. So again, a case of direction of light really making the difference. In looking at these images now, it's obvious that being on the shadow side of something is very different than being on the lit side, or being 90 degrees to the shadow, in other words, being over here looking this way. The main thing I want you to take away from this is that direction of light matters. It's very important for your composition. If you are in a scene and you think, boy, the light here is really great, but I'm just not seeing anything, be sure you look in all directions. You may be recognizing the hallmarks of potentially good light, like I was here, but you're not looking in the right direction. Looking 180 degrees in the other direction gets you something more interesting. So be sure when you see good light to check it in all directions. Or if you see subject matter that you think is interesting, but you just can't find the shot, it may be because you need to work with the light in a different direction. It can be important to think about, do I want to shoot the shadowy side or something, or the brightly lit side of something? If you don't want to think through that whole process, or you don't really know how to visualize that, fine, just explore. Work your shot. Change the direction of light by moving in different directions and turning in different directions, and you very well may see that a shot appears in one direction when it's invisible from another direction. In addition to making things lighter and darker, one of the many things that light does is to create texture. As you get angled light onto a rough surface, the surface casts little shadows on itself and you see all this wonderful texture. In this old beat-up hotel, we're just finding that all over the place. There's peeling paint, there's broken plaster, there's shadowed windows. It's just a texture fest in here. I've noticed with students that eventually there's some point where every beginning photographer begins to see texture and recognize texture as a really wonderful thing to photograph. It's a wonderful representation of light itself. That said, you have to be very careful with texture because particularly in a place like this, it's interesting to come in and see all this texture and go, wow, there's got to be a composition here. And sometimes there is. You can start working with it and maybe you can find something interesting. It's important to pay attention, though, to the fact that very often texture itself is not a subject for a photo. Here's a great example. I've got this beat up wall, I've got stuff on the floor, I like the colors, I like the texture. When the light hits it just right, it looks really great. I don't have a subject. There's not really anything I can do with it. This is another instance where I've got a great background for something. So what I would try to do is, if I've got a friend with me, stick them in front of the wall. And you may think, but I'm not a portrait shooter, that's not what I came here for. Yeah, but then you've got a subject. And you will find that having the subject gives you, again, an anchor that allows the viewer to explore that texture and appreciate that texture. So I'm going to work in a space like this when I find texture to find a subject to go in front of it. Sometimes that can be a simple graphical element that anchors the image. Sometimes I need to drag something else into the composition. So be careful with texture. Learn to develop an eye for it, pay attention to it, watch throughout the day as texture changes, as the light changes. But do keep an eye on being careful about shooting texture as subject. Sometimes that's a somewhat risky endeavor because, as we've said before, every image has to have a clearly defined subject and background. Hopefully by now you've gotten a chance to start thinking about light a little bit differently and to understand that light is where it all starts. But shadow is pretty good also. Light and shadow are really the fundamental building blocks of photography, especially black and white photography. And you don't want to ignore dark spaces and shadows. Here, we've got a wonderfully balanced and framed image because of all of the negative space in this scene. Very often when you're out looking for subject matter, keep your eyes open for tonal differences like this, an area of deep shadow and bright light. You may be able to turn that into an interesting composition. Or if you are shooting something and really have your eyes going and are seeing well, take note of the shadows in the image. Don't try to get rid of them. Instead, try to work with them. It's very easy with the incredible low light capabilities of today's digital cameras to think, wow, look, I can pull detail out of every single shadow that's here. If you do that, you're taking away a lot of your compositional power. Yes, sometimes there will be details that you need to see for your shot to make sense or to stay balanced. But don't immediately go for, uh-oh, I don't have detail in that shadow, I need to overexpose to pull it out. Play with the shadows, work with them as balancing elements, work with them as framing elements, work with them as you would any other compositional device. I'm standing here at a situation that has a pretty fair amount of dynamic range. I've got bright sky back behind the mountains, I've got a light side of the mountain, I have a shadowy side of the mountain. What's interesting about this shot, and the reason that I stopped here, is those trees poking up out of the shadows into the sunlight. Those can be very interesting things to compose with. They're point elements that I could compose around because they're nice bright accents amongst what would otherwise be shadow. Exposure-wise, this is pretty simple. I'm going to expose for the highlights, just like I always do for the most part, to ensure that highlight detail is preserved. Now, the program modes and the light meters on most cameras are going to do that for you anyway. If you're not comfortable with these exposure concepts, check out my Foundations of Photography exposure course. There's another issue here that I might be facing, though, depending on what kind of camera I'm using. If I'm using a point-and-shoot camera or any other type of camera that uses an LCD viewfinder, then I'm potentially going to have trouble when I start to frame this shot. My eye can see detail in all those shadow areas. That's part of what stopped me as I was thinking, wow, those brightly lit trees against some of those shadowy rocks, those could be interesting elements to compose with. The LCD screen on the back of the camera can't do that, though. It can't show the full dynamic range of the scene like my eye can see, or like I would see through the optical viewfinder of, say, an SLR. Instead, it's going to expose for the highlights and show those and plunge the darker areas into shadows. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not going to capture detail in the shadows when I shoot. It can do that when I shoot because it has time to take a longer exposure. But when I'm just looking at the viewfinder, shadowy areas may go to complete black. So, this is a simulation. If I point a camera like this at a scene like this, on the viewfinder, I'm probably going to see something like this. And this is what I'm talking about. The shadowy side of the mountain has lost lots of detail. I can no longer see rocks and things in there. When I take the shot, though, I'll probably get something like this, and this is showing me the detail. Now, the reason it's important to be aware of this is you might be walking along and something catches your eye compositionally. Oh, look, there's a rock and a brightly lit tree. Cool, that's the shot I'm going to take. And you raise your camera up and look at the LCD, and because it can't show you all that shadow detail, you may not see those details and go, oh, well, I thought there was a shot here, but there's not. No, there still is. It's just your viewfinder can't show it. You got to take the shot anyway. And one way to work that is to go back and forth. Look at the scene with the full dynamic range of your eye and take note of where things are and try and frame it on the viewfinder here, even though you can't see all those details. Take the shot, double check it, make sure you've got what you need. So if you think there's an image there when you're working with shadows and you hold up the viewfinder and you don't see it, don't give up on the image. It may just be that your camera isn't showing you the whole scene if it's a camera that uses an LCD viewfinder. This is a scene we saw earlier where, because of the direction of light, I'm getting these wonderful tire tracks across this field leading into the moon. Problem is, though, when I shoot this, those tire tracks may not be as visible in my final picture as they are here. This is where I'm thinking about post-production. I'm seeing this shot and knowing, wow, if I darken up those tire tracks, if I get this scene really contrasty, I'm going to have something very, very cool. All the way back to the beginning of photography, photographers have, when they've been out shooting, kept one eye in their post-production, be that darkroom or digital post-production. They've known that to get certain shots, they have to do certain things in post-production. If you're thinking about post-production as you're shooting, a whole new raft of subject matter can appear. If I didn't know that I could darken those tire tracks, I may not think of this as a scene that was worth shooting. We're going to come back to this subject when we talk about post-production. You can't hear it enough, so I'm going to say it again. All photos begin with light. Good light will take an otherwise boring scene and give you a great photo. With bad light, it doesn't matter how interesting your subject is, you're going to have a hard time coming back with good results. I want you to try a very different type of exercise now. I want you to go out and shoot pictures with the idea of light itself as your subject. In other words, I want you to go out and look for interesting plays of light, an interesting splash of light, interesting contrast in light and shadow, maybe a glint of light off of the highlight of something. Anything that looks like an interesting play of illumination, I want you to try working that shot and turning it into an image. This is a great exercise. It's a really valuable exercise to come back to a lot for a couple of different reasons. First of all, with light as subject, you will begin to understand that whatever light is bouncing off of doesn't matter so much. It's light that makes a photo. This is a way of really exploring why light is so important. Also, when you go out to shoot light itself, you'll find a whole realm of new subject matter that you might not have seen before. This is a great approach if you feel like you're stuck, or if you live somewhere boring, or if you've shot the same place over and over and you just can't find anything else in it. Go looking for just simply light and see what happens. This is a great exercise to do if you feel like you're in a rut, if you're not feeling inspired, but it's also a great exercise to do to build up a better understanding of light and to simply come back with great pictures. As I mentioned before, Quartz Mountain State Park is also home to the Oklahoma Arts Institute, a wonderful organization that delivers arts workshops in multiple disciplines to teenagers and adults. I'm here this weekend to teach a 4-day workshop with Connie Imboden, a wonderful photographer and a great teacher. You're going to get to meet her later and see some of her work. We've also got a bonus teacher in the form of Conrad Eek, also a great teacher. I've had the pleasure of working with him before, and it's always a lot of fun. Now, you may be wondering, why should I be interested in watching somebody else's photo class? Typically, when you teach composition, it's a very interactive process. Group critiques are critical to really getting different perspectives on your image and understanding how to talk about your images. So by taking you in here and letting you see some of the work that's going on and see how the group and the instructors are talking about the images, you're going to get a more refined vocabulary for analyzing your own images and learning how to see them differently, and from that, getting a better idea of where your compositional mistakes and successes might be happening.
I'm going to give you the assignment for this afternoon first. The assignment is light. Yes, brilliant. Okay, light is what photography is all about. Can't make photographs without light. But what I want you to do is make light the subject of your photograph, which is a little bit different way of thinking. We're used to photographing a landscape or photographing an object or a person, and we all know a general approach to take to photographing a landscape or to photographing a person. But light is different. There isn't a preconceived way of photographing light, and that's why I want you guys to do this. It's going to get you out of that, hopefully, preconceived notion. So let's start. I have a couple of examples here from our students this summer. Isn't this brilliant?
Just stunning.
These kids were outstanding. So does anybody know what this is?
The ceiling. I looked up the word for it. Crepuscular rays. Crepuscular, and it's the clouds casting shadows.
In this case, that's not a ceiling.
Oh, it is? I thought it was a sunset.
Doesn't it look like a sunset with a little city down here?
Yes.
You know what it is?
What?
Does anybody know what it is?
It's a ceiling.
It's a ceiling. These are the curtains. He was on the top of his bunk bed, and he saw and this is the morning coming in. This is the curtains right here. The sun is coming through like that.
Did you give him an A?
You know, I would have given him a dozen A's, but I didn't have the choice.
So we should
I didn't
stick
have.
with our cameras.
Yes. But again, the point is, it's a ceiling.
Yeah, that's
It's a ceiling. It's all in the seeing. Okay, another one. Another student. Isn't that just, it's brilliant. It's just brilliant. These kids were so uninhibited, and that's the thing that I want you guys to think about as you go out and shoot. We're not here to make good pictures, so you can just sort of let go of that. That's not what this is about. We're here to really explore and learn and have fun. This stuff is fun. When you're doing it, it's just so much fun. So think outrageously.
So is that light being reflected off a puddle?
There's a hot tub right here,
Oh, okay.
and it's the light.
I was gonna say that's a big
Yeah.
puddle.
So let yourself play. And when you find something, when you find a patch of light and you start photographing it, don't take one picture of it and move on. Stay with it. You know, you think about how much work goes into making a pot or making a painting. It takes a tremendous amount of effort just to get used to the graphic forms that you're looking at and that you're dealing with. And so take a lot of pictures. Don't worry about wasting pixels. So play with it. Play with what would happen if she had come over this far on the image. Would it made it stronger or not as strong? Or come up and just had this much? There's no right or wrong here, so play with it. Play with it. And when you get back and we're looking at them in the computer, then we can talk about what difference it makes if you did it this way or that way. Okay, I think there might be one more. Yeah, this was a student where I teach at Maryland Institute College of Art. He was interning with me this summer, and I told him to go out and do the assignment, and I gave him 15 minutes. I thought he did pretty well.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I think that's it. Is that it? Yeah, okay, that's it. So,
Do you want it in black and white, light?
We're going to talk about how to do black.
okay,
Okay.
that's Ben's job. So, any questions about that?
There's Connie in blue light.
Any questions about that? So one thing to think about is, let's say that there's some beautiful light falling on this chair. What you don't want to do is make a composition around the chair. You want to make a composition around the light falling on the chair. So you can let go of horizon line. It doesn't have to be, you know, up and down. Find the best composition, the best way that that pattern of light falls into the rectangle of your camera. Okay? Does that kind of make sense? So just a couple of rules. No tripods. So you're not stuck on a tripod and you can't move around. I want you to be able to move your camera and really look through the lens and take a lot of pictures. And don't judge yourself. Just take a lot of pictures. Let yourself get into that really kind of intuitive flow.
The assignment is to capture light. And part of the idea of capturing light is you're capturing form as well. So I was just playing with the light coming across the building here, being shadowed by the overhang, making these triangular statements here, the shadow that falls underneath the boards themselves, and just trying to look at that in a variety of ways. Even with all of this going on, you've got all these sort of sub-statements going on as well. So I'm curious to see how that will translate out into the final images.
Like you, these students have been given the task of going out and trying to shoot light as a subject itself. So they're looking for interesting plays of light. They're looking for scenarios where the light has caught their attention and can hold down the subject of an entire photo on its own. Something that's interesting about a class like this is we've got a wide variety of skill levels. Some of these students are fairly beginners, others are experienced shooters actually coming from a film background. Many of them have never experienced a group critique before, and they're a little nervous about that. Some of them may have photographic experience, but not have much experience with digital photography, and none of them have ever done an exercise like this, an exercise that's really challenging the way they see and getting them to try and look at the world in a very different way.
Well, I think you would want to go ahead and take this little bit of light out of the shot in post-production. I think we could bring in the shot a little bit and reframe it just to make it more interesting.
We really encourage them to stay around the lodge because for an exercise like this, it doesn't matter where you are. Another nice thing about this exercise is it really teaches you that good photos can happen anywhere. You don't have to go somewhere special. Light is happening all over the place. And so we're hoping the students are going to seek it out in the nooks and crannies around the lodge, in their own rooms, out in the parking lot, wherever they can find it. What's compelling about this exercise is it gets you seeing in a very different way. It gets you to stop thinking about the objects in front of you and start thinking about the light that's in front of you. Very often what makes an interesting photo is not what you're pointing your camera at, but the light that's bouncing off of what you're pointing your camera at. Very often you might see shadows that are interesting and think, well, this is an example of interesting light. But, and this is treacherous philosophical ground here, no, that's a picture of a shadow, not light, even though it's a shadow created by light. And that's often a pitfall that students run into on this exercise. We really want the exercise to be about shooting interesting light.
Okay, so before we get started on critique, which I hate the word critique, but it's kind of the industry standard. But I want to talk a little bit about what a critique is. And I love this quote by Rilke, the 19th century Czech poet. In artistic work, one needs nothing so much as conscience. It is the sole standard. There's really no reason to be defensive or to lie, to pretend that it didn't happen. It's a little bit like lying to your therapist. You know, it doesn't do any good in the long run. Because what a critique is about is to make you more aware. So as you go out and photograph next time, you'll be more aware of some of the situations that we've talked about here. So the sole purpose of it is to make you stronger, better photographers.
And isn't critique is the French word for disembowelment, right? That's how I always think of it.
Well, that makes me feel so much better
Okay,
about
we're on
doing
the
a
same
critique.
page.
Okay, that was a good one.
Yeah, can we have that slide up next time?
Yeah, quote by Ben Long. So the way I like to do critiques is not to approach it so much by what the image means or the feelings that it evokes from it, though we can certainly get into that. But I like to approach it from a very graphic point of view. What works in the image and why, and what doesn't work and why, and where does your eye go in the image, and what's pulling you into that point and what's taking you away. What are the distracting moments? So that's the way I'd like to go about this, and everybody's free to talk. Okay, whose is this? Okay. Where do your eyes go? Right around here? Yeah. And it just keeps taking us down this way. Would love to see you get rid of this little piece right up there. Because there's nothing really there. It just, it's pulling us. We're going in this direction. It's just pulling us up there. And it's nothing interesting. It's just sort of a distraction. But I think this image is wonderful. I love the simplicity of it. I love how you have it coming in from one side, and it's like making use of the really dynamic corner to corner of the rectangle.
One technical comment, that overexposed highlight on the right side. I say that's overexposed because there's no detail in there. Look at the change in detail as it ramps back into the pipe. If you were shooting raw, that's the kind of detail that you can recover. That's one of the advantages of shooting raw over JPEG, and we haven't talked about raw at all, but one of the big advantages of raw is that you would be able to get detail back into that highlight and put some texture back in there and make it just a little bit less of an eye magnet.
Is there a way of relating this with these forms in a different way? And that's all playing with camera angle, and I think it may not work, but it's interesting to play with.
And that's another reason that we stress the working the shot thing. Just, you never know, oh, look, when I got down a little bit lower, I like what happened to the shadows and that kind of thing.
Whose is this? Okay. Where do your eyes go? I think they go. Yeah. Walk right up there. And isn't that light just gorgeous? And there's no doubt this is light. This is totally light. And what she's done also is make these darker tones here really define the light here. So we're defining the highlights. We get such a strong sense of what these highlights are about. Yeah, that's great.
And I think that's a good example of how she's gone abstract enough that we don't get into a little literal interpretation, and so can more easily see the light.
Whose is this? Okay. What do we look? Where do your eyes go? What do you see? Well, I think this is composed around this wall here. I'd get rid of this little patch of light here. This is an interesting little element, but this is really, it's a nice photograph of a wall, a barn wall or wood wall, rather than the light falling on the wall. Oh, this is beautiful. Good. This is great. Yeah. That is just beautiful. And compositionally, again, with it's going right into the back. Everything's working in harmony. Everything's speaking to one another. And you've got a sense of space that works, but it's not obvious. So there's something there that really keeps us engaged. It's nice.
That's mine.
Isn't that beautiful? Ding. The composition is nice. The way it's filling the frame, but it's not in the center of the frame, so so the balance is really working. The negative space is all working, and the light right there. It's beautiful.
Also mine.
Shadows.
Busy, isn't it?
It's busy, yeah. It's busy and it's about shadows. You could have gone in there and really examined this and looked at right here and to see if there's an interesting way that you could really frame the light in here and use all of this stuff to frame the light. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So find the light in there would be the interesting thing. And that's, again, working it. Getting in there and really working it.
Actually, after I converted this image, I realized that I had a couple others that would have worked. This was more about the shadow, and I thought,
Yeah.
wait a minute, we're supposed to be doing light.
Right. There's so much light going on in here. There's something about it that feels just a little bit awkward. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
There's a strange sense of depth or lack of depth in the image because the tones in the floor and the tones in the chair and the tones in the apple are the same. Mm-hmm. It's hard to see any three-dimensionality to it. At the same time, I like that. It makes it very painterly. It looks like a pencil drawing, which is cool, and yet I think that may be what's disorienting is right. I don't have a strong sense of depth, but I like that pencil drawing quality.
Yeah, the confusion of the space here is interesting. But I think if it was truly about light, this point would have been finished right here. Yeah. That feels like that's cut off.
This also, though you may not recognize it when you're standing there, this also would count as a pretty high dynamic range scene, which is why we've lost the highlight over there on that apple. That's a case where we talked earlier about the histogram, and you saw why it's a critical post-production tool. Your camera will also show you in the camera a histogram of any image that you've taken. So you could take, when you're in a situation like this where you go, wow, I've got a really bright highlight on a shiny object, I really don't want to overexpose it. You could take the picture and look at the histogram on the back of the camera. Anytime you see a big spike on the right side, very right side of the histogram, that means overexposure. And a lot of cameras will also, in the thumbnail preview, when you're looking at the histogram, they'll flash any area in the image that's overexposed. So I expect you'd see this entire right side of this apple flashing black. At that point, you could say, oh, I need to underexpose this image. Your camera has an exposure compensation control that lets you say, you can just dial in a certain amount of over or under exposure. So you could say underexpose this by a stop, and that would probably you'd probably get detail back in that highlight. It would mean in post-production that you're going to have to work to brighten the rest of the image. And we can go over where those controls are later. Okay, this could work. This really could work, taking the whites up quite a bit in here, and even in the reflection, and taking the rest of this down, and really get a sense of light. Light that's going through plastic and light that's hitting water is just beautiful. You've got
these really specular highlights here that are just gorgeous. So I think you could make this work, and I'll work on this with you if you want, to make this really have that feeling of light. Well, I'm impressed. I think you guys did a really good job with this assignment. It's a hard assignment. It's kind of pushing you to see differently. So kudos.
I've been asking you to shoot black and white throughout this course, and I hope by now it's obvious why. When you take color out of the equation, you get down to pure geometry and form, and that can make developing and experimenting with your compositional vocabulary much easier. But of course, we live in a color world, and so a lot of times, and maybe for you all the time, you're going to want to shoot in color. As I said earlier though, working with color is hard. Color is an entirely different layer of information that's set on top of your image. And now you've seen the importance of simplifying your image to help make the subject and background more clearly defined. Well, if you're adding more information in the form of color, your image immediately gets more complex. Nevertheless, there are some simple guidelines you can follow for composing with color. Color composition is a very complex subject, and we're not going to be able to go into great depth here in this course. But in this chapter, we're going to take a look at a few simple guidelines and ideas that can help you improve your compositions when working with color. Here's a pretty textbook example of lines that guide your eye about the frame. This big curved line here, these shadows here, all leading us into these trees. I did not spot these trees and think, I want to take a picture of these. I'm going to find some lines that will lead to them. I actually went the other way. I saw these cool shadows and this nice curve here and thought, I really like these lines. I want to take a picture of them. But they don't really stand on their own. They need to go somewhere. And so I kind of chose my camera position and set myself up so that the lines went to the trees. The important thing is I'm paying attention to how lines are guiding the eye around the frame and making sure that they do go somewhere. Here's a somewhat more subtle example. He would be the subject of the image, the obvious subject of the image, no matter what, but still having these lines leading to him, all of these lines going in, it's just a very easy thing for your eye to follow. Here's a case of a lot of lines that you kind of find your way from one to the other. I've got these lines here and here and then out here that lead me into the light or maybe lead me over to this pole. They don't actually lead anywhere. There's no real subject to this image other than the lines themselves, which can be interesting. Again, the important thing is I don't look at the image and get lost. My eye has a place to go, some tracks to follow, and that makes it easier for the viewer. As Westerners, we tend to read images the way we do read text, which is from left to right. Here's a case where these lines are actually kind of leading me backwards from right to left over here into this area, which is pretty much the subject of the image, but still they're all leading into here. And finally, a whole lot of lines, which again are partly part of the subject of the image. Obviously he is the subject, but this wonderful decay in all these lines are creating tremendous amounts of atmosphere. But even though the subject of the image might be the building as much as him, my eye, as I'm looking at the image, still needs to know where to go. And all of these lines funnel right into the middle of the image. So think about the lines in your scene. You can use the lines themselves as subject. You can use them to buttress the subject. Or, as in some of these images, you need to pay attention to them simply so that you know what the viewer's eye is doing to make sure that it has something to do. Because again, one of the most important fundamental ideas of composition is you're helping the viewer find their way through your image so that they don't get lost. And entry and exit points, these leading lines, are a great way to do that. I've been asking you to shoot in black and white so far throughout this course. Obviously in this chapter we're talking about color. But the reason I've been asking you to shoot black and white is because color can be confusing sometimes. It's difficult to compose with color. Color creates an extra layer of information for the viewer, and sometimes that's just more information than you need. As I said earlier, when you strip color out, you get down to really basic composition. But take a look at this. Right now I'm standing here against a background that is a peach color. In black and white, the tone of the background and the tone of my skin are almost exactly the same, which means it's hard to get separation of me from the background. Tone is simply the brightness of a particular gray value. The brightness of my skin, the brightness of the back wall, they're about the same, and so I'm kind of disappearing here into the wall. There are a couple of ways of dealing with this. In my black and white conversion, I could make sure that this peach color gets rendered maybe as a darker tone. But there's another option, and that's to go to color. Now, this doesn't really solve our problem, but I wanted you to see what I look like in the real world, in the real color world up against this wall. I've got two problems here. I am still the same tone as the background. As we saw in grayscale mode, tonal values are the same. The brightness of this particular peach color is the same as the brightness of my skin, and so I'm fading into the wall. When you throw in the fact that it's almost the same color as my skin, I really get camouflaged here, and I don't really stand out. I want to create some separation here. Let's go back to black and white, and I want you to see what it looks like if we shoot a reverse angle. We're going to move the camera around here and shoot the opposite direction. Now, I know you can't see this because we're in grayscale, but that wall behind me is green. However, notice I'm still getting lost in it. That green, again, is the same tone as my skin tone, and so I'm not seeing a lot of separation. So we've had a peach wall that I get lost in, and now we've got this green wall. Colors, even if they have a different hue, can still have the same tone, that is, the same brightness. So I'm facing the same problem that I had before. Now, I could, of course, tone the green in a way so that I stand out more. I could go to a darker green or a lighter green, but there's another option. If we go to color, we see now that even though I am the same tone, the difference in hue makes me stand out more. My reddish skin against the green wall makes for better separation than it did against the peach wall. So this is a great example of using color in a compositional sense. I'm using color to separate foreground from background. In this case, it's a better choice than working with black and white. There are a lot of reasons you might choose to shoot color and work with color. For example, you might use color as an accent. You saw this earlier, actually, when we were shooting on the set in front of the computers and there was that nice thin strip of stuff. These are some examples of other times when color can make a nice accent. Now, sometimes when you're working with color, you need to really concentrate on your simplify step. Because color does add this extra complexity, you want to be sure that you're working with a very simple composition so that the extra color element doesn't make things too overwhelming for the viewer. Color can have an emotional quality to it. Warmer colors can feel very different than bluer colors, so you might choose to build a composition with a color tone in mind or a color quality in mind to get a particular emotional choice. For the most part, you will choose to work with color at the most basic level in the same way you work with simple shapes and geometry. A patch of color can effectively be a geometric shape in your image that you can compose with. Composing with color is a huge topic. You should be able to get started with it based on these simple compositional ideas that you've learned here. When you start working with color in your compositions, you will continue to do the same thing you've been doing in black and white. You'll need to be sure you have a subject and a background. You'll want to have a balanced composition. You'll need to try to go for a very simple image, and you'll need to think about point of view. But when you're working with color, you'll have an additional set of considerations on top of those. First of all, as you add color, you need to think about what weight it has in your composition, particularly in an instance like this where we've got some color accents. Do those bits of color throw the balance of the image off, and does that balance need to be corrected with something else? Just as we've been balancing different tones against each other, different kinds of geometry against each other, balancing tone against geometry, you can balance color against any of those other things. You can mix and match them. As you add color, you will probably need to think more about the simplicity question because, as we've said, color adds an extra layer of complexity to your image. It's a whole extra bit of stuff that the viewer has to process. So you may need to go for an even simpler image. You may need to get in tighter. You may need to work harder to crop out extra extraneous stuff. Finally, you'll want to think about the atmospheric or emotional quality that color lends to your composition. A bunch of warmer tones are going to have a very different feel than a bunch of very cool tones, and so you want to think about how that affects the overall feel of the image and if that impacts the composition in any way that needs to be adjusted for. Technically, there are some things that you need to think about once you start working with color. Of course, you have to have a good white balance on your camera to accurately record color, so you'll need to consider that, something you've been able to ignore when working in black and white. But you'll also want to think about color tone. Now, we've been working purely in tone up to this point, lightness and darkness, but colors have tones also. I've got these red bricks back here. They're a kind of light color, but there are a lot of different shades of red. There's lighter red, darker red, and I can control that through exposure. A little bit of overexposure is going to lighten these up even more. Underexposure is going to deepen the color, make it more saturated, and that in turn can impact my composition. Does a darker color have a heavier weight in my scene than a lighter color? And do I need more or less weight? Does that mean that I need one type of exposure or another? These are all things that you need to be balancing out. And of course, once you start playing with exposure to adjust tone, you will possibly be introducing other troubles into your image. If I'm overexposing to lighten the color tone in my image, that might mean that highlights somewhere in the scene are going overexposed and blown out. So these are all things that I have to balance, all things that I have to consider and weigh against each other as I start introducing color into my compositions. You've probably spent the bulk of your photographic life working in color, but of course I've had you shooting in black and white. So now I think it's time for you to go back to color and start practicing some of this compositional vocabulary that we've been working with. As I said before, it's for the most part exactly like what you've been doing in black and white. There are just these extra considerations that you need to weigh when you're setting up your shot. Because of that, why don't you start simply? Start with images that are still mostly about tone, interesting plays of light and that kind of thing, but that maybe have a color accent, one little bit of color weight that you can start playing with, and from there, go more complex. A very nice place to start is working with portraits, because you know exactly what color values you're going to have to work with, and you can try to find situations that balance those out. As I said, color is a long course in itself. We're just trying to get the basics of color worked into the vocabulary that you've already had so that you can take what you've learned back into your color life for times when it's more appropriate than black and white. All right, we're back for more image analysis. We've got a different photographer up here on the chopping block this time. We're going to look at the work of Paul Taggart, an international photojournalist. I first met Paul here at the Arts Institute also. He's also a former student. Fantastic photographer. You might have seen his work in the New York Times or Time Magazine, any number of other journalistic institutions. And we've got a little selection of Paul's work here, starting with this one. It's a powerful image.
It's a very powerful image.
So much so that we didn't know what to say now.
Right, left me speechless. Okay. What I love about this image is this very dark figure here that's a little soft focus. You don't see any, it's all silhouette, you don't see any features against this really brilliant white background. And everything in the photograph is really pulling us up to that. Mm-hmm. That is such a mysterious moment. It's really almost takes your breath away.
Well, particularly as you're drawn here first, to me, there's a wonderful two-step thing that happens here. She almost looks like a bride of some kind. You're lured into this place of like, oh, I'm going into the light, and here's this, oh. And as your eye starts moving around, you realize this is a much more sinister scene than maybe you initially thought, and it really has power. This is a hospital, and there's something in this bed here. There's some nice vignetting going on also that's really directing attention.
The relationship between this form and this form becomes so powerful. Mm-hmm. And part of it is that this figure is right in the middle of this form right here. Mm-hmm. And then again, you've got the environment here, which is giving you the context for that relationship. And
this is almost just a straight geometric pattern here. Mm-hmm. I also like that this line is going through her head, not above or below or his head, through the figure's head. Very, very formal, but a tremendous amount of power in this image. Mm-hmm. Great example of the power of direction of light also.
This image I love for its simplicity and clever seeing. I love that. Yeah. So obviously we're looking into a mirror here. We have three figures that are lining up here, but then we have this wonderful crack that's going through the mirror. So in just these few graphic elements, he's given us a tremendous amount of information.
And created a very well-balanced photo. The crack really ties everything together. Mm-hmm. And you could almost read a metaphorical context into the crack. If this is trouble, and it adds a little bit of an extra element to this scene. Mm-hmm.
This is also one that gives you not just the information of what's going on, but gives you the emotional impact of that information with this very strong figure here, taking up more than half of the photograph with these really rich dark tones. And because we see a little bit of his facial features here, but not so much. It's not the person here that's important, but the symbol of the person with this, rich, strong, dark head. And then we're given additional information back here, which gives us more of a context again.
It's fascinating because this is a human profile right in the foreground of the image, as you said, taking up half the shot, and yet it's really this guy who's almost the subject of the image. This is an indicator, but this is the guy that we're really looking at. This is also, I think, just compositionally, he's been so meticulous and perfect in his form. If there was any less space here, if this was cropped at all, we'd have trouble. It's just he was doing the basic work in the middle of this rapidly developing scene.
This is one if we analyze just on a purely graphic level. Compositionally, it's brilliant because you've got this form coming across like this, which is perfectly framing these two faces, and then you've got this form going across like this, which is again balancing them, and then you have this form reiterated down here. So everything, all of the graphic elements are working together in this piece to pull us right into these two figures.
And I think there's something else going on here. Paul does a lot of war photography, and like all the best war photographers, he has his good, strong, formal chops. He's working these things that Connie just said, and yet somehow he's able to do that in a situation that's potentially tense while never losing track of the humanity of the moment. The choice of expressions on these guys' faces is very interesting. There is a story here. They're getting some news that's pretty good news, and there's just something tense about police guys with big rifles getting good news that can be turning either way depending on what side you're on. There's a lot of story in this image.
Before we move away, just pointing out that if he had made a different decision here and this background had gone through the back of his head, we would have really lost the impact of his position here and the importance of his gesture and expression.
Well, I think, I'm not sure if it's obvious at home, this is barbed wire. So he's looking through barbed wire, which is giving this whole other context. I'm thinking this is in the foreground.
Oh. Well, then it's even better that it didn't run across his face.
Would have been messy.
Well, this is kind of a similar, he has a style about him for sure, and bringing some figures in the foreground here that have such strong features and really set the mood of the photograph, and then giving us these other details in the back here that are really re-emphasizing.
There's so much in this image that works, just the formal composition, but also the immediacy, his choice of camera position, his choice of point of view. I feel like I'm standing here with these guys. And I just love the cropped faces and that they're both looking into the camera and he's not. It's a wonderful moment.
And again, because he came in close and cropped off the top of this guy's head, it feels like it's more immediate, more candid, more intimate.
Yeah, it really feels like a moment. And yet perfectly well crafted at the same time. And again, that's getting back to he's doing his formal work, and yet he's still staying in touch with the people that he's shooting and knowing where the exact moment is, and that is really not easy to do. This is a great example again of shadow and negative space. It would be easy to pull detail out of here, and he has very wisely chosen not to. It's creating wonderful framing. I like the sweep of the image into here with the lines, and it's a very intimate shot, which it should be for what it is.
And this wonderful little figure coming in from the side here.
Yeah, looking at us.
It feels like we're looking at a family doing a very intimate family thing.
Yeah, which is amazing.
It's amazing that we can see this.
Yeah, to get access to that, again, we're talking about someone who's been working to build trust, working to get the inside story and the inside access. Alrighty then, Connie and I have a disagreement about this image, and she's got a pencil, so I'm a little worried. She thinks it doesn't work. She's wrong.
I love this photographer. I just want to say. Okay, do you want to present your case first?
No, go ahead.
Well, what I think this image is about is this figure here against this boat here, and giving us the context that there's a lot of destruction going on here, that this is in the middle of rubble. But as I look at this, I see that this is too overwhelming. It's very bright, and the eye always goes to the lighter part of the print first. And so we're really drawn into this, and it's out of focus and taking up more than half of the photograph. I think this photograph would have been stronger if he had given us much less, enough still to tell us what this is, and maybe even coming in a little bit like this, so that we're really concentrating on this. And I hate to do this to another photographer's
It's
photograph.
okay, you're wrong,
but-
so it doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I absolutely see what you're talking about, and I don't know why, but for some reason I don't have a problem with it. My eye just goes right here. And I think partly it may be the color information. The yellow against the pink is enough of a difference, enough of an eye magnet that it's outweighing this. I like the economy of the image. This is the tsunami in Japan, and the economy of rubble. Plainly, what is a boat? This is another great example that you can trust the viewer. We don't have to see a whole boat. We know this is what this is. Guy with a breathing mask on. I see what you're saying, and I can understand why it shouldn't work, and yet the first time I looked at this image, I just went right there. So I think there's a good lesson to be had here, which is that Connie's wrong, and also that there are no rules. We can sit here and talk about, well, this line should be here and this line should be here, and yet you can show the same image to someone else, and it just doesn't work sometimes, and that's how it goes.
And ultimately, it's your decision. You, the photographer, it's your decision.
Yeah.
Going through this process is really important because you understand, as we explain, what works for me and what doesn't work for me. It helps you to understand how the image works, doesn't work, how the flow is about, and then you make up your own mind about what's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is so beautiful because of the, again, the sparse information, but, and we're looking at something that is very difficult to look at. It's a very tragic scene, but he's showing it to us in an aesthetically beautiful way. We've got these bags, which I assume are holding bodies, and these bags are balanced with the mountains in the background, and then picking up this lovely blue of the sky. So there's this wonderful relationship here. And then we've got just enough information. Your curiosity is piqued, so you want to come into the image. It brings you into it. And this is what I assume looks like a plane crash.
Like rubble of some kind, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a very narrative quality to this image.
Yeah.
And though we may not know the truth, we have no context,
Right.
verbal context for this, but we can really understand at least the feeling of what's going on.
These three elements just make a nice geometric form, and I don't want to go too formal because one of the things that impresses me about this is it's a very, through his formalism and his composition, there's a lot of care and concern for what has happened here built into this image. It's a very sensitive image, and respectful.
This is just a beautifully graphic image.
Yeah.
In an amazing situation.
And by graphic, you mean the graphical lines.
Yes, and the formal relationships of this, how this is going right across the frame, how this is entering the frame. You've got the iceberg back here. You've got this line coming down.
Yeah.
So it's beautifully arranged, but you also get such an exciting sense of what's going on here.
Yeah, yeah. A real difficult moment to capture in real time because plainly things are changing quickly, and he nailed it. It's our last one here, and I just can't stop looking at this picture.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And this, again, sums up a lot of what we've been saying about Paul's work. Really perfect formalism here, and yet at the same time staying in touch with the reality of the moment and the reality of this guy. The expression on his face is exactly right for the giant boat that's bearing down on you. He's just really nailed it.
But look at how sensitive he is visually. All of this is going on. I mean, it's got to be totally chaotic. But look at how sensitive he is in creating this form. Yeah. It's not crossing this form. Yeah. So this form separated. Is very strong and powerful. If it had been confused with this form, it wouldn't have had that same sense of gigantic power.
Yeah, it would have gotten lost.
Imploding on top of you. Yeah, it would have been lost. And the sense of the moment here is just exquisite. Yeah. So to balance that kind of composition with sense of moment, I think is incredible.
Perfect. Yeah. Again, that's Paul Taggart. That's the work of Paul Taggart, photojournalist. And it's really, we could keep looking at his stuff all day long. But next up, we're going to be looking at some of Connie's work. And I'm going to have the pencil. If the purpose of composition is to order a scene so that it makes more sense to the viewer of your photo, then it follows that in the process of creating a composition, you are setting up elements that will guide the viewer's eye through your picture. And that's just what's happening in this scene that you're looking at right now. We've got this banister down here, this diagonal line of peeled paint along the wall. They're all leading right into me, and I'm framed by this doorway. We're using a lot of elements here that are very carefully arranged to make sure that your eye enters the frame and is led directly to me. Geometry is one of the most prevalent ways that you will guide the viewer's eye as you're setting up your compositions. Here's a fairly textbook example of leading lines, and I think it should be pretty obvious. These big curved lines of these tire tracks, these good strong diagonal lines of these shadows, they're all leading right here into the trees, guiding our eye exactly into the middle of the image. I think it's important to point out that I did not see these trees and think, wow, I really want to take a picture of those trees. I'll walk around until I can find some leading lines. It was really the opposite. I saw the lines and thought, boy, these shadows are really pretty, and I like the way this curve cuts across these strong diagonal lines, but I need a subject for the image. And so I moved around until I found a place that the lines could go, something the lines could lead me to. So this was a case where I was very pointedly working with the lines and the fact that I knew they were going to guide the viewer's eye somewhere, and I had it guide them directly into these two trees. Here the eye is being guided by a number of different things. Primarily, we've got this strong line right through here and this dark shadow up in here that are helping to just contain our eye so it flows right along the lit up fence. Now you might argue that, well, my eye's just going to the brightest spot, which is this white stuff, which is true, but these lines are serving to keep it centered, keep it focused, and keep it from wandering around the image. Meanwhile, we've got this line here and this repeating group of lines here that just help our eye go right on out the other side of the frame. There are lots of things that you will use to guide the viewer's eye. So again, we've got implied lines here, we've got tonality here and here. All of them are serving to keep the viewer's eye from getting lost. This one's a strange one because it's really about the lines. They don't actually lead anywhere, but they do all work together. I have these strong lines here, which lead me right to these. Even if you miss the barbed wire at first, you certainly go right to the fence, which leads you back in here, directly into the light, or maybe over to this pole. They don't actually end up anywhere. This is a kind of journey is the reward kind of case where the lines themselves give you something to do. Notice that with the lines and the simplicity of the image, even though there's not a really strong subject in this image, my eye still does not get lost. It knows where to go. As Westerners, we tend to read images the same way we read text, that is, we go from left to right. This is a case, though, where the lines in the image are leading me more from right to left and back here into the mirror and back to the chair. Again, simplicity is a big part of this image. My eye knows where to go, partly because there are these strong lines to follow, but also because there's really not that much extraneous. In looking at the image now, I wish I'd gone in and moved this table out of the frame so that it was only the chair, because the chair does get lost a little bit in the table, and I could possibly have mitigated this a little bit by standing up, getting the camera higher, so that maybe there was more space between the top of the chair and this line on the table. That might have helped make the chair stand out. It also possibly would have moved the chair down here a little bit so that it intersected more with this line. I was thinking more of this as a graphic element that I wanted in the center of the frame for balancing reasons. Still, this is a case where I probably should have worked my shot a little more so that I wouldn't be wondering about these questions now. Here's a case where Actually, here's a case where I've got a focus problem. My camera focused back here. I need a deeper depth of field. You may think, didn't you notice this before you chose this image for the presentation? I did. I wanted to include some images that have some trouble so that you can see that very often you get into an image and only find out then that there's a technical problem or that you should have done something else. And learning to recognize those problems is a way to improve later. Still, for the lesson of leading lines, this image still works. It's pretty obvious where the subject is. It's these kids with their cameras. But these strong lines here really help reinforce that right away I know that I'm falling into the center of this image. Here's a case where the line is doing double duty. It is actually the subject of the image. It's what we really notice. It's what caught my eye. But it's also serving a leading line function. My eye just follows this wonderful wavy path right back here to this barn and this tree and this cloud, which work together as a single graphical element. But the line still does serve to guide my eye there. This is another case where leading lines combined with simplicity. There's nothing extra in the frame. There's nothing competing with the line. If the line was here, my eye might wander a little bit. It might not know where to go, so the line is constraining it. The simplicity is making the line more effective by guaranteeing that it's not competing with anything else. There are a lot of ways of controlling the viewer's attention. We're going to look at more of them in this course, but it's a good idea to really start paying attention to lines that lead the viewer's eye into, and if need be, back out of the frame. We've been talking a lot about framing, but we've been referring to framing as the process of framing your shot inside your viewfinder. There's another type of framing, and that's to frame your subject within a compositional element of some kind. We're doing that right now. I'm being framed by this car window because I'm sitting here in this old car. Framing is another tool that you have to control the viewer's eye. With a good strong frame on the image, attention is brought more to the subject, and the viewer's eye is prevented from wandering off the frame. Now, though the frame is here in front of me in this case, I'm still the subject of the image, and there's still a background to the image. The frame is serving simply to keep the viewer's eye under control. When framing is done well, you won't even notice it happening. Consider this shot of a windmill. The windmill is very plainly framed inside this larger, weird geometric shape. The framing object itself is not part of the windmill. It doesn't have to be. And it doesn't have to be a perfect square either. That's part of what makes this shot interesting, is the frame itself is an interesting shape and an interesting compositional element. Sometimes frames can be created by tonal framing, having darkness around the edges. Sometimes frames can be created from different objects that you manage to compose in such a way that they patch together and form a frame. One thing to be very careful of when you're framing, though, is depth of field, especially in a situation like this. We've got the car door in front, and I'm a little bit further back, and we've got some background behind me. If I want the car door in focus, then we're talking about a deep depth of field situation. That means a smaller aperture, bigger F number, and paying attention to where we're focusing. I would probably want to put my focus point on the door so that the depth of field falls behind and puts me in focus. Now, you don't always want your frame in focus. A soft focus frame works well also, so of course that would be a wider aperture or smaller F number. And that's the kind of thing you can experiment with while you're shooting. Bracket your apertures and try soft and sharp frames. In this case, a sharp frame is probably better because we want to identify this as a car door and maybe tie it into the rest of this scene. Composition is very often just about ordering the world within your scene, controlling the viewer's eye, and a good strong frame is a nice way to do that. One of the things that I really like about working with Lynda.com is the production value. A lot of time and effort and thought goes on behind the camera to create the image that you're seeing right now. And the people behind the camera are very skilled photographers and videographers. That means that you can learn a lot about composition just from looking at the actual framing that the Lynda crew has come up with for all of the scenes in this course. This scene is a great example. The crew spent a lot of time organizing this set based on strong compositional ideas. So let's just take a look at what they came up with. Let's start with the lines in this image. The curving line of the tops of these monitors leads you right into me. Why wouldn't I like that? These wonderful diagonal lines, meanwhile, in the background along the ceiling, they guide you the rest of the way into the image and back out of the frame. Note the cropping of the ceiling. There are 3 rows of lights visible. The rule of threes in composition can be very important. If you have a repeating pattern, 3 is sometimes kind of the sweet spot for how many of those repeating elements you should show. If you show only 2 of a repeating element, then it doesn't really look like a pattern, while more than 3 can be too compositionally busy. So we've got 3 rows of lights back there. These are further reinforced by the diagonal line of that far wall. This is a fairly monochromatic image, black and white computers on white tables with white walls, so the accent of this wood finished railing going behind the monitors really breaks up the shot and provides a nice highlight, both because of its color and its position in the frame. Take note of the position of that wood railing. It cuts just below the top of the monitors. If it had intersected with the top of the monitors, well, there could have been a less satisfying intersection of lines. More importantly, it could have created some confusion about the depth in the scene. Finally, note where they've put me. I'm sitting here on the boundary of the leftmost third, and I'm balanced out by those monitors over there, which have a fair amount of compositional weight because of their strong rectangular shape and the black bezels and their repetition. If you haven't noticed already, go back and take a look at the movies that you've already watched. This time, take an eye for how they're composed. A picture may be worth 1,000 words, but depending on how you compose it, it may or may not tell a story. I am standing out here on the now new shoreline of Lake Altus Lugert, which is the lake right behind the Quartz Mountain Lodge. Oklahoma is in the middle of one of the worst droughts it's had in decades, and normally the water would be about 30 feet above my head. The lake's down to about 25% capacity, and as it has receded, it's left a lot of dead fish. And so we've been walking around seeing these dead fish, and they're just down to white skeletons, and they're very pretty objects. They have nice repetition in them. They cast nice shadows in the morning light, particularly when the sand itself has gotten real textury. And I can take a picture of one of these dead fish. It's kind of hard not to. They're pretty compelling. And I might get something like this. Sure enough, that's a picture of a dead fish. And that's about it. It's not a particularly interesting picture. I could maybe go in closer and turn it into more of an abstract picture of a dead fish. But this is just a fish skeleton in sand. There's no real story here. If it wasn't on sand, it would probably be even less compelling. It would just look like garbage that had fallen out of a trash can or something. I can make one simple change though and really alter how this photo works. If I come around in front and take another picture, I get this. This is an image that has a little more narrative. I can see possibly that the shoreline has receded. Pair this with some words and I have a really solid story. Even on its own, it's got more of a story than just a fish in sand. This is a picture of a lake that is receding and leaving behind a lot of dead animals. Sure, a lot of times strong narrative requires you to shoot multiple shots of a location or an event or a person to build up an essay about them. But you want to try to work as much as possible within a single frame to give as much context as possible to try to build up narrative when it's appropriate. As sometimes happens in life, I find myself in a forest full of old car doors. And as usually happens when that sort of thing transpires, I think, boy, photo op. And I look out here at this scene and it just seems like, boy, this is such a picture waiting to happen. It's all these rusted out car doors, and they're all old car doors. Whoever has done this has this weird fetish for old car doors and plainly has been ripping them off of cars and heaping them out here in great rows. And it's nice, there's all this repetition, there's all this cool rusted texture. This is just seemingly a gold mine of photographic opportunity. And if I'm into details, it is. I've been prowling around here working the details of these scenes, working the repetition, working the shattered glass, trying to find interesting textures. When the sun comes out, and we've got clouds rolling through pretty quick here, so a lot of times it's in shade. When the sun comes out, I've got cool glints off of chrome and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of detail here that's very interesting. What I'm having trouble with is some kind of big shot of the whole thing. To a degree, these detail shots are pretty abstract. It's difficult to really get too much of an idea of what's going on. It's difficult to get the complete weirdness of a bunch of old car doors out in the middle of nowhere in the country. And so I keep thinking, yeah, there's some great picture here that's going to take it all in, and I can't find it. I can go wide, but it just looks like junk. I also got the problem of car doors are metal urban textures, and I've got all these trees going around, and so there's just a lot of leafy garbage around. It's difficult to really get a clean shot. It's difficult to simplify. It's difficult to find a shot that's really balanced because trees are really tall and they're going out of the frame. I'm just having difficulty finding it. And as I prowl around some more and look at it from different angles and I'm working my shot and I'm seeing, well, if I come back too far, it just turns into this kind of noisy texture. If I get up real close, the details look nice, but I lose the overall picture. So I'm starting to realize my problem here is I don't have a subject. As fascinating as this is, it's not fascinating enough to hold down the image. I need a subject of some kind. A lot of times when I get into a situation like this, I think what I need is a rock band because, you know, they could stand here and look tough and look ironic and things like this, and this would be a great background, and I just don't have one with me. And so I'm left with a background with no subject. If I had a friend with me, I could put them in front of it and probably get a cool portrait. But as far as this being a scene unto itself, I don't think I'm missing anything here. I think it's just not interesting enough, as fascinating as it is to be standing here. I don't think it's interesting enough to carry a photo. Remember, photos are abstractions. The viewer doesn't get the full experience of being out here and experiencing just how weird it is to have cows walking by a bunch of old car doors. So if you find yourself in a situation like this where you think, this is so obviously a photo, and you can't find it, very often it's because a scene that seems so obviously a photo is really a photo background, and you need a subject. Again, if you've got a friend with you, put them in the shot. If you can find an element that's simple enough that can serve as an anchor, then you can do that. Otherwise, I'm afraid you just have to enjoy yourself and let go of the image. As I've mentioned many times during this course, the purpose of composition is to order a scene so that it makes sense to the viewer, so that they understand what your subject is. That inherently means that you're guiding their eye through the scene to your subject so that they know how to read it. If you have successfully taken a good composition, then you have already successfully guided the viewer's eye. Nevertheless, it's not a bad idea to practice this process of really trying to drive their eye somewhere. A lot of scenes in the world have complexity in them, maybe have multiple subjects, maybe have more or less ambiguous subjects. So I think a good way to practice guiding the viewer's eye is to find a scene like this, where there's a very obvious subject, where there's no doubt what the subject is, and then work up different ways of guiding the viewer's eye to that subject. You can try it with geometry, as we have here. You can try it with tone. You can even try it with color. Really find a simple subject and see all the ways that you can make it very clearly defined as the subject of an image. If you practice with an easy example like this, you will develop a kind of leading lines vocabulary that you can then take into more complex situations. Those that survived the group critique. Actually, the group critique went really well. Everyone took it very well. It was a very diplomatic critique, and there were some students who did have to face the fact that an image that they took really wasn't a picture of light. And it's great to see a group of students who are really open and wanting to learn. They didn't take the critique personally. They really heard the message and went out and started shooting again. So the critique went really well. Now it's time for another assignment, and this next one is even harder.
So now I've decided to give you a really hard assignment.
Since we did so well on that one, you want to give us a really tough one.
That's right. We don't have much time, but we gotta get everybody rolling here. Okay, this assignment is find a relationship between a subject in the foreground and a subject in the background, and by using camera angle, use camera angle to create a new form or a new relationship, a new shape, or a new meaning. So take something in the foreground and something in the background and really work your camera angle until you can find those two things relating to one another. So in order to do this successfully, you're looking at me with daggers. To do this assignment really successfully, what you need to do is think of the world in graphic elements. So you're not going outside and seeing a bench or a trash can or a lamppost. You're seeing graphic lines. You're free to turn the horizon line. We don't have to keep the horizon line horizontal. You can move that, but the thing that I want you to do, and it could be that you draw a relationship between a rock in the foreground and a mountain in the background, or a line in the foreground and a cloud in the background, but through camera angle, find a way that they relate to one another. Doesn't mean that they have to touch, but draw some kind of relationship between the two. Okay?
Show us some examples.
Well, I'm just about to do that, Mr. Bill.
Good.
Okay, so here, I'd like to say that Keith Carter took my workshop, but he didn't. He hasn't yet, at least we'll say that. Keith has such a wonderful way of seeing spatially. He makes so many wonderful relationships. I love this with the two little pairs framed in this window that's framed through this background. It's just lovely. And then this one with the young boy. And here, he's let go of the horizon line. And what it does is it makes the relationship that much more intimate and that much more mysterious. Another Keith Carter. So, your picture goes here.
So we've been looking at layers and how different layers in the world can be compressed into a flat two-dimensional image. This class is going to do the same thing. They've been tasked with going out and trying to take pictures that show a relationship between foreground and background objects that doesn't actually exist in the real world. This is very much like what we've been exploring in our layers discussions about how something in the foreground can be made to intersect with or stand next to something in the background in a way that you don't really see. There are a lot of things that indicate depth to the human eye. There's scale, things in the distance seem smaller. There's depth cueing that comes in the form of light fall off. Things in the distance maybe have a different type of light on them. These are all things that your brain does a masterful job of sorting out so that you understand the 3D world that you live in. We're asking these students to short circuit that entire process, to try to learn to unlearn that way of seeing, to try to not sort the world out that way and see a very different relationship of the one object to another around them.
I think I filled one of them.
You were awfully brave asking him that.
Yeah, he didn't care. He was like,
Okay, good.
It's a way of creating almost an optical illusion. It's a way of making yourself really see what's before you at all levels of depth on lots of different planes and try to pre-visualize how those might combine together into a flat two-dimensional image.
okay, yeah, take off the tag. Okay, there, be still. Okay, this might be the closest. I think this is very pleasing. You can't really see it.
Yeah, but there's kind of like there are two people sitting side by side, right?
Yeah, except one is metal, is further away, and you're orange. So I think
Oh yeah, I think that's gonna work right
I
there.
can't see it.
Yeah, I like that.
See, that's you and you. This is the only thing that's kind of...
Yeah, I think that'll work. Let's try that. And
Do you want to try it from the other side?
It's a tricky assignment because it requires you to look with a level of depth that you're not normally seeing. Your brain tries to sort out the layers of the world so that they don't intersect, so that they don't look like they relate to each other. And we're asking you to see past that and try to put them together.
Are we ready to start?
We're ready to start.
Okay, so does this fulfill the assignment? There's two. I love these tires. Okay, so but what's the relationship, the foreground-background relationship?
Just an obvious continuation of form.
It's just repeating shape. Could it be the rocks in the background?
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's potential with this little guy up here and this guy here. I'm not sure.
Or it could be like the tires are taking the form of a mountain range,
Yeah,
and then the mountain range in the background.
yeah.
What if the lake disappeared and the tires went into that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be interesting. That could actually be very interesting.
Another month of drought, we could probably close.
It's a million couple bars, I left the line down.
I think that's much better.
That makes the black and white simplifies it so much more.
It does. And this whole wonderful heap here that's just filling so much of the frame. And then this leading off. You actually are leading off to this little point up here. Yeah, I think that's much more successful. I love this. Whose image is this? Oh, this is great. I love it. So what you're doing here is absolutely, everything that's in the photograph here is working in concert. everything is bringing us right to this point, and you've got such a beautiful composition and arrangement of everything. It's simplified, the statement is simplified. It's not a simple statement, but all of the graphic information is bringing us right to that one point. And it's just beautiful. I love it.
I also think it's really good that these are here instead of going right out the corner the way the other two are. You know, and all of these little details like it being off center and so on and so forth, those all count and they all add up, and that again is why you work your shot. You may not even be seeing those while you're there. A lot of times you don't know it till afterwards, and that's why you want gobs of coverage.
Okay, and whose is this?
That's mine too.
Okay. So I love this relationship here, but I hate this little piece of grass right there. Yeah, because these forms, especially this egg form, is just so beautiful. And then the relationship to here. And again, I think I would have played with this relationship. Is this the best way to relate these two? Hopefully you did play with it. Tried sticking it right in there. Tried, you know, having this edge just touch the bottom edge of the circle in the background. So you're really playing with it and finding the most dynamic place.
This is a case where actually tracing your eye around the edge of the frame beforehand might have, I imagine you just didn't even see this when you were shooting. You're concentrating on the egg and the relationship, yeah, and now you know you can look at it and go, how did I not see that or this or that? Tracing your eye around the edge will sometimes just open you up to, oh my God, there's a twig in the middle of my image.
When you say trace the edge, are you talking about like of the egg down to the opening?
Just after you compose the shot, just really trace your edge, look along every edge and see. You'd probably get to here and go, oh wait a minute, what's this? And it's going to make you not focus your attention on your idea, but actually look at the frame and look at what's in the frame. It's going to put you in a really objective place.
So the relationship is obviously here and here. Do we think this works? Mm-hmm. I do too. It totally fulfills the assignment. And I like the way that you've positioned this form in the rectangle. You've really, you've filled it with this in a very dynamic way. Whose is this? Okay. This, I think, is just beautiful. There's so much complexity going on here. And look at all the graphic lines. This could be utter chaos, but because of the way it's seen, it's very simple, it's easy to read, it's easy to get into, and really, in my mind, really, really works. You see how this line is reiterated here and here. You've got these lines coming down, meeting this point here. So you've got everything, even the negative space up here, the sky. It's all working together. It's just beautifully organized.
This is a great example of repetition, and that repetition doesn't always have to be really linear. It doesn't have to just be one shape after another in a perfect row. You've got these triangles all over the place that are repeating throughout the image. Mm-hmm. And it creates a rhythm. It's not linear, but your eye still picks up on it.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, and this relates so well with the first one, where they're just tight and they give you every bit of information and there's nothing extraneous. There's just one.
And it's such a magnificent metaphor. You know, it truly, truly is. I meant that in the most loving and supportive way, Bill.
That is great.
But a visual metaphor is really when you're seeing two very disparate things and you're seeing the similarity between them. So it's a visual metaphor.
Would it have been better to have turned his head enough to not see the ear?
Ooh, I think the ear makes it. Yeah.
I actually tried that, and I really like the ear in it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and whose image is this? Okay. So we've got, obviously, this wonderful relationship with the foreground stuff and the background, and we have the separation in the texture here versus the texture here, but otherwise we've got such a nice relationship. This is such a continuation of the mountains. That's totally the assignment. Ooh.
This was the hair. I went to with the hair.
She went up to this guy and said, I love your bald head. We put it in the
His wife was standing next to him. And she said, "Are you funny?"
He had no say in the matter.
Okay, so do we need all of this to make this work? this is what it's about right here. You know, the one that we looked at right before the egg, everything that was in that photograph was there for a purpose. It all worked together. And here we've got extraneous stuff. If you had come right in on this, or even like up like that, I think it would have been. So you could have had this crazy stuff up there.
This one I thought, I didn't really like this one, but I saw it and I said, oh, I see something here. And I didn't like the composition. I thought it was too busy in the background. But I didn't know how to neutralize it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It may have been bringing these two together and having enough of a camera angle that you could either bring it against the sky or crop it so that you're against the darkness of the roof here.
You could give up on showing the whole shape of both forms and maybe have him overlap the statues so we're seeing just one side mirroring on the other side over here.
That's what I was trying to get. I wasn't sure how to get it.
Yeah, because then you could get in tighter and maybe lose some of the extra stuff.
Okay, great job, you guys. You especially did a good job on the light today. But, you know, but that's the way it happens. It really is. That's the way it happens. And tomorrow, I guarantee you'll be seeing spatial things. And these are all exercises. We said at the beginning, we're not here to make beautiful photographs. Though we've seen some really beautiful photographs, the whole goal is to shake you up to see a little bit different. And I think it's so important to see what other people are doing because we can learn from this whole group experience.
We've found a lot of interesting things in the hallway. There's this cool peeling paint, there's stuff on the floor, there's a dead bat. There's also a lot of really cool geometry. We've got these receding lines that are creating this nice perspective. And here we've got this PVC pipe that's creating a line right across the hallway. And that works well against that window there with the big cross in it. But we've got something else here. We've got an electrical problem happening. We've got this wire coming across the hallway here. Now, it may be obvious to you as you've seen me walk forward here, but this wire and that piece of PVC pipe are at different distances from the camera. They sit on different planes. They're in different layers. And because they're at different distances from the camera, they can be mixed and matched and combined in different ways depending on how the camera moves around. And you can see that happening right now. As the camera is moving, you're finding very different relationships in them. They're creating different shapes, not just with each other, but in terms of how they relate to the cross in the window back there. So by choosing a camera position of a particular kind, I can get a very different geometric shape here. This is something to look for as you're out moving around. When you see objects at different depths, understand that by the time the photo is compressed down to a two-dimensional object, you're going to have different shapes depending on where you put the camera. This is a powerful compositional tool. Let's take a look at some other examples. We're going to look now at 3 sample images shot by students of the 2011 Oklahoma Summer Arts Institute. So these were teenagers. These are 14 to 18-year-olds. We gave them an assignment to go out and shoot images very much like the ones I was just discussing, where there is a relationship between foreground elements and background elements. We didn't specifically say color or black and white, so this first image we're looking at is in color. And if you haven't figured it out already, this is a reflector on the guardrail alongside a highway. And here we can see the guardrail extending into the distance. This was shot by a student named Ethan Yates. And what Ethan has done here is really pay attention to his full field of view. And I don't mean full in terms of left and right, but depth. As we move through the world, it's very easy for us to focus our attention only on the plane where our subject lies. We tend to focus on just this one plane and ignore everything in the background. But photos, of course, are two-dimensional. They get mashed flat. And when they're mashed flat like this, there is a direct relationship between this circle and this line. And it's difficult to shift your focus away from simply seeing on the plane where your subject is to seeing the relationship of objects in three-dimensional space. And Ethan's done a great job of this right here. If he had shifted his position in different ways, the image wouldn't have worked so well. If he had gotten down lower, then this circle would be here up amongst this vegetation in the background. What I like about his positioning here is the circle is serving to tie this graphic element into this graphic element. Our eye leads along this line. It either gets led into the scene or we see this first and find our way back out of the scene. Very nicely composed image. This is a shot by Mary Florer, and a great visualization of foreground and background. She has obviously mirrored the shape of the mountain in the curved shape of this water fountain. And again, it would be very easy to be standing at this scene, looking at the water fountain and seeing only what lies on its plane and simply not recognizing that right there in the background is a repeating pattern, another line that mirrors the line of the water. Now, for this to work and be set up properly, she has to position her camera very precisely. If she was standing up higher, then the water would be down lower. If she was standing down lower, then the water might intersect with the line of the mountain. Those might be interesting shots too. But to get this one where we've really got the repetition of these two lines that sit hundreds of yards apart from each other, to get that representation or that relationship going, she had to position her camera very carefully. Amber Griffith took this picture. I really, really like the mirrored shapes here, and this one's inverted. The fish is an upside down version of the mountains, and the whole thing creates an overall sense of a circle right here in the middle. And she's done a great job with her toning and adjustments of this image. The light here on the dead fish is beautiful. Really excellent work. And again, she is seeing not just on the plane where her subject lies, she's seeing objects in the distance as graphic elements she can work with, and she is positioning her camera and her body such that they have a very particular relationship. This is a difficult thing to learn to pay attention to, but it's a great exercise, and learning to try to see the three-dimensional world in more flat, straight, graphical representation is really going to open your eyes up to lots of new subject matter. So I'm out here and I've just found another one of these. Another wrecked, dilapidated building. This place is filthy with them. I love it. But this one's special because it has this windmill further back in the next field to the right of the house. And I'm so proud of myself. I'm thinking in layers here because I've got this barn layer here and I've got the windmill layer back there, and I'm seeing in my mind a picture wherein the windmill and the house can look like they're kind of next to each other or in closer proximity than they really are. In other words, I'm seeing layers, and I'm understanding that there's all this depth that I can work with that I can compress down to a single picture. So with that in mind, I'm going to take my shot. Okay, here it is, and it just doesn't work. Boy, the windmill's tiny. That's not what I was seeing at all. Okay, let's look at why. I'm standing right here. I'm pretty close to this building. And so to get the framing that I want, which is the house over to the left and the windmill next to it, I have to go to a fairly wide angle. And you should be familiar with this already, but let's go over it again. At wider angles, the sense of depth in a scene appears to be stretched. I would like the windmill to appear closer to the house, so I need to use a longer focal length, which means I'm going to have to go farther away. I've had to change lenses. That last lens I was using was a very wide angle lens, so now I've put a 70 to 200 millimeter on. Now, I don't want to walk a long way, so I've actually got it at the widest angle. I'm at 70 millimeters right now. And at 70 millimeters, when I frame my shot, I need to be about right here. That's how I have chosen this position, is I set 70 millimeters, and now I'm going to take my shot from here. And from here, I can actually get the same framing that I had before, meaning the house at about the same size in the same part of the frame. And here's what that picture looks like. Okay, this is getting better. The windmill's getting larger. Now it's important to notice that it doesn't look identical to the first one. Here's the first one. Here's the second one. Notice the building is appearing to change shape. The perspective is changing. This is not anything I can avoid. It's simply a function of using a longer focal length and changing my field of view. In this case, I don't mind that. I wasn't trying to get a particular shape on the building. It's more about the relationship between the building and the windmill. And actually, I like the building better this way, a little bit squared up. Still not sure if this is the right one. Maybe I want the windmill a little bit bigger, and I've got a lot more telephoto power in this lens, so I'm going to go even further back. So I've been walking away from the house, and I've gotten to a point where the ground is about to drop off, and when that happens, my up-down perspective on the house changes, and that's not quite right. So I'm going to stay right about here, and when I do that and frame my shot up the way that I want it, I'm at about 120 millimeters. So I'm going to take this shot. Now, You may be thinking, boy, you sure don't look like you're lined up properly for that shot. But trust me, I am. And notice that as you move away and go to a longer focal length, your left-right position may change to get the shot framed the way that you want. Here's what we've got. And I think I like this one the most. The windmill is a good size. It's actually coming up to the top of the roof. I've maintained mostly the size of the house. Let's look at all three again. This was my first one. This was up close at a very wide angle. The windmill looks very far away. I've got a tremendous amount of depth in the scene. I pulled back and went a little more telephoto. The windmill's getting bigger. The sense of depth in the scene is compressing. I'm trying to keep my house roughly the same size and my overall composition the same. I went further back, zoomed in even more, and got this. Nice big windmill, a tremendous amount of compression of the layers in the scene, and again, my house is still roughly the same size and my overall composition is the same. Looking back at these, again, remember, perspective on the house is changing, the vanishing points are changing, the overall shape of the house may be more or less distorted. A wider angle lens when you're really close to something is going to add a lot of geometric distortion. As I pull back, I'm getting more straight up and down. I also can't get the house precisely the same size. Don't get too stuck on mathematical perfection as you're moving around. Every time you stop and frame again with a different focal length, just build a composition that looks good to you. Don't sit there and compare to the other one and make sure it's exactly the same. Just find one that looks nice. So, longer focal lengths compress the depth in the scene. Shorter focal lengths expand the sense of depth in a scene. This means that when I'm working with layers, I can manipulate how big farther layers are, or how small farther layers are, by moving forwards and backwards while changing my focal length. This is a basic lens function, and you can learn more about it in my Foundations of Photography Lenses course. Another way to think about layers is to think about collaging or juxtaposing things at different depths into the same frame. Reflections are a great way to experiment with this. Notice the reflection of the water tower in the puddle here, and we've got the water tower in the background. These are technically different layers, and there's a lot of other stuff going on in front of the water tower and in the puddle itself. This is a really interesting, easy way to start seeing different planes, to look for reflections, or to think about what you would do if you were collaging, taking disparate elements and putting them next to each other, or thinking, I'm going to juxtapose this building with that water tower. These are all ways of kind of changing the language that you're using around layering and possibly opening up more ideas for yourself. Let's take a look at some others. So this one's pretty straightforward. I'm simply mirroring this shape down here with this shape up here. Purely a geometric exercise. Obviously, there's no real correlation between dried mud and a mountain. I'm relating these two very different bits of subject matter compositionally or graphically, and just looking for shapes that create nice symmetry and that juxtapose well. Here's a case of, I was first struck by the light that was striking these boards. It was very silvery, it was very pretty, but I also just liked what was going on outside the window. So I've kind of balanced and built the composition to include the window content, and I needed to do some post-production here to bring some detail back into here because this is a very high dynamic range situation we're looking into, this bright window washed out. So I have these nice strong lines that are lit up that your eye obviously can't really come in left to right here, but it does follow these lines, and the whole thing kind of swirls around ultimately into the window. So juxtaposing these strong lines with this view that's outside in the distance is kind of what I'm working on here. This is a framing example that we use elsewhere in this course, but it's a great example of layers in an image, of juxtaposition of a shape right in front of the camera with a shape way in the distance. And of course you look at this and you understand, well, yeah, this is up close and this is far away. But of course, in a purely graphical sense, we're looking at a flat two-dimensional image. And so I'm juxtaposing these shapes against these shapes. So when we're talking about juxtaposition, we're often very much thinking in a purely theoretical graphic design kind of sense of this line and this line sitting next to each other, even though in reality they're very far away. You can play with juxtaposing tone, juxtaposing color. Layering is another way of thinking about this. I've got this layer in front and a layer in back. We're going to be talking more about layering elsewhere in this course, but that's another way of thinking about juxtaposition. Thinking in these terms is a good way of breaking up your normal seeing habits and starting to think of the world as a place with more depth and more combinations and more graphic play. I want to talk to you about fear. If you're alive right now, you could make the argument that it's because you have a particular relationship to fear. You could also argue that that relationship is built upon your ability to say no to things. So, for example, if someone says, hey, why don't you come stand in this rickety old decrepit 85-year-old elevator? If you say no, then you have successfully ruled out the possibility that you will plunge to your death in a horrible elevator crash. You've also, though, ruled out the possibility that you might see these really cool old elevator controls that are on the inside. Nevertheless, we all have our own relationship to fear. We all have our own willingness to say yes or no to certain things. The interesting thing about your relationship to fear, though, is that you will employ it even in times when you're not actually in any danger. So consider that unless you are a war photographer, say, or unless you're out shooting lions, you're probably not in any danger when you're taking pictures. Nevertheless, all of your fear management mechanisms will be going. I recognized this a few years ago when I was teaching a class and a student came up to me during lunch and said, would you mind coming and taking a look at some of my compositions? I just keep doing the same thing over and over and I'm not liking it anymore. So I went and looked at his pictures and he had some really nice shots, but sure enough, he was composing in the same way every time. And I would offer a suggestion, and every time I started to offer a suggestion, he would actually finish my sentence for me because he already knew that idea. So I would say, well, you could divide your frame into, oh yeah, thirds, I know about that. Or I would say, well, you could balance this tone against that tone. Yeah, I know about that also. And I finally had to say, okay, you know all of these things. What's the problem? And he said, well, I just keep doing the same thing over and over. And all I could think of to say was, so stop doing that. Later, though, I started to think about what he was going through and how I felt it before, too. There was some point in his photographic life where he went and composed a shot in this way, and he liked it because it was new and fresh. And when he came home, he had a great feeling of success. None of us want to come home with bad images. We fear coming home with bad images because if we have bad images, we have to think, wow, maybe I'm really not a good photographer. Maybe this is all just a waste of my time. And the fear of facing that is so great that when we find something that we know works, we will just continue to do that and we won't stop. And what starts as a way to feel success eventually becomes a rut, and we end up back in the very spot we were afraid of in the first place, which is feeling like you're a bad photographer. That's what this guy was facing. Maybe I'm not a very good photographer. I keep taking the same picture over and over. I can't offer you a way out of fear, but I can offer you the suggestion that maybe once you learn to recognize that you will employ your fear management self, then you can keep from getting into those kind of ruts. In other words, when you go out, take chances. And it's strange to use this language about take chances. I don't mean go stand in the middle of the street and shoot pictures. I mean, challenge yourself to shoot things in a way that you don't normally shoot. If you find yourself always framing in the same way, you've got to frame a different way. Now, that's big talk coming from a guy standing in a rickety elevator who's not actually out shooting at the moment. So maybe build it into your shooting workflow while you're out shooting. Think, okay, when I see a thing that I like, I can shoot that picture that I always shoot, the one that feels safe to me. At least I'm going home with that one. But I can't leave the scene until I shoot some other things. I have to try moving around and working the shot. I have to do the thing that I think, oh, this just can't be a good idea, I'll do it anyway. Because you never know where that's going to lead you. You have to challenge your fear, you have to confront it directly and try to sneak around it and force yourself to do other things. It's time now to go out and practice with this idea of layers. I want you to think about two things. First, simply the process of compressing multiple layers into a single geometric plane and seeing how the interrelationship of those different layers can create new shapes independent of any of the individual layers. But mostly what this exercise is about is to get you to stop seeing just a flat plane in front of you. As we move through the world, very often it's very easy to see a particular thing and kind of only pay attention to things at that distance and see the background just as background. I would like you to really practice seeing that, yeah, you may notice a subject at one distance, but there's other stuff in your frame also at other distances. And through depth of field control and clever composition, you can work with those different layers to create a single unified composition. Okay, you've seen Connie going after lots of other photographers here. She's been very fair. But we're going to now put her images up here and take a look at them because Connie has a body of work that's very, very different from what we've been seeing so far. Paul and Steve are coming from a more journalistic background, shooting in the moment, shooting found things. Connie, you spend a lot of time crafting very particular images, and you've been doing the same thing for
30 years.
30 years, and you haven't found the image yet.
I'm still working at it.
Some beautiful stuff you're going to see here. So let's start with this image and explain to us what we're seeing here, because this is going to be similar to the technique that we're going to be seeing throughout your
Well, the
stuff.
first thing I want to say is that none of my images have been manipulated either in the camera or the darkroom or through Photoshop. They're all seen this way. And with this image, I have the model partially submerged in a hot tub. And you can see the reflections of the trees on the outside. And I've just arranged it all through camera angles so that the trees are coming right into her forehead here.
So are you underwater?
At this point, I'm still above water.
You're above water, and so the figure is underwater poking out.
Yes, just this
Okay.
part of her face is coming out.
Okay. So you're shooting this from outside of the hot tub.
Right.
You've put them in. How did you come to be interested? Because most of the work we're going to see here is going to involve underwater figures, underwater camera, work with mirrors, lots and lots of reflections. How did you come to that?
It's very simple. Looking with my camera, trying to find something interesting to photograph, and I see reflections in puddles, and then I see light glinting off of water, and I love that kind of specular light. I think that's really special. So I started to look at the way reflections distorted what it was reflecting, and then I wanted something interesting to reflect, so I put a figure in the water, and I've been doing it ever since.
That's great. So you had an initial impulse out in the real world and then decided to go deeper into it by constructing a similar situation.
Basically, I think of myself as taking baby steps for 30 years.
Okay.
And after 30 years, you get somewhere, hopefully.
Let's take a look at another one here. This is a pretty early image also.
Yes, this was
Would you like
done
to borrow my
in
pencil?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like I have more power now.
Okay, good.
This was done in 1988, and it's still in the hot tub, and it's very simple. I've used the same reflections of trees, and this is a bar of a window that kind of makes a cross. And in this case, I've focused on the reflection, so the face here is a little soft, and I like that. To me, I look at this face and it looks like she's not really looking outward, but she's not blind. It's like her attention's been turned inward.
Yeah.
And that's what attracts me to this image.
Yeah, the look on her face is really ambiguous in a very interesting way. Working with reflections, when you're focused on the trees, you're not actually focused at the distance of the surface of the water. You're focused at the distance of the tree. Yeah,
yes,
So you've got
yes.
very, very deep focus here,
Right.
which is why she's falling so far out of focus.
Right.
Yeah, that's
right.
very interesting. And
Yeah,
I'm sure
working with reflections, you really have to know depth of field, and it's very, very interesting. I've had to learn a lot technically.
Really?
Working with with this stuff.
Okay, this one is very difficult. It's beautiful right off the bat, but it's also, you get lost pretty quickly trying to figure out what this is.
Yeah.
It looks
I
like,
like
it's
that.
something to do with an elephant, and yet
You're
I know
close.
that's not true.
This is actually where the camera's underwater.
Okay.
I have a big housing for my Canon Mark II 5D. It's a big housing like this. And this is what's underwater. Right here, all of this is underwater. The camera's underwater. And this line right here is actually the line of the water. And this is a reflection on the surface of the water from underneath. This is a reflection of this.
Okay, so if we imagine the water coming out like this as a plane, we're looking up at a reflection on the underside of the surface of the water.
Right.
That's
And what's
fantastic.
cool about the reflection is that you get to see a totally different point of view
Right.
from the reflection than you did from the
Both at the
real.
same time. Now, this is all natural light?
This is natural light, yes.
Okay. And we're going to get into some more lighting.
One of the things that I really love about working this way, where I don't conceive of these images, but I really explore and train my eyes to see in particular ways. But I could never conceive of a line that's this kind of elegant and beautiful. But it's there in nature. All we have to do is learn to see them.
Yeah, and that line is really beautiful, and the brightening of these highlights that come along here that really counter all of this darkness over here. This black, where is this coming from? Is that because the rest of your scenario where you're shooting is actually black?
It is actually
Okay.
black, yeah.
Okay, that's great.
And I use black a lot because, as for instance, I like to keep things simple. I like to really pull the viewer into what is the most important thing in the photograph without any extraneous stuff.
It definitely works, particularly in this image. Your work hits at two different levels. First, I get like, wow, that's just really pretty. But it's difficult not to stop and go, what in the world is going on? Okay, there's a hand that's turning into this really gossamer, floaty thing.
Right.
And even though I know you're working underwater, it's hard for me to figure out where the surface is and where the boundary is.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful ambiguity. So what's going on here?
So you want me to tell you? No.
Oh, shouldn't have given you the pencil.
Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm working at night, and I'm putting an underwater light in the water.
Okay.
So I'm illuminating just the layer that's under the water. Okay. So what's above the water doesn't show up.
Okay.
So this is actually a man. This is his hand in the water, and this is his upper arm coming down his chest, around his thigh, and then this is where his leg just barely comes out of the water. So you get this, beautiful little tendril of light coming there. So out of the water, it's very awkward looking because he's holding himself up, or maybe I have people holding him up and just dipping him enough so that we get these beautiful lines here.
That's wonderful.
And everybody has to hold the position because otherwise these lines would be moving.
So you're using some kind of light controlling mechanism on the light to create a very thin shaft of light across
No, that's all a function of in the water.
Of the water. Okay,
yeah.
the water's refracting so much.
What you see here is the only part of him that's in the water.
That's wonderful.
The rest of him is out of the water.
How much is this image cropped from your original camera frame?
It's not cropped, though I might have positioned it in this frame differently because it's an unusual image in that there's not much to it. So how do you balance out the space? If I had it coming across here, it would be kind of dead.
Yeah.
But to have it, especially when you're dealing with a rectangle like this, to have it go from one corner up to the other, you're really making as much use of this space as you can and creating a tension this way. And having this line come down right to this corner here is also a beautiful way to sort of begin this.
Well, I think it's a really interesting exercise just in pure line. There's just this line that goes, and it's completely abstract up until about the armpit, which is the first thing that I can recognize.
Right.
And it's this very curious line of light that turns into a human arm, and because it's a human arm, it just has this tremendous compositional weight.
I like to think of this as this line that's just beginning and it becomes very vaporous right here, almost flat or like a vapor, and coming through becoming more and more solid
solidifying
until you have a real 3D hand.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
This is still underwater.
Okay.
This is the face that's underwater. This face is a little bit deeper in the water and hits his reflection showing on the surface of the water.
That's great.
And so it's lining the two up. So
for a shot like this, you've got his face half on the surface of the water. How much are you pre-visualizing? Do you put him in the water and then just start looking for a picture?
I don't do a lot of pre-visualizing.
Okay.
I may get ideas that start in one shoot and I pull them together through other shoots, but they usually end up very different. If I have an idea, I think of it as a starting point, and then I let go of it as soon as I can.
So in a way, you're still where you were when you were just looking at reflections and puddles. It's just you're creating your own puddle with your own thing in it, and then seeing what you can find.
Yeah, but I'm not quite there because going through this whole process, I'm really training my eyes to see very particular ways. And the more I do it, the more nuance I see, and the deeper I can go with the images.
From a purely formal perspective, I just love this really strong line that's really bright, and you balanced it so well against the black. The mouths, though, just carry tremendous compositional weight. The human mouth is a really powerful thing. It's communication and breathing and everything else. You just can't.
When I finished this image and I looked back at it, I thought, ooh, it looks like he's sucking his soul back in. But that didn't occur to me really until I had finished the image.
That's interesting. So now we're into something very different.
I'm working with mirrors here in a studio. So I have a mirror that's set up here, and I've taken the silver off of it in places, so it's transparent in places, but still reflective where there's silver.
And that's what's causing the texture.
That's the texture here. So this figure here is reflected on the front, and this figure is showing through from behind where I've taken the silver off.
Okay.
So they're actually several feet apart, even though it looks like they're interacting.
So they're actually two people?
They're two people.
Okay.
Yes, and I've playing with camera angle and having them move, I come up with places where I think the interaction between them becomes important or has some sense of mystery to it.
So when you set this up, you're then working the shot. You're seeing what you can find within this setup that you've created.
Right, right. I don't start off with this in mind.
Yeah. And at that point, you're probably working in a fairly formal mindset.
I am. I'm not thinking about the meaning of these at all.
Yeah.
I think if I started to work out this image in my head and came to do it, it would be really corny. Oh, so now I moved into color. Okay. I finally found color.
Oh, it's all the rage these days.
And the first thing I found, this is back in water, the first thing I found was phenomenal to me, is that the figure that's outside of the water is rendered in warm tones, and the figure that's inside the water, right here and here, is rendered in cool tones.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
And it's because the water absorbs all of the colors except for the blues and the greens. So this was another way for me to really look at above and below water.
This background looks so painterly, and partly it's the pose you put him in. It's just, it looks like this wonderful Renaissance painting with a human figure coming out of it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
That's the way that water distorts.
Yeah.
You know, it's just so lovely.
Do you spend a lot of time waiting for the condition of the water? Do you wait for it
Okay. Yeah, I take a deep breath.
Okay.
I go down and wait for the water to still.
Okay.
And then I start shooting.
That's a whole additional photographic concern that one doesn't normally think about, air. Is it difficult in that situation to learn to, reflections can happen at different depths, and I think a lot of times our eyes are kind of trained to not see them. They're not essential information. Does it take a while to get to where you can see, oh wait, there's a reflection right there with a figure in it?
Yeah, absolutely. And as I move, camera angle is so critical in these. As I move, I can really change the relationship between the reflection and the real and above.
Okay.
So through camera angle, I can make all kinds of relationships change.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. And we've talked about that, the power you have from camera angle and focal length to really define shapes and a sense of space.
This goes with that.
Oh, this is the...
This is also in the water. And here I'm working with reflections. So he is underwater here, looking up at the surface of the water. And this you can see is the surface of the water. His hand is just touching it. And this is his reflection on the surface of the water. And what I find interesting is that in the real face here, you see one expression, and in the reflected face, you see an entirely different.
Yeah, the water's distorted it into something completely different.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I also just love all of the interaction with the surface of the water. You get these wonderful, strong lines that really are tangible somehow. You feel them in your hands. They're very interesting.
And sometimes the movement of the water creates kind of a ghostly, almost ethereal feeling to them.
So when you're shooting an image like this, what are you thinking compositionally as you're, I mean, it's wonderful to have discovered this, but are you working, how are you trying to balance the image?
Well, that's something that I don't really think about because just as athletes train so that they have responses and muscle memory, I work so hard at this that and take so many images that sense of composition is really a part of me now.
Okay.
So I don't think so much about composition, I respond to it.
And that's great, and we've been talking about that. That's the point you want to get to by exercising these building block things, just so that you've shot so much you just see this stuff automatically. This is beautiful.
Yeah, this is the figure under the water. This is the line of the water, and this is his reflection on the surface. Okay. And I'm using an underwater strobe here, so he's very sharp here, very clear, but the sunlight here, because I'm using a longer exposure, the sunlight is creating this wonderful kind of soft movement of the light.
And our last one
So this is back to the mirrors with in color.
Okay.
And I'm working with two figures again, one in front of the mirror and one behind.
Okay.
And I'm combining the two bodies. It's like I'm creating my own being.
Ooh.
I know. So here I have a male and a female, and I'm putting them together.
It's just wonderful. And is this again, you're working with mirrors, you've modified them, you've got everything in position, and now you're just trying to find what you can within that environment that you've created.
Right, and I move a little bit this way and that way, and I totally change the relationship of the two figures.
Are you now moving back and forth between color and black and white and water and mirrors, or do you feel there's a progression?
Yeah, I've been in color for about 5 years now,
Really?
and I'm pretty committed to color now. And I tend to stay, when I work in water, I tend to stay with that for years, and then I move to working with mirrors for years. And then I find that they inform one another.
I can imagine, yeah. I mean, obviously the next thing is mirrors underwater, or water on the mirrors.
That's too much. That's too chaotic.
Okay.
Can't do that.
It's beautiful.
Let somebody else do that.
Taking my pencil back.
Okay.
It's beautiful work, Connie. Thank you very much. It's just fascinating.
Thank you.
Connie Imboden, and you'll be seeing much more of her as we continue working with the class here at Quartz Mountain. Whether you use Photoshop, Aperture, iPhoto, Lightroom, Capture NX, whatever, your image editor has lots of amazing image adjustment technology in it. With it, you can make corrections and changes that simply weren't possible in a darkroom. That said, one of the most powerful tools in your image editor, the one you might end up using the most, is the simple crop tool. With the crop tool, you can recompose your image after you've taken it. Sometimes you'll shoot with a crop in mind, at other times you'll refine your original image by giving it a crop. Now it may sound strange to devote an entire discussion to the lowly crop tool when a program like Photoshop has such amazing technology as content-aware fill and perspective correction, but cropping is a critical post-production task. I've been asking you to shoot in black and white throughout this course, and yet here we are looking at a color image. That's because cropping, or any action that will result in a crop of your image, should be one of the first steps of your post-production workflow. The reason for this is twofold. First of all, if you're going to go on to black and white conversion, or if you're going to stay in color but perform tone or color corrections, you want your histogram to be as accurate as possible, so you want to go ahead and crop out any extraneous material. More importantly, though, if you think an image needs a crop, you need to find out if that crop is successful before you waste any time with further edits. It doesn't make sense for me to go on here and start my black and white conversion process if I later crop and find out that the crop doesn't work. Now, obviously, sometimes you don't know that an image needs a crop until you've already started editing. But here's a case where I know that I want to crop my image before I do anything else, and I want to try that crop to see if this is going to work. I was standing in this field, suddenly out of nowhere this crop duster came in. I didn't have time to think much about my composition or change my camera position at all. I simply had to work as quickly as I could with the elements at hand, which were the moon, these tire tracks, and this plane that was moving across my frame. I got this. It's not bad, but there are some things that I don't like. I've got a lot of extra sky in here. That's making these elements seem kind of bundled up here in the center, and I would like them to feel like they're spread more across the frame. I've also got this shadow that I need to deal with. So this is what I'm talking about when I say that I can recompose my image after the fact. Now, that doesn't mean that I can recompose this image to include the Empire State Building or something like that, but I can recompose it to make the balance and overall feel of the image a little bit different. I can change the relationship of the elements within the scene. This is the crop tool in Photoshop. It looks like a crop tool. If you've never seen a crop tool in real life, just trust me, one looks roughly like this. If you're using a different image editor, don't worry. The things you're going to see here are probably also available in your image editor of choice. To define a crop, I simply click and drag out a rectangle. When I let go of the mouse button, I see this. Photoshop has given me some handles that let me refine my crop, either changing the corners or just dragging the edges. It's blacked out everything outside of the crop to give me a better view of what my final image will look like. This is called the shield, and I can turn it on and off if I would rather see what other elements are outside of the crop that I may want to work with. I can do that. I can change the color of the shield. I can change its opacity. I can also turn on these grids. Right now it's showing me a rule of thirds grid. I can also just have a grid. I'd rather have nothing. I don't want any distraction there. And so now I can work with refining my crop. So I'm going to take out some of that extra sky. I'm for sure going to crop out my shadow. And what I'm looking for here is the exact same thing I would do while I'm composing. I'm trying to balance the shot. So with a crop more like this, I'm working the thirds a little bit more. I'm getting the moon and these tracks over here in the left third, the airplane over here in the right third. I'm kind of paying attention to where they're going out the corner of the frame, making sure that looks nice, and thinking about my horizon line and where I might want it. So this looks pretty good. However, what if I wanted to print this to fit in a particular aspect ratio? In other words, if I have a frame that's 8 by 10, for example, and I want to make sure it will fit in that frame, I might want to constrain my crop. Aspect ratio is the ratio of the width of an image to the height, and I can tell Photoshop to crop to a particular aspect ratio. I'm going to cancel this crop by clicking the cancel button up there on the crop control bar. And what I'm going to decide is I want to keep my original aspect ratio, which was an aspect ratio of 3:2. So I'm just going to enter a width of 3, height of 2. And now when I drag, I can only drag in a 3:2 constrained aspect ratio. When I let go of the mouse button, I no longer have edge handles. I only have corner handles. So I can't change an individual edge because that would affect the aspect ratio of my image. Note that I can click within a crop area, whether I'm constrained or not, and simply drag it around to get the crop where I want it. Once I've got the crop that I like, I can double-click within the cropping rectangle or simply hit the return key to take that crop. So let's look at some before-afters here. Here is my original image that you've just seen, and here is a completely finished, cropped, black and white, and toned result. So as you can see, it's tightened up. I like the composition a little bit better. Here's a case where the photographer did not have a long enough lens to get the crop that they wanted. We were walking along this beach in Oklahoma. I know, that sounds weird to me too, but there's some very nice beaches in the Quartz Mountain State Park. And he just couldn't get the zoom that he wanted. We got this bush in here, which is a little bit extraneous. So a simple crop gives me a tighter image. Again, I've simplified my image. I've taken out some extra stuff. I've recomposed it more to the thirds and generally got a better composition. Another example, shooting someone running this video camera here. In general, the positioning of him is nice, but I got this extra post behind him that I don't like. A crop lets me take it out and help get focus more onto my subject. Here's an image that you saw me working earlier in the shapes example. Now when I shot this, I shot it with the intention of cropping it to a square. My camera can't shoot in a square crop, so now I need to go in and perform that crop. In Photoshop, I can get a square crop simply by placing the same number in both fields. I'm going to clear this out, enter a 1 in both. I could put a 3, a 5, whatever. Just because this says 1 inch doesn't mean that I'm actually necessarily stuck with a 1 inch image, because after I've cropped, I can go into my image size dialog box, and as you can see, I've got plenty of pixels to size this up. We're going to talk about image sizing in the next movie, but that's a square crop by putting simply the same number in both. And finally, let's take a look at a fairly extreme crop. These were some birds that I chased out of a field. They took off into the air, and I got this. It didn't come out as interesting as I wanted because I was not in the best position, but a really extreme crop gets me something very interesting. They look like bats or mosquitoes or something. How extremely you can crop depends on how many pixels your camera shoots, and we'll explore that in more detail in the next movie. We've already talked about cropping, but hand in hand with cropping goes the issue of sizing. Sizing is a very important consideration if you're going to print. If I crop a whole lot, I may not have enough pixels left to get a good print at my chosen print size. Conversely, if I want to enlarge my image, I will need to be concerned about how many pixels I have, whether I have enough to get a nice sharp print. So sizing is a pretty critical issue near the end of your workflow. Fortunately, Photoshop makes questions of sizing very simple thanks to the image size dialog box. If I go up here to the image menu and choose image size, I get this thing. Now, what's cool about the image size dialog box is it's this very interactive little calculator that can make sizing questions very easy to understand as long as you pay attention to what's going on. You want to really pay attention to this thing here, and the state of the resample image box. And I think you'll see why as we go along here. I'm going to uncheck resample image so that we start here. Image size is divided into two sections. I have pixel dimensions. This is the total number of pixels in my image. I currently have 5166 by 3744 for a total image size of 110 megabytes. My document size is how big this image will print. So right now it will be 21 by 15 inches, and it has a resolution of 240 pixels per inch. Now, unfortunately, the camera industry has kind of wrecked this word resolution, because vendors will say, well, this camera has a resolution of 18 megapixels. Well, 18 megapixels is not a measure of resolution. In fact, a camera does not have a set resolution. Resolution is simply a measure of how many pixels there are over a given distance. So right now, if I print this image so that there are 240 pixels for every linear inch, it will come out to be 21 by 15 inches. Now I can pack those pixels closer together. If I go up to, say, 300, I go from 21 by 15 down to 17 by 12. In other words, increasing the resolution is going to lower the print size, and that should be fairly intuitive. If the pixels are packed closer together, they're not going to take up as much space, so the print size is going to go down. And I can see from this thing over here that these three fields are locked together. I cannot change one without changing the other. If I change width, let's say that I know that I want to print this at 24 inches wide, Photoshop automatically calculates a height of 17.3 to preserve the image's original aspect ratio. But with 5100 by 3700 pixels, to go 24 by 17 is going to drop my resolution down to 215 pixels per inch. If I spread the image out to be that big, or if I spread the pixels out to cover this much space, the resolution is going to drop to 215. Now, notice that these three fields are editable, as we've been doing, and they're locked together. I can't change one without changing the other. But these fields are not. I cannot change the total number of pixels in the image. That's why these three are locked together. If I change resolution, print size changes because I can't alter the total number of pixels. However, if I check the resample image box, now these fields are editable. And notice there's one of these gizmos over here. Right now, width and height are locked together. I can't change one without changing the other. That's good. It will keep my image from being distorted. If I wanted to, I could turn off constrain proportions, and now this lock is gone and this lock is gone. This would allow me to stretch the image out wider or higher. You'll rarely do that with a photo. I'm going to leave that right there. So now everything is editable. So I have an image that's 21 by 15. Let's say I wanted that to print at 300 pixels per inch. I'm going to change that to 300. And now what's happened is my pixel count has gone up. It's now up to 6400 by 4600. In other words, Photoshop has conjured up new pixels to allow me to get a width of 21 by 15. The way, or the mechanism, the algorithm that it uses for generating those pixels can be controlled down here. And if you see, there's one that says that it is best for enlargement. So that would be the interpolation method that I would want to use. So what's the best resolution to have? That really depends on your printer. Most inkjet printers will work best at a resolution of 240 or 300 or sometimes 360. This is a critical piece of information, and I think that's why you'll find that no printer manual in existence will tell you the printer's native resolution. In general, you can assume that an Epson photo inkjet printer wants images at around 300 pixels per inch. HP printers typically want 240. If you don't plug those numbers in, it's not the end of the world. It may not make any difference in final image quality, but working towards your printer's native resolution is not a bad idea. So let's say I wanted to print this out at 8 by 10 at 300 pixels per inch. I've set my resolution to 300. I'm going to set my width to be 10. That gives me a height of 7. Well, you may think, well, I want this to be 8 by 10, so I'm going to put that on 8. Well, oh, now this is at 11. Well, it turns out the aspect ratio of this image will not work. It does not equate to 8 by 10. So I'm going to put that at 10 and just accept that I have to have a height of 7. So at 300 pixels per inch, you can see that my image has gotten much smaller. It's thrown out a lot of pixels and gotten me down to 3000 by 2100. If I want to go bigger, as I mentioned, I need to change my interpolation method. If I do go bigger, I'm going to risk an image that's very, very soft. That's why I was saying before, you've got to be careful with cropping. You don't want to crop down so far that you don't have enough pixels to print your image without doing interpolation. So it's best to Try to keep from going beyond your original pixel count, but if you have to, it's not the end of the world. Bear in mind that images that are printed very large are usually viewed from farther away, so razor sharpness is not so important. What if, though, I really, really wanted this to be 8x10? I've bought a pre-built 8x10 picture frame, and I really want this to go in there. Well, there's nothing I can do from the image size dialog box. At that point, I would hit OK, and I would go out here to my crop tool and plug in up here a width of 10 inches by 8 inches at a resolution of 300 pixels per inch. Now my crop tool will only drag out an 8x10 aspect ratio crop. So you can see now I've got to do some thinking about where I want my crop to be, and now we're back to just what I was doing when I was shooting. I'm going to work with this scene here in this window and try to find the best composition. I think that I want this tree here. I'm not sure that I need this part of the bridge over here. On the other hand, what I like about this part of the bridge is I'm kind of getting this convergence of stuff here. So take a look at this. I'm going to turn off this rule of thirds grid there so that we can better see the image. So I've got that, or I've got that. That's a tough call. It's kind of bright over here. My eyes are really wandering this way, which may not be such a bad thing, but I think because of that brightness, I think this feels more balanced to me, because the darkness here and the darkness here balance each other better than when I'm over here and I introduce this white part of the sidewalk and all this other stuff. So I think I'm just going to suffer the chopped in half tree and take that. So that will give me an 8x10 that will fit in my pre-built frame. So cropping and image size, they work hand in hand. You may have to move back and forth, but again, the key to understanding the image size dialog box is to understand that when resample image is checked, the number of pixels in your image can change. When it's unchecked, they cannot, and so these three items become linked together. Earlier in this course, we talked about the idea that you can create balance in an image by playing different tones against each other. So you might balance light against dark, dark against light. You can balance dark parts against each other. You can do the same with light parts. These are all ways that you can create balance in your image. However, there will be times when you can't get the tonal balance that you want in camera through exposure adjustments. Sometimes you simply can't capture the dark blacks or light whites that you need to create the composition that you want. In these instances, you'll need to expose to capture as much tonal information as you can, with the idea that you will correct the tones in that image to get the composition that you want. In other words, sometimes you'll need to darken up blacks or lighten up whites or adjust the grays or colors in your image to finish it off and get that compositional balance working. Alrighty, we're going to look at 3 examples of how I have altered tone in an image to achieve the idea that I had in my mind's eye while I was shooting. This lesson is going to assume that you understand the use of adjustment layers and adjustment layer masks in Photoshop. You can see over here that I've got several adjustment layers on this image, a black and white adjustment layer, 3 levels adjustment layers, and these 2 have layer masks that I've carefully painted to constrain the effects of those adjustment layers. If this is all gobbledygook to you, if you're not comfortable with adjustment layers or you wish you knew more about them, take a look at my Foundations of Photography black and white course. It's going to walk you through the things that we're going to be doing here. This is the image as I shot it. You saw this earlier in the, actually you've seen all 3 of the images that we're going to look at here earlier in the tonal balance movie. The first thing I did, of course, was to convert the image to black and white. And in the process of doing that, I made some choices about tone. I decided that this red up here should be a very light tone rather than a darker tone because I wanted to balance against this darker stuff. Let me just show you what that would have looked like if I had chosen instead to do this as a darker tone. I'm going to go up here and simply retone the reds darker. So you can see now I'm creating a very different image. I've got dark over here, and light down here. I wanted to go with something lighter. So I started with my black and white conversion, and that gets me to here, but I'm still not getting the light against dark thing that I was thinking when I was standing there in the image. Next thing I did was hit it with a levels adjustment, and now we're getting somewhere. I've got some nice darkness in here. What I'm not liking here is that this whole side is just one uniform shade of blah. It's just not that interesting. It's a pretty middle gray when I print it, it's going to look especially kind of boring. So I created an adjustment layer here that lightens the image, and I labeled it lighten just to help me remember what it's doing. And I painted a mask that constrains the lightening to only this building, hoping that that's going to break things up a little bit. It gets me some true white in my image right here, and usually it's better. You get a better sense of contrast in your image if there's something that's really white in it. The next thing I did was an adjustment layer that darkens and built a mask that constrains it to there. So now I've really got my light against dark thing. Let's do a little before and after thing here. Here's with straight black and white conversion, and after my toning, I get this. So I've really built it up into what I was thinking when I was standing there at the scene. Let's look at another one here. Again, you saw this earlier. My idea when I was shooting this was a couple of things. I liked the dark down here and the light up here. I liked the idea that these bright rocks down here were maybe kind of symmetrical with these darker tones up here, these trees and this cloud. Let's see what I came up with. I started with a black and white conversion that got me to here. There's not a lot of color in this image. Here's the color version, here's the black and white version. So I didn't have too much toning that I could do in black and white. The rest of this was pretty simple. I threw in a layer that darkens. This is a levels adjustment layer, and I used the gradient tool to make a smooth mask, or a smooth gradient that is, that allowed me to, here it comes, tone just the sky. So I've gotten the sky a little bit darker. It's kind of washed out, a little bit boring. I wanted to see more definition in the clouds. So there we go. You can see my mask is a little sloppy. It spills over onto these rocks up here. It doesn't matter. It just looks like shadows on the rocks. The next thing I did was an adjustment layer that increases contrast. And again, I used the gradient tool to constrain this contrast adjustment to only affect this part of the image, the lower part of the image. And when I get that, I end up here. So now I've really exaggerated the blacks down here, the lighter tones up here, and I'm getting that kind of gradient that I was looking for. However, because of this bright stuff up in the sky, these blown out highlights here, the eye tends to wander a little bit. And also, since I usually end up printing my images, it's a problem having paper white going all the way to the edge of the frame, because when I print this, there won't be a clear border. So I added a vignette to this image, and we discussed how to vignette in another movie, but you can see with a vignette, I get this. That's before, that's after. It does give me some framing, focuses my attention more into the center of the image. Let's look at one more here. Again, another image that you've seen already. Here's my original, and as I'm standing here looking down this sidewalk in Mangum, Conrad's standing down there, but what I'm seeing is, I love this line here that's vanishing to the same point as this line here, and this wonderful tonal balance between these two shades. So of course I start with a black and white adjustment. It didn't do much here in terms of my toning other than to make sure that my sky was being rendered so that the blues were pretty dark so that the clouds would stand out a little more. And then I made a whole bunch of adjustment layers here. And as you can see, I've labeled them so that I can remember what they do. This one darkens, and it's got a mask that constrains it to right there so that I'm just darkening up this part of the sidewalk. And I got a little sloppy there. I got some spill. Keep an eye on this as I turn that adjustment layer off. You can see that maybe that's not supposed to be so dark. It doesn't look that weird to me in this image. Maybe I'll go back and patch that up, but it just looks like, I don't know, there's a stain on the sidewalk or something like that. Here's another adjustment layer that darkens. This one is constrained to here. I threw in basically some more darkness in here. It's almost like a little bit of manual vignetting. It just looks like a shadow here in the deep bits up against the wall. Serves to focus attention more into here. Next thing I did was actually lighten all of this stuff up here. And I did that for a couple of reasons. One, this was just looking a little blah with all this gray. And again, when I go to print this image, with it like this, there's so much middle gray in it that becomes the dominant tone that hits your eye. And it tends to make for an image that just looks muddy or flat somehow. So the more I can get true white into the image, if it's appropriate, the more I'm going to have an image that's got nice contrast. So I thought these nice white beams were a place to do that. It's not necessarily an unrealistic amount of light if you're going to get picky about that kind of thing. There could be light reflecting off the sidewalk. I like these bricks lighting up. It also serves to make this bit look darker by comparison, and that plays up this tonal relationship. Okay, this next one's real subtle. You can see that this one is lightened. My mask is completely black, and you should know, if you're comfortable with layer masks, that that means that none of this effect is getting through to the image. But there is a little teeny tiny bit. You just can't see it in this little thumbnail of the mask. If you watch Conrad's head right there when I turn this on, I just lightened up his face a little bit. At the tiny size you're looking at this, you might go, wow, why bother? But if I print this at an 8x10, that actually is noticeable. With all that done, I took a look at my histogram and decided that I just needed an overall contrast boost. Let's take a look here. You can see without this layer on, I'm short on whites. I don't have a lot of really nice bright white in my image, so hitting this cranks those up, gets my tones more into place, and this image is ready to go. So those are the types of edits that I'm doing on all of these images that you're seeing. I'm really looking for where things need to be darkened, where things need to be lightened, not just when I'm trying to balance tones against each other, but by way of controlling the viewer's eye. As you saw down here, I darkened this to try and lead the viewer into here. And I'm also just thinking about good overall photo editing practice, which is to have a nice amount of dynamic range and tones that are going to print well, whites that are truly white, blacks that are truly black, and midtones that are nice and contrasty, silvery, not too muddy. Perspective is a powerful compositional tool. You can create strong receding lines and an intense sense of depth in your image when you take advantage of perspective. There are times, though, especially with architecture, when you don't want perspective, when you want vertical lines to be straight rather than receding into the distance. If you're shooting with a wide-angle lens, this can be especially problematic. Fortunately, Photoshop has a great tool for correcting and altering the perspective in an image. Your image editor is capable of dramatic retouchings, of course, and very often when you're retouching, you're mostly worried about making an edit that isn't noticeable. But you also want to think about the effect or impact on your composition of any retouching efforts that you might have. Take a look at this image. I have, of course, the tree backlit. It's built largely around this great shadow here. But there's a lot of balance happening here. I've got the tree, and I've got this cart or some kind of vehicle full of hay, I think. And then I've got this telephone pole over here. I can't tell if the telephone pole is balancing this thing or not. If it isn't just a distraction, because it's a big dark line. So I'm going to take it out. And to be honest, I have not actually tried this edit before making this video. So it will be interesting to see. I'm as much at a loss here as you are. The important thing is, as I'm doing this, I want to keep track of what it does to my composition. There are a lot of different ways of making this edit. On an edit like this, the thing I'm mostly going to be concerned about is the sky. The sky is a very subtle gradient moving on a couple of different axes at the same time, so it could be very difficult to get this pole removed. I'm going to start by selecting this layer here. This has my vignette on it. And I'm going to try doing something that's only possible in Photoshop CS5 or later, and that's to use content-aware fill. I'm going to just select this part of the pole. We'll see if this works. I'm going to go up here to Edit and choose Fill. I could also hit Shift F5. And I'm going to set Contents to Content-Aware. Hit OK. And Photoshop's going to do some thinking, and boy, it did a pretty good job. What I want to do is assess. Yeah, this sky looks very good in here. There's a little bit of a blob here that I can probably fix when I take out the wire. But I think that's going to work. I'm going to keep that edit and keep going here. I did just a part because I'm figuring that this part against empty sky is going to be a different operation than this part against the branches. Those are two very different problems for the computer to solve. Shift F5, and we'll see. That did pretty well. I'm going to have to decide what to do down here. I may just leave that there because it'll just look like a chopped off post in the scene, and that might be completely believable. Let's see how Content-Aware Fill does with this bit. Shift F5 to get the fill dialog. It's still set on Content-Aware. Of course, it always remembers the last thing that I did, so I don't have to keep doing that. This one didn't work quite so well. I've got some breaks in the branches here, but it got the sky all really nice in the background, so I think what I'll do is keep that and then try and repair the break in the branches. I've got my clone tool here. I'm going to make the brush smaller by using the left bracket key, and I'm just going to do some cloning in here. One thing about making adjustments to something that's kind of a fractally random texture like this is I can just cheat like crazy, and for the most part no one's ever going to know. What I may do with some of these is just delete them. It's going to be difficult to get all of this stuff connected back up just perfectly. So obviously I'm looking for anything that's a conspicuous, obvious break. This is going to be tough. This twig here is going to suddenly get a bend in it. And, you know, some of these really fine details, I don't need to worry about them too much because when it's printed, if they're small enough, no one's going to notice. And I'm going to just cheat that up there, and so on and so forth. Now, this could take a while to work out here. It's obvious to me that I could get all these reconnected and refilled. And I think what I'll do is just take these little bits and simply fill them away. Just get rid of them all together. And I'm using content aware fill for that so that the sky will look okay. And that's working pretty well. Using these different techniques, I could go through and clean up all these branches. Let's just assume that I'm able to do that. And now let's go think about this bottom part of the post here. It actually looks okay chopped off. It's still kind of a heavy element. So let's zoom back out. So now that's not nearly as noticeable. I need to get rid of the telephone line. That's a pretty easy edit to make. And actually, I'm liking this post being the same height as this thing over here. I think there's still a little bit of a balance to be had here, but it's not as distracting as having that whole line. I'm going to hide this layer that we were working on, and you'll see the post come back. Obviously, I was wrong. This was not a vignette layer. It was just a duplicate. So this gives me a chance to do a before and after. Here's with the post. Here's without. If you're not clear on what's happening, it's that I've got two identical layers here. The background one has the post in it. The upper one doesn't. So I can easily see a before and after. So before, I've got this kind of heavy graphic element. Well, I don't know. I like it. But I do think this makes it a little more about the tree, gives it a little more center weight. Once I get those telephone wire out of there, I think I'm going to be in good shape. Again, the point here is to pay attention to composition as you make edits, if your edits are changing the content of your scene. Even if you're making tonal adjustments, you may be creating weight more in one place or another. So in addition to trying to make this look like a real edit by getting all the branches working and making sure the gradient in the sky is okay, what's going to be the critical decision here is how does the edit affect the composition? And in this case, I think getting rid of the post or whittling it down to fence post size gives me a more balanced image than when it's sticking up there like that. So again, as you're making alterations to your image, you want to be thinking about composition in just the same way that you would when you're shooting. Am I simplifying the image? Am I creating balance? All of those issues come into play when I'm retouching. A vignette is a darkening in the corners of your image. It's caused by your lens, and one of the marks of a good lens is a lack of vignetting. You'll most often find vignetting when shooting at extremely wide angles. If you have vignetting throughout the zoom range on your camera, then you probably need to think about a lens upgrade. That said, there are times when you want vignetting. A vignette can drive attention to the center of your image and help control the viewer's eye. The thing is, you want control of when a vignette happens. This is why you don't want a lens with a vignette problem. Instead, you want the ability to shoot clean images because you can add any vignetting that you want later using Photoshop. Here's an image you saw before. This is what we used as our vignette correction example. And here you can see that I've gone through and done my black and white correction, some tonal adjustments, and I've got my image coming along pretty well here. But still my eye tends to wander. There's something, I need the viewer's eye more in the center here. So I'm going to add a vignette. Photoshop does not have a way of non-destructively adding a vignette, meaning if I darken the corners of this image, they're going to stay dark. If I print it and find that the corners are too dark, there's nothing I can do to go back and change them. So I'm going to perform my vignette on a copy of my image layer. Right here I have layer 0. This is the background layer that contains my image. In your file it may say background. I floated this layer at some point. Doesn't matter. I'm going to duplicate it by picking it up and dropping it on the new layer button right here at the bottom of the layers palette. Now you can see I have my original layer and a copy. These are identical. If I hide this one, nothing in the image changes because all I'm doing is revealing the identical copy down below. So I'm going to add my vignette to this copy. This way, if I later decide I don't like the vignette or need to change the vignette, I can simply delete this layer, reduplicate my original, and reapply my vignette. Vignetting is easily done using the lens correction filter, which you saw earlier when we were correcting perspective. Now, notice the preview is in color. That's because lens correction operates on the layer that I selected, and my black and white conversion and a lot of other edits were being performed by adjustment layers above that layer. So I cannot actually see my vignette being applied along with all of my other adjustments. I'm going to go over here to the Custom tab, and right here I see Vignette Controls, Amount. I can darken to the left, lighten to the right, and Midpoint, which will control the size of the vignette. By lightening, I can correct any vignette problems that my image may have. I can also create a burning in effect. Obviously, that's not what we want. We want to darken the corners. So I'm going to just pull this to the left, and now I have this nice vignetting in my corners. If I would like the darkness to pull in a little closer, like maybe closer to that tree, I will simply drag the midpoint to the left, and that changes the size of this overall circle of brightness in the middle. It's making it a little bit smaller. Now again, because I can't see the effects of my adjustment layers, some of which are causing parts of the image to get darker, I don't know how dark the vignette's ultimately going to be. This is another reason to work non-destructively, as we are, by duplicating the layer. If I get this wrong, I can throw it out later and refine it. I'm going to go to about there and hit OK and let it process the vignette. It does some thinking, and when it's done, I now have a layer on top of my original layer that is the vignette layer. If I hide it, you can see there's my original layer down below, the vignette up above. In fact, I'm just going to double click right here and label this vignette. Now I know what this layer is doing. I'm not sure. The corners might be a little dark. There are a couple of things I can do to attenuate that. I can drag my opacity slider for this layer to the left to lower the opacity. That lightens things up a bit. I could also edit the corners individually by adding a layer mask to this layer. Layer, layer mask, reveal all. If you're not clear about masking, that's covered in lots of other places in the Lynda library, so I'm going to just go through this pretty quickly. I have added a mask to this layer. Where the mask is white, those parts of this layer are visible. Where it's black, the underlying layers will be visible. Right now, there is no black, it's only white, so my entire vignetted layer is showing. If I take some black paint, click on this layer, grab a paintbrush and paint into the corners, I'm effectively erasing the vignette. It lets you see how far the vignette goes there. When I release the mouse button, you can see there's now black in this corner. That's blocking this part of this layer. I'm going to undo that, because what I would like to do is actually lighten this corner up. So rather than paint with black, I'm going to paint with a shade of gray. That gives me a semi-opaque mask. And if I just paint that out there and let go, you can see that now I've got gray here in this corner. This is revealing a little bit of this layer, but not all of it. So in this way, I can go in and manually control each corner. Let's take a quick look at a couple of other vignetting examples here. Here's a case where I was looking into the sun. I like the silhouette of the trees. I like the shadow, but still my eye was wandering off the edges. Some simple vignetting in the corners brings my attention back here into the center. Here's a very extreme example of vignetting. Again, my eyes were wandering away. These are pretty black, and they may print even blacker, so I don't know, I may back off on those. At the same time, this is kind of a weird, almost surreally kind of landscape here. I like the sense of maybe I'm looking through this lens that's too small for my camera. So vignette is a very simple technique to apply thanks to Photoshop's lens correction filter, and it's also a great way to control the viewer's eye. It's the last day of the workshop. We're all done. The images have been printed. They're on display. Students are walking from studio to studio looking at each other's work. Connie, you've done these exercises a lot in a lot of workshops. They've done some great work here this weekend. Is this typically what you find from these exercises?
When I have students who are really excited about what they're doing, are really committed, yes. But often I don't have students that are as committed as these students have been. And I think this work has really just been marvelous.
They're very, very simple exercises. It's interesting, we did them with the students this summer, and it's amazing how these same exercises, it just seems you put them in front of anybody and it really does change the way they see.
Right. Well, we're used to composing around subjects. And the light assignment especially forces you to compose around what you're looking at and seeing in a much more graphic way than subject-oriented way.
So are there problems that you see regularly with these exercises?
Yeah, people get very angry and frustrated and
Aside
upset.
from the personal threat,
Yeah,
are there, what's the thing that they don't get or that they struggle with the most?
Well, the one assignment of seeing spatially is difficult for people because they want to think their way through it. And you can't think your way through this. It's really a very visual issue that I'm asking them to deal with. And as soon as you start off with a thought, you're in a place that's very, very limited. But if you can use that thought as a starting point and then really push yourself seeing and explore the spatial relationships and the spatial issues, you can really get someplace. And we saw that. I saw a lot of students with thoughts in the beginning, and as soon as they stayed with it, as you've talked about all weekend, pushing the shot, really making the shot work, then they would come up with something that worked.
It's also interesting to see that even within the bounds of this exercise, there's still all the basic composition stuff they're having to remember. They're still simplifying, guiding the viewer's eye. All of that stuff is still in there.
Right.
That those basics never go away.
They never go away.
Yeah, you always work on them.
And the more you work on them, the more they become a part of you. And it's almost like muscle memory for an athlete. The more you work on these issues, the more they just become part of your intuitive experience.
Do you return to these exercises?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Even after all this time?
After all this time, yeah. If I get stuck or I get frustrated with where I'm working, that's the first thing I do, is I start to work with that spatial issue, because it forces you out of your head and it forces you to really follow your eyes. So
there you go. I think that's maybe one of the biggest pushes we can give you, to try these exercises, not as something to complete and mark off a list and say, I'm done with that, but to start thinking of these ideas as a discipline, as something that you need to return to throughout your photographic life. Connie, thanks a lot. It's always incredible to teach with you.
Thank you. It's incredible to teach with you.
No, really, with you.
My name is Abe Lopez, and I'm a middle school art teacher, and this is my wife, Olivia.
I teach high school art.
Yeah, and we've been making art together since college, and we've, along with teaching art, we also continue to make art, and going to workshops has been very helpful to us in keeping up with what's current in the art world, and also being able to work with other artists who have perfected their craft and continue to work in developing new ideas. And so we've been very blessed to be here with Connie and Ben Long in this workshop. And so some of the ideas that they have given us was learning how to see things in a new way, familiar sites that we're with. And so when we look at our familiar surroundings, how can you see that differently? And being that we're working in photography, being able to manipulate light and to look at light has been very important. And so some of the challenges that she gave us was how do you take a portrait of light, and not what light does, but what light is. And so that's been a very fun challenge for us to tackle. And then she also talked to us about the depth and relationships between items in the foreground as opposed to items in the background, and how they relate to each other, and how they communicate with each other to make a strong image. And so that's been two of our challenges that we've had this year, which has been great to see, because as we're challenged as teachers, we can take those same ideas back into a classroom and relate some of those same challenges back to our students, and hopefully they'll grow as well with some of the work that they've done.
One of the things I discovered this weekend was the fact that I know composition, I know how to paint, I'm a painter. Not only am I an art teacher, I'm a professional painter. And I had to really look at the objects and subject matter a little bit differently. It really challenged me mentally. I felt exhausted at the end of the day. It was like, okay, did I do it right? Did I even meet the challenge? What was the assignment again? So it really made me think as an artist and a photographer. I had to think about lines, composition, contrast, but I also had to think what was the most important thing of the specific assignment she gave us. For example, the first one was about light. I don't even think I captured light, I captured shadows. The second one was about playing with the foreground, the background, and I discovered that was very difficult to do, because I thought it would just happen, just go out there and look and voila, it happened, but it didn't. So I had to do some planning, do some adjustment in my thinking, so it left me exhausted. But I was pleased with the end results, because I thought outside the box. It wasn't ordinary, and I'm a not a perfectionist, but when I do my work, I intend it to be good. It just can't be mediocre.
And there were two phrases that they continue to say over and over again, I think that were very, very important. One of them was simplifying your images. You know, when you immediately or initially see an image or an idea or a thought that's captivating, you know, you see something that sparks your interest, but when you continue to shoot it and you hone in on the closer images and the essence of what it is and simplifying the forms, all of a sudden it begins to take on a different connotation. So simplifying the forms, making the images more complete, but still being able to tell the story was very important. And the other thing that they talked about was just working your shot. Shooting 100 shots of the same image from different angles, different views, different formats, using zooming in, zooming out to bring the foreground in and out, and just really talk to us about, you know, how do you develop an idea, how do you work an image or a scene or light, and that was very helpful to our work and what we were able to do.
Yes, and one of the things that we could take back to our students is maybe a deeper understanding that it's just not about composition, it's about thinking outside the box. You know, looking at objects and subject matter a little bit differently.
And about just how you see the world, because, you know, we know that a tree is a tree and a building is a building and light is light, but how do you take an image or capture an image and let it speak for itself in a different way? That's the most challenging thing that we were able to really try to come across with and work. Being that my wife and I are both painters, you know, you can manipulate paint and layers and the way paint goes on, but when you try to take an image and try to capture something that speaks for itself without a whole lot of manipulation with the integrity of photography, that was the best challenge for us that we've really enjoyed doing.
I think it gave me satisfaction to know that I didn't have to go and do a lot of adjustments. You know, I could just take the photograph and it was ready.
So can we show some of the photographs that we've done? These photographs that we took were some of the images and examples that we took on light and how we captured light. And two of my favorite ones were these two right here. This one was the reflection of a part of a vehicle on the road, and I just love the way the light danced across this diagonal line coming this direction. And so, you know, seeing two cars parked side by side is something that we normally saw, but as I looked closer and saw the way that the light danced on the asphalt across this diagonal line really captured my eye. And again, I took probably about 60 shots of this from the back side and the front side, and then just learning to see how the light spoke to me, and the way I was able to capture this was really important. Ben Long also talked to me about the aperture and things that could be more in focus closer to us. So he gave us a real good critique that was helpful about making this area a little bit more focused, shooting the aperture and focusing on the foreground, middle ground, and background, and then pulling those images together and trying to figure out which one worked the best and which one could be modified to be a finished item. And so that was real helpful.
I think one of my favorites wasn't even in the assignment. It was the first day I saw colors, and I liked the way the colors were playing off each other. So, but I think I met the criteria with the egg and the feet. This is the one where the foreground and the background play with each other. And this one had more to do with, I guess, the same thing. But it looks more like the light assignment. And this one is just my favorite. I love it because it's very pleasing. I put the apples in the staircase, and I just like the composition.
And this one that she did on this one was one of my favorite ones because, you know, an egg is so delicate, and then the way this is like it's floating away from the edge, not forming a harsh shadow, was a great idea to put on there. And she captured that by just laying it on glass and photographing it straight down where it did not have a reflection, which really worked out well. I thought she did a good job with that particular image. But we've been very grateful to work with Connie, Imboden, and Ben Long. They've been both fantastic with their critiques and their thoughts on our work, and just being very helpful with their ideas that they were able to share with us. So we've been thankful for that.
We've reached the end of this course, but you are far from the end of your education and understanding of composition. That will continue for as long as you keep shooting. These compositional building blocks that we've been working with, you will continue to find new depths to those and new ways of combining and working with those. I would also like you to think about the exercises we've done, not as something that you have completed, but as something that you can return to for two reasons. One, there's still more to learn from those exercises. You can always go back to them and plumb the depths a little bit deeper. But you can also use those exercises for times when you're feeling stuck, if you're bored with what you're shooting, if you're feeling like you're not seeing anything, if you're feeling like you always compose things the same way. Go back to these very basic exercises and work through them again. They may get your sense of seeing going and help you to explore some new ideas that you haven't yet discovered. Most important though, you've got to be out there with your camera practicing, so I would encourage you to turn off your computer now and get out there and do some shooting.